Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. Iagra, the Orcish Fiddler here. Welcome back. It is Tuesday once again. Hey, Val. How you doing tonight? And thank you so much for the resubscription there. I'm not sure why my thing didn't bring it up, but thank you so much for the resubscription there. It is greatly appreciated for the past 5 months. I hope you have been enjoying the emotes, and I do appreciate your support very, very much. But welcome in. We'll do this instead. Uh-oh. I'm worried about what this is going to be. Okay. I guess a butt wiggle of appreciation is appropriate. Sure. Thank you for the Lucky Orc Dance Redemption. Hopefully that provides us with plenty of luck throughout our day. But yeah, welcome in. I hope that you are doing well. Today has been a day. I've just been really tired. I have been staying up way too late writing, and it's been like really heavily impacting my sleep schedule. That's on me. That is a me problem. I have things in my head that need to come out. But I'll get them all out eventually. As for tonight, we've got more investigatoring to do. So I hope we are all ready for some more of this. Which slot were we on? I think we were on slot 1. Yeah, we've got Graf's final trial, and Brok is investigating. What's going on with the? Okay, good. It didn't freeze this time. Yay! We also need to investigate what's going on with. Oh my gosh. Okay, thanks. That was late. What happened with that? Okay, well, there you go. There's that. But thank you again for the support. Late violin drop, very late violin drop. It waited for the music to end, and then it was like, is it time? Is it time? And no, it's not time yet. That's not. Wait a minute. I'm like, okay. Just when I least suspect it, when I'm right in the middle of recapping, just okay. Okay. Well, it's gonna be one of those kind of days. Let's hope that the day does not get much sillier. Give me 1 second. You might see a corner or something. Turn that off. And go over to you. Okay. When we last left off, Graf had finished his trial, but unfortunately his classmates stole his pill, which means he had very limited time to try to get a solution. Thankfully, Brok had earned sufficient funds that he could snag it all from his account and pay the rather extortionate 1,000 unis to buy the pill. So I guess he couldn't really be too angry at Brok, because without that money, he kind of, I don't know, he might have died. We did have like an oops moment where he just sort of collapsed on the floor and was like, no, we're not doing that. Because I wanted to try to find an alternate solution. So he's okay. Graf is all right. And then Brok.
Graf asked me to investigate the pills shortage.
So this is his current task.
No time to lose. Let's go.
But we do, I don't know which we're going to focus on. We're going to focus on Graf first today. He's got his last school trial so that he can become a citizen of, he can be in the nice domed area, I guess. But yeah, we can't go anywhere because we've got mail.
You've got mail.
Usually I leave getting the mail to Brok, but he said no more secrets after all. An invoice from a guy named Mr. Rekka. Supplementary fees for the fear you've provoked. The TriWeb invoice. Whoa, I wasn't aware we paid that much. Oh, there's another paper. A bank statement. I guess it must be littered with negative figure. What? There's 100,000 unis on that account? Must be some kind of mistake. The account beholder is Leah Filch. Mom, what could this mean? No time to think about this right now. I need to hurry. The last trial could start any minute now.
So, let's take a look and see what we just got. Because we grabbed these last time, but we didn't really look at them.
What's this account? Why is my mother's name on it? And also, where did this money come from?
Yeah, 101,665 unis?
150 unis. I'm almost an adult now. I should do my part and pay this.
So, we've only got 50. I don't know if Brok has the extra 100. We'll have to check. Actually, there's an easy way to check.
I've got a limited account. I can only keep a small amount of money. Anything over 50 unis automatically goes back to Brok at the end of the day. If I press this button, I can request some money, though. An algorithm makes the decision.
Let's see if we can get 100.
Checking. Transfer allowed.
Can't wait to be 16 in a few days and get a real account. Should I request some money?
Checking. Transfer allowed.
Okay, so we do have the funds now. We can go ahead and pay that. Kepasagi, welcome in. How you doing today? I hope that you're doing well. It's good to see you. And then we got this weird invoice.
I can't put my finger on it, but this invoice seems fishy.
Yeah, an invoice for pain and suffering. Apparently 100,000 plus, what was it? 10,000.
I can't put my finger on it, but this invoice seems fishy.
Which even with the funds in his mother's account, we can't cover. Because that's only 100 and...
What's this account?
101.
Why is my mother's name on it?
So we're like 9,000 short.
Where did this money come from?
So, not really sure exactly what's with the invoice. But if we have to pay it, I suppose we've got an option to pay most of it? I'm not entirely sure. Had a good workout, but now your legs are noodly. I have been there. I miss doing that, to be honest. Unfortunately, I've got some physical junk that is keeping me from lifting at the moment, and has been keeping me from lifting for like the past year and a half, unfortunately. And physical therapy, I haven't even gotten the bill yet for that. So, I'm not sure exactly how that's going to go. But I'd like to get back into lifting. I miss the feeling of strength. Think you could fight those charges in court? Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. It bears investigating, I think. But I'm glad he had a good workout, Kepasagi. Definitely keep that up. And don't skip leg day. Alright. Well, now we can exit, so... Let's go... Oh, we can't actually pay it yet because we have to actually enter the dome. And we don't have permission to enter the dome. I don't think. Let's check... before we go to the consciousness center, well, the bunker, yeah, the only place that's gonna have anything working, because none of these are working. Everything's broken. That's what we're having Brok investigate. Friends, citizens, Romans, what's up? Hey, Corgi, welcome in. How you doing today? It's good to see you. I hope that you're well. We are playing some more Brok the InvestiGator. We are trying to pay some bills, but I don't think we have a way to do it yet. We've got the money. I just think we just don't have a way to send the money. You are doing goodly, tired but goodly. I can definitely empathize with the tired. I can empathize with the goodly too. I haven't had too bad of a day, just a tired day. So yeah, I think we're in the tired but good category. So, woohoo for getting through the day. And but hopefully you're able to get some good food, some good rest, re-energized for the next day. I guess, let me see here. Optionals pay the TriWeb bill. Before we go to the Consciousness Center, let's investigate other areas and see just whether or not it's possible.
Oh no! That one's broken as well. No use insisting.
Okay, so we're not going to get any luck there.
Darn, this won't work. How will I pay that bill?
I don't think Shay's here. Why is the VR cabin out here? Oh, okay, there we go.
Closed. Darn.
Forbidden access.
I should have guessed.
Okay, it was space. Slot? Wait, hold on. Slot?
Forbidden access.
Okay,
Forbidden access.
I should have guessed.
Okay. I get it. Let's see. Today was your Monday. So you're just behind a little. You had a massive burrito for lunch and burgers and cookie for dinner. So you're also feeling good. I will admit, burger sounds really good to me. Kepasagi would kill for a burrito right now. Burger and burrito make for a good day. Yes, I concur. Burrito and burger make for a very good day. Burger and burrito make for a very good day. Would a burger burrito make for a very good day? Whoops, I clicked on OBS for some reason. Mind the mouse. It's impossible to find even mediocre Mexican food where you are. Well, that is excellent. It's always good when you can find just like, it's impossible to find bad food or even mediocre food. Well, of course, I could be misreading that. It's impossible to find even mediocre Mexican. So I'm gonna interpret that in a positive manner, and that you're always finding good Mexican food, rather than it's impossible to find anything above mediocre. You'll have to correct me if I'm wrong.
Hey, Graf!
Hey.
Anxious?
Yeah. And I wish this was due to the trial.
I know what you mean. With that pill shortage going on, I'm lucky my uncle provided us with enough this morning.
Better not worry him with my recent trouble. Me too. Brok got me one.
By the way, yesterday I got to work with your old man.
It's impossible to find Mexican food. Just full stop. I gotcha. Okay. That is unfortunate. We actually have... There's a bar that rebranded, kinda? I don't know how to really put it. They changed ownership because the person who had owned it since I was a kid, I think, sold the place to somebody who really kind of biffed it when it came to just taking care of the locals. So they sold it, I guess. And the new place, it's still the same bar, and they still have, like, live bands. but now also Mexican food and kid games and also gambling. So that's a combination. I don't know how good they are because I was looking at their... I grabbed a takeout menu, and their prices are a little ridiculous. Like, it's bar food, basically. Which apparently that's how they make their money. I don't know. I don't know if it's the economy or if they're just trying to fleece their customers. But either way, that's about as close as I'm going to get to nearby close Mexican stuff. Otherwise, I have to go all the way to the city and go to Taco Bell. Although there is a Mexican restaurant there, but I have not been to that place. Let's see. Not to be confused with Mexican restaurant. The Mexican restaurant we went to a few years ago. Okay. Oh, no, I'm missing some context. Depending on who you ask, your favorite Mexican food where you live is mediocre. Okay. Not to be confused with Mexican restaurant. Okay. You've been pestering your husband to try to find some chiles for you to grow yourselves the past few years. I wonder what kind of climate you'd require for that. It sounds like a great plan. Would do that, but your wife is a pale white woman from the Midwest, so sour cream is spicy. Oh, Corgi. You're amazing. You know that? Let's see, you're a pale Midwestern man, so you thought you would not like spice, but in Argentina, you're the one wanting spicy food. Yeah, I am, the shell that I'm trapped in, I don't know what I would call it. Like, I'm not pale, but I'm not dark-skinned. I have had, when I used to work at the hotel in Indy, I had somebody ask me if I was mixed, and I was kind of confused, and I'm like, I don't... mixed with what? And eventually I understood, and I was like, no. And they they said, so what race are you? And I said, human. Because at the time, like, it was just like an instinctive thing. I hadn't quite delved quite as deep into my Orcus persona back then. But either way, they said, oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So it's like, I mean, what were you looking for? I mean, I get it. You're trying to figure out what my, I guess my background, my lineage is or something. Based on the color of my skin. But it's like, can't I just be quote-unquote human? Like, can't you just accept the shell for the fact that it is a similar shell to yours? In terms of, you came from Earth? Now, these days, if somebody were to ask me that, I would say orc. Unless I read the room and the room says, maybe don't tell them that. Because sometimes when you're dealing with humans, sometimes you gotta give them the answer they expect rather than the truth. I prefer to be honest when possible, though. Anyway, so I guess I'm medium skin-toned. It's enough to throw people off. But I am like, I'm basically a European mutt. Like, I am German, English, Irish, Croatian, Polish. I'm just a mix. I think French as well. Yeah, I'm just like a mix. I'm a blend of lots of things, and I just got a medium skin tone. So, I guess that's confusing for people. Let's see. You moonburn, but you love some spicy food. You're shaken, not stirred. That would have been a good response. Are you mixed? No, I'm shaken, not stirred. Yeah. Congrats on my medium skin tone. I don't know if that's anything to congratulate me over. Like, I tan. I don't really burn unless I'm not careful. But I can burn, put it that way. I used to live in... I spent, like, the first... Up until 3rd grade, I used to live in California. And I figured that's why I can tan. I don't know if that's the truth or not. At least in Argentina, no one bats an eye at you until you open your mouth. Yeah, sometimes how you speak, an accent, or something like that, that could potentially kind of change things a little bit. Pretty sure you can only burn now. You're very pale, but you tan more than burn. Okay. I honestly kind of wish I had gone out more this summer. I mean, I've still got August to go out. But, like, I've barely done any... usually I do walking exercises to try to keep fit, because I can't do any lifting. But, oh my god, I hate bugs so much. And every time I go out, I get flies buzzing around me. And it's just really super annoying. So that and the really intense heat waves that we've had, excuse me, all of that has kind of dissuaded me from going out and getting some exercise. And that means I've not got as much sun, but I do have a tan because I have a tan line on my watch, so I've definitely been out in some sun. You wish you could tan, you just crisp immediately, sun lotions or not. Well, yeah, I mean, is that something I would say that is fairly common if you've got red hair? Because I know I've seen, like, your picture, you've shown that you've got red hair. I don't know if that's, like, strictly, like, Irish/Scottish lineage thing, or if there's, like, other red-haired bloodlines. I don't know that much about how humans work. So I'm probably saying some really ignorant things, and I apologize if I am. If you were in your required habitat, it would be raining a lot. Okay. So we need you to move, I guess, to Washington? Doesn't it rain all the time in Seattle? That or the UK? Don't tempt you. You'd love to be there, but you'd miss your friends a lot. Yeah, I can understand that. I definitely can understand that. I have friends in Ohio and Indiana both that I missed. My one friend moved to Texas, so that's less incentive for me to go to Ohio these days. But Indianapolis, I still have a friend there. But I don't know. Like, if I had the resources to move, I'm not sure where I would go. I probably would have to go to wherever my sister's son lives, where my nephew lives. Because she doesn't want to be away from him, so... And because I take care of her, that's probably where I would have to go, if I did have the resources. You're a... Yinzer? Oh, like from Pittsburgh? We had somebody in our class that said Yins. Was it in our class? Or was it one of my friends up the street? We had somebody who said Yins. And I think they were from Pittsburgh. So I am familiar with Yins. It's not something I say. I tend to say y'all. Which I don't know where I picked that up, because I don't think anybody around here says y'all. I think it's just me being linguistically lazy. And it's just easier for me to say y'all. I'm not even like I have never lived in the southern United States. I visited Florida because my grandfather lived there. That's about it. Blue collar, salt of the earth working human. You didn't know Ohio had Yinzers. It's not surprising. Yeah, I was not aware of that either. But I imagine they get around. I wonder, you know what? I'm gonna look this up. Where did yins come from? Yins. In western Pennsylvania, you used to refer to more than one person. How yins guys doing? Okay, Wikipedia, what do you got to say? Oh wow, there's a whole page. I have seen pages with less content on Wikipedia than what yins has. Yins is a second-person plural pronoun used mainly in Western Pennsylvania English. It is most prominent in Pittsburgh, but it is also found throughout the cultural region known as Appalachia, located within the geographical region of the Appalachians. Yins is a derivation from the original Scots-Irish form of yins, meaning ones, and related contractions of you ones, yous ones, and ye uns, a form of the second-person plural that is commonly heard in Scotland, Ulster, and parts of Ireland and northern England. In the first and third person, standard English speakers use distinct pronouns to denote singular and plural. In the first person, for example, speakers use the singular I and the plural we. However, the second-person pronoun you performs a double duty, since it is both the singular form and the plural form. Crozier, 1984, suggests that during the 19th century, when many Irish speakers switched to speaking English, they filled that gap with you ones, primarily because Irish has both the singular second-person pronoun tu and the plural form sib. I'm probably mispronouncing those. The following, therefore, is the most likely path from you ones to yins. You ones, you uns, yuns, yuns, yins. Because there are still speakers who use each form, there is no stable second-person plural form in the southwest or central Pennsylvania area, so the pronoun is variably referred to or spelled as you apostrophe uns, y apostrophe ins, y apostrophe uns, uyinz, yuns, uyns, yuns, yinz, yins, yenz, yens, yins, yins, or ynz, yins. There's a lot more to it than that, but I think that gives you the basic thing that I was looking for. So, fascinating. Language is fascinating, as I discover whenever I'm doing slapdash conlang type stuff. Let's see. You moved to Ohio in your adolescence. Right on. I lived in Ohio, in Columbus, for a little while when I moved in with my buddy I met in Second Life. I was helping him transition from military life to civilian life, and that's actually why I have my earring. My family's from the deep south, so y'all is pretty common parlance. Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's common parlance where I live, though. So it's one of those things that I just somehow picked it up, and it just sort of sticks sometimes. So I don't know how often I say it, but I do catch myself, like, leaning in the y'all direction sometimes. I don't know. You all might have noticed me saying it more than I have. Pittsburghese as a cultural treasure, or Western Pennsylvania English, as the Wikipedia article puts it. Indeed. Huh. Well, whether you're a yins or a y'all, everybody is groovy. You lost the accent in everyday speech for an Ohio accent, but when you talk with family, it comes out. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, sometimes it's like the environmental accent. And that's one of the kind of interesting things when it comes to language. It's sometimes you're a little bit spongy. You kind of absorb what's going on around you. Like one of my cousins moved to Georgia, and she did not have an accent, but she picked one up. And I think that's just one of those things when it comes to communicating, is that sometimes you just kind of pick up what's around you. Cool thing about language is that it is just a mass hallucination. You're not wrong. I don't disagree. What was the term that I used, Corgi? Squishy throat noises? No. Something that I said in a private chat. What was it? I don't remember. Something like throat wiggles or something. Something along those lines. Yeah. I don't know. We were talking about something related to that, and just I whipped something like that out. I'm gonna look that up now. If I can get back to the beginning of a chat. Where are you? There's Corgi. Can I search? How do I search? Search. Throat. Oh yes, here it was. Flappy throat bits. So yeah. So I agree, Val. Language is just pushing air through flappy throat bits, and then that air somehow reaches our brains, and then we hallucinate as to what it means. Right? Well, I hope my flappy throat bits has been keeping everybody entertained. Let's get back to what's going on with this. Let's see, yesterday, I forget his name, got to work with Brok. Not always through sound. Yeah. The language comes in many forms, I would say.
We investigated a murder case together. It was so cool.
So about this murder case, I still don't believe we got the right answer. I think we got the answer the game wanted us to get, but I think there's more to this, and I think it involves... because there's clues that we did not utilize. There were those, I want to say micro machines, but that's not correct. Nano machines. They're not tiny little cars. No, the little nanobots. He had those on him. And I'm still suspicious. I mean, it was laying a little bit of groundwork for you eat them, it controls you, and then they, like, try to escape. And I'm thinking that's what happened here, is they tried to escape through his fingers or something, you know? But we'll see whether or not the game throws that to us. But the game basically said, here's enough of everything to give you the good enough answer, but I don't think we solved that case. I'm not satisfied with the resolution.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the police is seriously understaffed currently, at least on the human side. So Uncle Wes decided to send us.
How did that go?
Well, we solved the case.
I don't agree, but
I have second thoughts about it.
good, me too.
Oh well, I probably shouldn't bother you with that.
That's fine. I always enjoy hearing from you.
Oh no, look who's coming straight at us.
Hey! How's it going, guys?
You!
Wait, what?
Oh! What's with you?
Oh, well, yeah.
I almost died yesterday because of you!
What?
This is ridiculous.
You swallowed my pill! Do you know what it's like to suffocate for hours?
All right. I admit.
I'm gonna...
Wait! Please don't hurt me! I had no idea what was going on in the slums! That was just a prank!
A prank?
Very deadly prank. Like, that is very much an asshole move.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, make it up to him.
This was an accident! I didn't want you dead! You've got to believe me!
I swear.
Shh! Mom's coming! Please, guys, don't tell her! It would ruin my future!
Okay, so we've got an opportunity to denounce him. I don't think we're going to be an asshole in return. So I do have a saying. Sometimes you watch karma. What's the word I was using? Who was it that I said that to? I think it was I said it to Wolf. Sometimes you watch karma unfold, or something like that. Hang on, now I'm gonna have to look up exactly what I said. I'm not always elegant with words when they're coming out of my mouth. I'm a little bit more elegant with words when they're coming out of my fingers. That probably didn't sound right. Let's see. Ugh, okay. Thanks, search. That was useless. I'm pretty certain it was here. Anyway, okay, so this is not... I don't remember exactly what I said, so I'm just gonna have to make it up on the fly. Basically, I have a philosophy that sometimes you watch karma happen, and sometimes you have to make karma happen. Like, you are the vehicle through which karma happens. In this case, we are not going to be the vehicle through which karma happens, because I don't want to be the asshole. Like, I don't want to match his level of assholery.
Good. Keep your mouth shut, and everything will be fine.
Not exactly an encouraging response.
Take this free advice from me, and keep it all your life.
I hate him. During yesterday's trial, I almost thought he wasn't that bad. But now...
Let it go. We really need to focus on what's coming.
I could have belted out a bit of song, but I can't sing, so that's not happening. Say, couldn't even hit the notes when I hum.
You're right. This is the final step.
Everyone, as you know, this is your final day. First, let me display the current scores. The final trial starts now. You've got exactly 1 hour. Good luck.
Mom? Wait! What are we supposed to do?
How are we supposed to do this trial if we don't even know what it's about?
I think this is part of the trial itself. In life, we won't always be told what we're supposed to do. It's up to us to decide.
But if we screw up, our future is doomed.
Relax. We'll figure something out.
I got this. I'm out of here, suckers. Good luck for the rest of your life in the slums.
Any idea?
Oh, it is actually timed. Oh, goody.
This morning I got an ad message. The museum is open to everyone today.
The History Museum? Now that you mention it, I received it too.
Maybe that's not a coincidence. It's located in an independent area near the edge of the dome. One of the only areas aside from the center and the police department to be run by drummers.
How do you know all this?
Uncle Wes brought me here once. He said history's very important because it reflects the natural evolution of things, making it easier for us to accept changes.
Accept changes?
Well, you know, he's an old man. Anyway, what do you think?
Good idea. This should be interesting.
Whatever you choose, I'll follow you, Graf. If we do a blunder, we'll do it together.
Thanks, Ott. I'm glad to have a friend like you.
You and I both.
Let's go.
Yay, we have a party member. We should probably save. Okay, good. So it is paused while we're in the menu. Let's see. Where's my cell phone? Oh, yeah. Today is the annual open day for the museum. All citizens from Atlasia are welcome. Don't miss our new exposition on an ancient and forgotten race from thousands of years ago. Entrance near the west border. Maybe that's how we can pay the bill.
Hey, Stewbot is still there.
Strange.
Stewbot, giving you some advance. A little help for humans.
Oh.
Do you know anything about the content of this trial?
Yes and no. Can only calculate probabilities.
And what's most probable?
Competition. Cannot tell.
Obviously.
We better get going.
Hey, Stewbot is still there.
Strange.
Stewbot, giving you some advance. A
Okay.
little help.
We've had the same dialogue. Okay, we don't need to loop that. Okay, let's move on. To the museum. Oh wow, you're slow.
Not many visitors around.
Obviously.
What do you mean?
It's an open day. Drummers don't like getting near slummers very much. On the other hand, slummers are more concerned about daily survival than culture.
You got a point. That's a weird skull. Ears on the side instead of on top? No pointed canine teeth? What kind of species is that? This skull is dated 1 million BR. This stands for before rebirth. It was found at the bottom of the ocean floor, which explains its exceptional preservation state for its age. It belongs to an extinct species we've called tamed Earthian. We've determined that this one was bipedal, unlike most ancient animals. The representations below seem to have been handmade by this species. If confirmed, tamed Earthian would be one of our first ancestors featuring creative skills and a surprising intelligence, though much less developed than our own.
And I'm guessing that looks like the tower, or the Eiffel Tower, and canned food.
1 million BR. Those creatures looked scary. Some wild beasts for sure.
And the number is pink. And a letter is pink. We got pink.
Looks like some ancient model of our Toxout pill. Isn't this screw a bit off? 385 AR. We've been using it for such a long time?
That's kind of interesting.
This medal commemorates the invention of the Toxout pill, also known as the Daily Pill and Anti-Pollution Pill, in 385 after rebirth. It counters the effects of the permanent haze in Atlasia. However, the protective effect only lasts for 1 day. History has forgotten the name of our benefactor, yet this breakthrough discovery allowed the expansion of the modern world outside the boundaries of the dome. Whoever wrote this knows nothing. Living outside the dome is far from a nice thing.
But probably a necessary thing.
What's this tribot doing here?
I wonder, maybe to handle security? Those tribots are scaring me. I better look away. Statues, feathered tails, and stones dated 200,000 BR. These distinct features make them, without any shadow of a doubt, the first traces of the Untail worshipping. 3 stands, 2 statues. Weird. The keys are all aligned on this keyboard. What's it for? I should take a closer look.
So we've got an A, we've got a 4.
Starting from the 9th century, technology got progressive evolutions. Entertainment became an important part of society, as evidenced by all the cultural objects retrieved.
Oh no, is TikTok amongst them?
Here is an ancient musical instrument we've carefully restored according to the materials found in direct proximity of its remains.
I'm not sure that this was restored correctly.
Starting from the 9th century,
Okay, we've already... Space key, okay. Maybe we need to find the letter E. Oh, okay. Oh. Well, I might have made a
hologram
mistake.
with a timeline mentioning the major inventions of our civilization. Usage of potentially polluting power sources was forbidden until the 25th century. This hampered the capacity of scientists to improve our everyday life dramatically. We're all living in a golden era with visible technological improvements over less than one generation.
Oh, sure. For drummers, conditions for us slummers don't really advance at the same rate.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Pipe mail, propulsed bicycles, temperature-regulating clothes, e-physical libraries.
E-physical libraries?
I don't have access to any of the listed inventions. Population is estimated to have grown from 50,000 on Rebirth Day to 1 million by 172 AR. Yet, a dome's housing capacity is supposed to be 200,000 max. Therefore, restrictions on the number of births had to be put into place. Restrictions we still suffer to this day. Some history about the revolt. 5 centuries after the Rebirth Day, tensions increased between the descendants of nomads living outside the dome and the domists living inside. Even though their ancestors made their own decision to live outside, the nomads began to claim the same possessions and rights as domists, resulting in free trade circulation between the two sides. A revolt turned into a war, which claimed hundreds of thousands of victims. It is during this conflict that domists named the outside people slummers, while they respectively started calling people living under the dome drummers. The overwhelming violence of those revolts still resonates to this day. No further rebellion involving all united slummers ever happened again. Some history about the revolt. Those tribots are scaring me. I better look away. 3026 AR, Tridecium 5th, the Autarchism Day. Over the history, several political models have succeeded one another. The longest running, a direct democracy involving several countries, was phased out after years of skepticism and a deep economic crisis. Resistance came from political grounds, who didn't want to believe there could be a better model. However, the vast majority of Atlasia citizens refused those debates. They believed politics to take a growing part of their free time and judged themselves unable and unwilling to decide. A census survey was conducted, which clearly showed that political talks are harmful for humans' health.
Well, I guess you're not wrong in some ways.
It was then decided that politics would be banned altogether.
Well, that was an interesting decision.
A self-proclaimed government now makes the decisions for everyone. This way, no citizen has to worry about bigger state decisions in their day-to-day life. In addition to this, Atlasia became independent, cutting all remaining ties with nearby countries. Atlasia citizens can focus on their own priorities. This freedom is what gave it the name Autarchism.
What? What am I doing? I don't know what this was. Like, there's no instructions. Triangle? Triangle? Are we gonna get a triangle? There we go. What? I don't get it. Okay, there's a triangle. Do I have to keep doing triangle? I have to keep doing triangle? No, I missed it. Oh.
Did I win? I think I heard something fall. Cool, here's my reward.
A triangular prism.
What a strange device. Kinda looks like my phone, but even mine doesn't look that ancient. What's it doing on the floor? That must be an exposition piece.
Sanson.
An ancient device. I wonder what kind of creatures use these. They must be creepy. Also called a pyramid, with a triangular tip. The current sex ratio at birth for females is 31%. Archaeological research suggests this hasn't always been the case, but it is the unequivocal result of our evolution. Who knows? Maybe nature did it itself to prevent disproportionate population growth. In the past centuries, males and females fought for their rights. In our society, females are deemed too valuable to do trivial jobs, and it's their duty to carry and take care of children.
That's a statement.
Again, they forget to mention these rules don't apply in the slums, but the low female birth ratio does.
Yeah, it's not like there are many women roaming around the slums. And the few I've ever met are way too busy making a living to worry about offspring. If we don't get to be drummers, we can pretty much forget getting married someday.
Well, in my case, it's not like anyone would pick me anyway.
Why do you say that?
You know why. I'm an ugly mixed breed.
No, you're not! I mean, yes, you're a mixed breed, and I understand it's difficult, but you're a really nice person. And the best friend I could ever hope for. I'm certain you'll find someone.
You think so? Huh. What about you?
Me?
Yeah. When you get to be a drummer, will you try having a family?
I didn't really think about it. My parentage is so broken that I can't even consider passing this failure on to any children. Besides
what?
Nothing.
Maybe he prefers to bang guys. Okay, what do we got here?
Oh, I don't need any explanation for this one. That's Rebirth Day, the great turning point after the catastrophe which ended up polluting the whole planet. If it wasn't for the dome, humanity could have gone extinct.
Okay.
Population is estimated to have grown from 50,000 on Rebirth Day to 1 million by 172 AR. Yet, a dome's housing capacity is supposed to be 200,000 max. Therefore, restrictions on the number of births had to be put into place.
Wait, I thought... Well, maybe I read that from somewhere else. Okay.
I bet this controls the lasers.
Can I use this on it?
I can't quite move it. Maybe I need to opt for a more brutal way.
I don't want to punch anything quite yet. I don't want to set off the tribots. Oh, there's a hole.
Hey, look! There's some keyhole here.
You're right. I think something's written inside. CC, under STU seat.
Strange. You think this may be a clue?
Might be.
Under STU seat? Not sure I get it. Well,
Is that a paper? I can't reach it from here.
I don't think I have anything I can reach that with. Let's see. Let's try using the screwdriver on the
Wait, what? My screwdriver won't do. The tip is different.
Oh, okay.
Obviously. That's some ancient panel here. There must be another way.
Well, it's triangle shaped, so let's try you.
Yes! The tip of that pyramid fits the screw. And there you go.
E. We've got numbers, we've got letters. I don't know, I'm guessing that the letters are... Wait a minute, if there's an E, we're missing a way to actually do an E. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is A the fourth one in the sequence? 7 is B. Okay. Let me grab a pen. Ugh. So we've got 8, 2, 6, 7, 4, 5, 3, 9. Yeah, these are all unique numbers. Okay. So I'm thinking this is going to be a sequence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 8 is going to be E. A is going to be 4. Or it should be 4 is going to be A. Okay, 1.
That's a weird skull. Ears on the side instead of on top? No pointed canine teeth? What kind of species is that? This skull is dated 1 million BR. This stands for before rebirth. It was found at the bottom of the ocean floor, which explains its exceptional preservation state for its age. It belongs to an extinct species we've called tamed Earthian. We've determined that this one was bipedal, unlike most ancient animals. The representations below seem to have been handmade by this species. If confirmed, tamed Earthian would be one of our first ancestors featuring creative skills and a surprising intelligence, though much less developed than our own.
Oh wait, there's a question mark. Here.
Have you noticed Clay isn't here?
Yeah, I hope we're doing the right thing.
So, you didn't tell me. How did your trial go yesterday evening?
Well, it was okay.
Yeep. Throwing my pen around.
Stubot isn't exactly the perfect partner, but I managed. At one point, he received a firmware update. In the middle of the trial, I lost a few precious minutes because of it.
That's not fair!
Still better than what you experienced with Clay, apparently.
Yeah. He's trusting me. I gotta do my best. Any ideas?
You've noticed those weird blue symbols?
Blue?
They're pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, seems like an ancient language.
Must be important somehow. We can do this!
Right.
Blue symbols? I know that I don't have, like, color blindness or anything, so to me this is pink. The only blue I'm seeing here is, like, the zeros and the BR. I don't know. Maybe they're not able to see that color? Ot. 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 Hold still, please.
Hey. I've gone blank.
What about that triangular stone thing? It's some kind of game. You pick a symbol, and then you must find it again, hidden in plain sight. I tried, but I suck at this.
There's an idea.
Well, I did that already.
I'm not sure we'll win this trial.
Don't despair. Let's just try thoroughly checking everything. It's also possible the puzzles extend outside of here.
Yeah, knowing the director, I wouldn't be surprised if she would try and trick us.
Do you think this could be used to solve a puzzle?
Gotta try. Maybe I should get rid of this.
Don't. Maybe it'll come in handy later.
Well, you're not the one carrying all this stuff.
Yeah, I don't want to stop the trial.
I'll resume my search.
Let's see.
Statues, feathered tails, and stones dated 200,000 BR. These distinct features make them, without any shadow of a doubt, the first traces of the Untail worshipping.
Okay, and I need to remember this is A through I. Okay, 7 is going to be B. 6. This has a 3. 9. Okay. I don't want to go back there quite yet. If some of the stuff is outside, let's check different areas.
One thing's for sure. I'm not coming back here.
Should we go to the museum?
Let's keep looking. Some religious plastic statuettes. No one will mind if I take that damaged unit.
Oh, okay, we got another one.
Without anyone to watch over it, the whole stand is going to be vandalized anyway. I like reading books. Just not that type of reading. It goes pretty much against everything I believe in. I really shouldn't enter these buildings. Well, no more spying, I guess. Going to this dump? No thanks. Got the same...
Okay, so we don't have to go any further in here, but that statuette might be needed for something. I don't think there's much we're going to be able to do here.
Closed. Darn.
Forbidden access.
I should have guessed.
Oops, I didn't want to switch. Can we melt the plastic? I don't know that we want to melt the plastic. We might need it as intact. Well, the stove is there. We'll figure that out later.
Hopefully I'll get my diploma and become a drummer again. I wouldn't want to desperately look for lousy jobs like these every day. Although, Brok doing those lousy jobs is what's currently keeping us fed.
No new mail.
My stomach is in a knot. Eating can wait. Finally, he did the dishes! Such a mess with his stuff, but how could it be any different? He pretty much works all day, only coming back for sleeping and eating. Oh, and cooking. He loves that for some reason. My very personal and totally outdated computer. Nobody uses anything that big. But that's all I have, so I gotta stick to it. Probably not the right time, but I could play in the virtual VR arena.
Yeah, we're not going to do that right now.
Some clothes, pen and paper. Nothing will help me right now. Nope, I can't see anything that'll help.
Okay. Okay, nothing in here.
Hey, Stewbot is still there.
Strange.
Stewbot.
Okay, we don't need to hear more from Stubot. What about the VR loader?
Do I have a reason to use that brainwashing apparatus?
We've already looked at all that. Okay, so not seeing anything outside yet that we need to solve what's going on here. Yet. So, if everything we need is in here, then... what are we missing? I mean, I guess I could, utilize the hint. Let me make a save just in case I set off those bots.
Graph? Are you sure this is the right way?
No.
See? It worked!
Yes, but...
No buts. Let's continue. Another major event happened during Anarchism Day, which was occulted by many news reportings. The newly formed government almost ended prematurely when a group from the slums, called Squealers, attempted a coup. They claimed power in order to protest against the promise that robots would take a major role in the future, leaving many out of jobs. This attempt failed, however, and the new government quickly banned Squealers out of the country with the help of the militaries to avoid any further attempts. That was quite a harsh decision, but in retrospect, I can't really blame them. Those Squealers are quite the scum of our... Wait, that picture.
Yeah.
Must be my imagination.
No, I don't think it is.
Must be my imagination. 3030 AR, August 9th, the blackout. Unprecedented in modern history, a power failure occurred that day for a few minutes. This caused a huge number of problems all over the country. The dome got cut off, which could have had dramatic effects if not for the military tribots repelling slummers from trying to enter the drums. In addition, the tri-web went down. All citizens suffered from unpredictable situations, ranging from getting stuck inside elevators to falling air cars. A few of those accidents led to drum citizen casualties, who shall always be remembered. A few accidents. Mom's name is listed below. An X on this wall.
Hey, there we go.
Whoa! I didn't expect you to hit the wall.
Well, it worked.
Yeah, I've learned that.
I'm pretty sure this button deactivates the lasers, so I don't need it anymore.
Oh, okay.
I wonder what caused this crack.
So I'm going to assume 9 is F. Can I punch the crack? I cannot. Okay. So, if I look at 1, There's a little question mark here, so I'm thinking we have to infer what one is based on all the others. Well, hey, there's an ad.
A collectible ad? Great!
Now, I'm trying to, Oh, hey, there's a little missing statuette. We've got something for that. Oh, there
The
we go.
statuette fits in the slot.
Good job, Graf. I think you unlocked something.
A symbol. That's all?
Must be important.
Okay, so 2 is G. Three is...
A keyhole with the words CC under STU seat.
Under STU... Wait, under student seat? Oh, CC. That's the, Oops. I know where this is. Consciousness Center, under student seat. Under Stu's seat.
Hey, Stubot is still there.
Strange.
Stubot, giving you some advance. A little help for humans.
Oh.
Do you know anything about the content of this trial?
Yes and no. Can only calculate probabilities.
And what's most probable?
Competition. Cannot tell.
CC.
Obviously.
We better get going.
Hang on.
Hey, Stubot is...
Strange.
Stubot, giving you some advance. A little help for humans.
Oh.
Do you know anything about the content of this trial?
Yes and no. Can only calculate probabilities.
And what's most probable?
Competition. Cannot tell.
Obviously.
We better get going.
Well, if it's under his seat...
Awesome! I found another one!
Oh, here we go.
Stubot, please don't mind us.
What is human doing?
Aha!
You found it?
Yeah, a key.
Let's hurry back to the museum.
Okay. I don't know why that was not an available thing when I hit space. But that's fine.
Two to one, this fits into the keyhole. Yep, now what am I supposed to do?
I believe those ancient keys are meant to be turned one side or another.
I'll try.
Look! A panel moved right below the lock.
Does this help us?
I guess it's supposed to.
Okay. 3 is H. So now we need to figure out 5 and 6, and then we can infer 1. You got anything on? Nope.
We can do this!
Right. A couple of heroes used all new technology to prevent the living world from being wiped out. In particular, they built a dome prototype in order to house survivors and, hopefully, prosper again in safety. This event closed off contact between all continents and civilizations on Earth, which are still limited to this day. That's odd. This is an exposition on the construction of the dome, but I don't see one.
So we need a dome. I don't think this would work.
No.
Can I combine the screwdriver on this?
That old thing won't even turn on.
Okay, I guess not. Okay. Have we seen a dome anywhere? That we could, like, pick up and use? Let me think. There's the fruit bowl back at the house. I don't think there's anything in the museum. Come on, let me get through. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything dome-shaped around here. So it's got to be somewhere else. Can I take the bowl? This is so silly. No.
No. Everything left from my past is in there. I promised myself I won't open it until the day I leave this place.
Okay.
No time for that. No time for that.
Okay. I hope I don't have to dig through this to get something. That's supposed to be a not required part, though. Okay.
It's burning. No one's around. Weird.
Let's see. Cabin, slot, garage. I'm not seeing anything here that's like dome-shaped.
You want one?
No thanks. I've already got many at home.
Really? I never thought.
My parents. I'm not sure what to think of it myself.
Me neither. I'm always too busy to even think about spiritual matters. I like reading books. Just not that type of reading. It goes pretty much against everything I believe in.
Yeah. Where's a dome? Wait, what's this?
A neon sign. Quite an antique. I'm surprised it still works. A neon sign. Quite an antique.
How do I get it? Or how do I interact with it? That's the question. Because I don't think I had that option before. It's kind of high up.
A neon sign.
Should we go to the museum?
He's trusting me. I gotta do my best. I'll resume my search.
I mean, this is kind of dome-shaped, but I don't think that's what, we don't exactly have an option to do anything with it.
That must have happened a long time ago. Well, at least I won't wander any further.
Okay, we'll have to keep that neon bulb in mind. Wait a minute, hold on.
We haven't crossed anyone in the streets today.
Yeah, everyone's hiding inside. You know, I'm kinda glad to be with you right now.
How so?
Well, you're kinda strong. I can't defend myself. I totally flunked that self-defense test, remember?
You've survived this far.
Only because I run fast.
Brok would say, being strong lies in your mind.
Easy for you to say. You're both so much taller and sturdier than I could ever be.
Sturdy? Am I? I guess those hard training sessions at the conch worked after all. If a squealer shows his face, he's going down.
Yeah.
Please don't say that. That's probably going to telegraph something that's happening later. I don't like that idea. Because those tend to be a little bit of tricky fights. Bunker? What was here again? Snitches get stitches. Well, I'm not trying to stitch or snitch on anyone.
Oh no, that one's broken as well. No use insisting.
Not seeing anything here dome-shaped. I don't think there's anything here that's going to help. There's nothing there, nothing here. Maybe I missed something at the consciousness center.
Stop bothering.
Not bad. I need to keep this up.
Pixel hunting. Yeah, I'm not really finding anything.
Clearly the best district of the slums. I'm glad I was accepted here. I can't wait to get my diploma and become a drummer.
Oh, wait, there's an ad there.
One more to the collection.
I might need to use some of these ads as a hint. Also, we're gonna have a problem unless we find a letter E to stick in there. Oh, please don't tell me that I have to actually kill the tribots for this. Let's see, exposition space.
The color of the panel is different here. Was something there before?
Oh, this parchment. We still gotta figure that out, don't we? How do we get to it?
Is that a paper? I can't reach it from here.
There's also the mirror that we haven't really done anything with, but... So we've got that parchment, we've got a mirror, we've got this one thing here. What's pause? What is the button for pause? Because I paused it early and I don't remember what I hit. Oh, P. Okay. Oh. Oh, it kills the music too, and I don't want that. So that exposition, we need a dome. There's a parchment up there that we can't reach. Oh, what am I doing? Oop. Try that again.
Some old paper. With nothing on it except for one weird symbol. What's the point? Just as I thought. It fits perfectly.
5 is I. A, B. So that means the last two are either C or D. And I could just try one and then try the other. Because I think I have 2 more guesses to get it wrong. I wouldn't mind trying to figure out what to do about the dome, though. Like, my thought was, can I take the fruit bowl with me? The only other thing I could think of is, like, what about the mirror? I don't think I can punch the mirror. Yeah, I can't punch the mirror. So... And then, how do we hit the letter E when we don't have anything to fit in there? We need...
A collectible ad? Great!
Exposition. What about this crack?
I wonder what caused this crack.
And I can't hit it.
No reaction.
Oop, I didn't mean to do that. Thank goodness it didn't react, because that was an accident. Strange that there's no reaction, though. Oh, wait. Hang on.
I can't press here. The key is missing.
Well, no, I'm trying to put that there to use as a key, but I guess that's not going to work. Let's see, what haven't we interacted with?
Better not make it worse.
Don't think this will work here.
I'm worried about the result if I did that.
Okay. Printed triangular prism.
Also called a pyramid, with a triangular tip.
Let me think. And I still haven't figured out how to pay the damn bill. If we can get into the main dome... But that's not gonna happen for a bit.
150 unis. I'm almost an adult now. I should do my part and pay this.
Yeah, I should. Yeah, I'm trying not to tick down my timer while I think. Where have I seen... Well, we've got two things we have to solve. We need to find a dome, and we need to figure out where the letter E went. Where did that go? Vending machine. None of these are going to help.
Empty. Below is written a primitive mirror, blackened by the passage of time. Its compact form factor made it easy for tamed Earthians to carry around everywhere. More specifically, the presence of countless bacteria indicates that they stored it inside their rectum.
I'm sorry, what?
$1 million BR. Those creatures look
That's not what I wanted.
empty. Below is written a primitive mirror, blackened by the passage of time. Its compact form factor made it easy for tamed Earthians to carry around everywhere. More specifically, the presence of countless bacteria indicates that they stored it inside their rectum.
I'm very confused by that statement. Stand around stone drawer. Wait a minute, what if I... Well, it's a triangular stone. It wants more triangles, so that's not going to work. Steel, hole, tribot, crack, mark.
Haven't I seen this symbol somewhere else?
Yeah, we've already established this.
Must be my imagination. I wonder what caused this crack. Better not make it worse.
I don't know. I feel like I do need to make it worse.
Better not make it worse.
Okay, fine. I need a dome, and I need the letter E. We have a neon light, but that's not going to help with either of those. Have we seen anything else that might help? I'm running out of time. I mean, I can always reload and just redo the sequence of things much quicker. I'd rather not have to, but it's within the realm of acceptable tolerance, I guess. I don't know. I sure missed a lot of these. Well, we're not getting very far sitting around here. Let's, is there anything around the garage that we could do?
Forbidden access. Forbidden access.
I should have guessed.
Forbidden access.
I should have guessed. I can't. That seemed like a great idea, in theory. No, that's stupid.
Okay. Yeah, that's, okay, well, none of that's happening. Oh, okay.
Awesome! I found another one!
Now I'm smelly. Blah. I smell like the river. Is there anything dome-like that I need to go look for? Also, when does the ick clouds go away? Let's see.
Should we go to the museum? Do you think this could be used to solve a puzzle?
Gotta try. Maybe I should get rid of this.
Don't. Maybe it'll come in handy later.
Well, you're not the one carrying all this stuff.
Do you think this could be used to solve a puzzle?
Gotta try.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's keep looking.
I just don't know. I don't know if there's anything at all in this area other than the ad. Guess we'll keep moving. Hype Hill, statuette, book, building, neon bulb, info phone, and we can't go in there. So there doesn't seem to be anything here.
System online.
That one works?
Give me a pill.
You have due bills.
I should have guessed.
What a disappointment.
Well, let's pay it.
I can't believe I'm doing this, but someone's gotta pay that TriWeb bill or our access will get cut.
Scanning in progress. Bill detected. The due amount is 150 units. Sufficient credits. Payout done.
One good thing done.
Thank you, and goodbye.
At least it's polite.
System online.
That one works?
Give me a pill. I should have guessed.
What a disappointment.
Okay, well, at least we got the optional objective taken care of. I didn't think that worked. I thought it was not working before. What the heck? That was strange. Also, doot. Okay, now we're broke, but at least the bills are paid. How do we proceed?
I'm not sure what you're looking for.
I'm not sure what I'm looking for either. I guess that's a hint that maybe this is not a place I need to be. don't know that there's anything here that's dome-like. Oh, look, another
One
ad.
more to the collection.
Well, I'm finding lots of ads, but I'm not finding any of the, anything that I need for however to proceed. Let's see. The bunker had absolutely nothing. I'll check home one more time. The only thing I can think of is that maybe... Is there anything I need? Well, hang on.
I don't want to burn that.
No, okay.
Why are we here?
Okay. We're getting more verbal feedback as to when we're not on the right track. Okay, do you have any hints for us? I still don't know how to hit E is the problem. How am I going to hit the E button when there's no E? Look. So we've got, this is either C or D, and I'll just go ahead and hit C. G H A I D B
I
E.
can't press here. The key is missing.
Yeah. So that's the problem. We don't have the key. We haven't found it. So we can't complete this puzzle. Oh, it resets. Okay. Can I pry the mirror
I'm
out?
ashamed of myself for thinking of such a foolish solution.
Okay, well, I can't pry that off. At least not with that.
People say I'm clever. That's because they haven't seen me try this.
Okay, yeah, I might have to end up reloading my save, because I'm running out of time and running out of ideas. Alright, time to see if the ads help. I bet that if you've gained an ancient item in your inventory that could fill that empty slot in the stand at the leftmost exposition. I tried that!
I can't press here. The key is missing.
Yeah, I know.
I can't press here. The key is missing. An ancient device. I wonder what kind of creatures use these. They must be creepy. An ancient device. I wonder what kind of creatures use these. They must be creepy.
This is the only thing that can go into that space, but it's not accepting it. Do I have to combine it with something?
That old thing won't even turn on.
It just needs to go in there.
I can't press here. The key is missing.
Whoops. Yeah, it's...
I can't press here.
I am trying to get that... That has to be the solution, so what am I missing? And time ticks down while that's faffing around with that. So, like, I could just guess C and D for one. Like, C for one, D for the other, and then swap if I'm wrong. So I could get this. Like, I can complete this. If I can figure out how to get this stupid... whatever this thing is, Samsung device.
I wonder what kind of creatures use these. They must be creepy.
If I can get this thing into that slot. So, hang on. Yes, I do. Tell me. How do I stick it in there? The left... Wait. The leftmost... Oh.
It fits! And displays something?
Okay, cool. Well, now we've got the answer. D is first. Okay. How the hell... Oh. Right. There's bacteria on it because people use those in the bathroom for all their Twitter shit posts. So, yeah, that was why they made that assumption. Okay. So that does not go there after all. So now how do I fill the thing? Remember the triangular stone game? Play it until you get half a sphere. Really? Well then, that's not what I need. What I need is this.
Something fell in that drawer. Another reward for me.
I'll do the other one anyway.
I didn't have this one yet.
Just to confirm it and finish it.
This should be good enough to replace the missing dome. Hey! Something appeared on it!
Okay, that fixes that.
There you go. A crystal clear key.
Okay, now we can do D, G, H, A, I, C, B, E, F.
What was that?
I've solved the final riddle.
Congrats, Graf. I knew you could do it. Back to the cons, shall we?
Okay, let's go. Will this be enough to get our diplomas? Obviously. I have that feeling in my guts again.
Okay. That solves the graphs half of it. Well, that was fun. Now let's see what we can figure out as Brok.
No new mail since the last opening this morning.
What? That's unusual. Did someone steal my bills? I wish. Our mailbox. Graf drew a little cat and croc drawing on it, so we can easily spot it. It's shut, and I can't open it from there.
Okay, so investigate the pills case. How much money do we have? Oh, we've actually got a pretty decent amount of money. That's right, we won our thing before. We've also got to fix... oh, this is not an objective? Okay. Well, we still need to fix what we did to the bit. Eh?
A call. Someone I don't know. Hello?
I need your help urgently.
Hold on. Who are you?
Dr. Gherkin, from the pharmaceutical factory. The Tribots have gone mad. I swear they're after me.
A drummer. Huh. What do you need me for?
Oh, can't I just explain when you're here?
Sorry. I'm already on an investigation, so...
Wait! I'm the only one who could fix the situation in the slums.
The pill shortage?
Not one. I can fix the pipe pills, but for this, I need to remain alive.
That's fantastic news. Well, not that you're in danger, but...
It's my job. No other drummer would agree to accompany me to this dump. Well, no offense.
Nope. It's a dump, all right. I just think you're overreacting. Just a little bit.
I'm not afraid of the slum's inhabitants. But those bots, they're... Oh gosh, there's one in the corner, looking at me. I can see its shadow.
Why me, though?
I took the time to study your history in the last 10 minutes. You've got a track record for street fights. You sure can defend yourself.
Well, I'm flattered.
Besides, you're the only one who replied to my calls.
Oh.
Please, I'm begging you. How much do you want? 2,000 unis? 5?
5,000?
What? Not enough? Okay. Make it 10 then.
10? Deal.
Thank heavens. Please hurry. I'll be waiting for you in front of the factory.
Oh, man. Just escorting that guy from one place to another and get 10 grand? Oh, this is exactly what I needed. A lead and money. Did the tide finally turn?
I don't think it did. Because that is exactly how much we need for that weird bill that we got in the mail. We've got the 100,000 from Leah, and then the 10,000 from this job, plus whatever extra we happen to have to fill in the rest, I guess. But we still need to figure out why we need to pay it. Well, let's get going, I guess. Let's do this real quick.
Closed. Shay warned me. But this lock, that's new. A keyboard, 3 slots, noun plus verb plus noun is written down. Looks like I need to enter 3 words.
I don't think we know what this is going to be yet, but I will write this down. So we've got hope, miracle, strength, time, and chicken. Erases, loves, enhances, is, destroys. I don't know, time erases stuff. Egg. Memory. C. Fat. Money. Time erases memory? Holy shit, it worked!
Hey, what's this egg?
Bro, you're not supposed to be here yet. How did you...
Well, just try different combinations on the door and...
Ugh.
And got it on
That'll
the first
teach
try.
me to use a simple lock.
An earthquake?
You need to leave.
Huh?
Oh no. Too late.
What just happened? Did I sequence break and destroy the world?
This one's been vandalized.
Wait, there was something that said add. Where was it? Where did I see the ad? There it is.
Hey, that's a collectible ad. Nah, even free. I wouldn't want those. Nah, even...
Okay.
I got no business there.
I'm going to assume I don't need to be in there.
I don't need it. I need to hurry up to the factory.
Okay, I guess that's also a sequence break.
To access it, I'll need to cross the border. Hopefully Wes didn't revoke my access. Let us through!
We have children! Don't let us die here!
Well, the pills!
Come on! We deserve to know what's happening!
Everyone! Break that entrance!
The situation is worse than I thought. I was so focused on my own problems. I didn't realize everyone in the slums is suffering.
Stop.
Uh-oh.
The cops.
Please! You must understand!
Violating the law. Stay away or be destroyed.
Mom, I'm scared.
Do something for us! Inform the government!
Violating the law. Last warning.
What should we do?
3, 2,
We can't fight them!
1.
Can't die like this.
Hey, wait! Don't run away! Too late.
Oh, I thought I was going to have to fight them.
A Toxel pill dispenser. Darn, it's busted.
Scan complete. User allowed.
Must be the factory. Now, where's that guy? A fix bot. It's stuck on that container. Must be used to repair that membrane. I have a feeling it's not doing its job. I don't have much luck with bots today.
How am I down to half health already? It said it did 10, didn't it? Or did it do 110? Well, that kind of sucked.
A hole in the membrane. And here I thought this side was a perfect world. Color me disappointed. A self-contained vegetation growth system. That noisy pump inside irrigates the roots of the plants. A hole in the membrane. And here I thought this side was a perfect world. Hollow news of the day.
2 scientists and a guard found dead in Engineer Lab 21.
Oh my gosh. Those guys, they're... Oh, what happened? Did I incriminate the wrong person yesterday?
The criminal remains unidentified. Be careful today, stay inside and lock your entrance. Following these dramatic events, an air car presumably stolen by the murderer caused havoc on the highway. The last remotely related event in the drums goes back to 3030. A police investigator miraculously survived an air car accident while chasing a criminal.
Huh. I didn't remember this. Hollow news of the day.
We've already looked through that thing.
A hole in the membrane. And here I thought this side was a perfect world. A hole in the membrane. A hole in the membrane.
Okay, so they're all just the same kind of hole.
Dr. Gherkin, I can see you. You can stop hiding in that corner.
Oh, Mr. Brok. Sorry, I thought. Yikes!
What's going on?
The Tribots! They're coming!
What?
I hear them.
Oh, great. Another paranoid scientist.
We're not gonna get paid for this job, are we?
Come on, we gotta go.
No!
Seems hermetic. Only one way in. For a human, at least. Come on, don't be a chicken. You're the one who asked me to come, remember?
I won't get out till it's safe.
It is safe.
I don't believe you. What if a bot jumps at me suddenly, or falls from the sky?
Ah.
Okay, so apparently I need to do something to secure the place.
Seems hermetic. Only one way in. For a human, at least. I need to get closer.
How do you get closer? There we go.
Nice. An ad coupon. Yep.
Whoop. Is that a barrier? Am I gonna get zapped if I touch it?
So this is where Tox-Out pills are made. Where are the pipes to transport them? Underground, maybe? At least let me enter.
And allow those monsters to sneak in? Never!
Okay, time for violence.
What are you doing? Stop that!
Only when I've got you out of here.
Boom. I mean, unless there's another solution that I'm missing. Which I don't know if there is, because... I mean, the only thing I can think of is, like, do I do something with the fix spot? Stick? With fix spot?
I don't want to damage it. Shay fixed it. And I guess Sin won't have a use for it now. It's supposed to interfere with electronic devices.
And if I use it...
I wonder if... Nice!
Oh, you bounce it around. Okay. Oh, hang on. Okay. Take it. There. Oops. Eh. Dang it.
There you go. Brand new. I took care of those terrible creatures. It's safe now.
You're right.
Finally.
Those were the... What? Oh, the sound. He must have thought the sound was it. Because it's not making the sound anymore.
This is awful. Who would do such a thing to scientists? I hope it's not some untailed fanatist.
Okay, so apparently we automatically read that, and I was trying to skip it, but yeah. This was actually something we're supposed to read. Hey, Frigonis. Welcome in, and thank you for the hug. How you doing today? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well.
Huh. I didn't remember this.
Okay, I wanted to actually talk to you, not do that, but hang on. Dang it.
Can we talk?
Oh, of course.
Is that guy hiding something from me? Oh well. He's my only clue to save the slums. And get paid. Been wondering for a while. Have we met somewhere? I could swear I've seen you before.
That's possible. I worked with your wife.
You did?
Of course. That was years ago, before I became part of... I mean, there's only one pharmaceutical company in this country after all.
Uh-huh. Tell me more about Leah.
Her abrupt passing was a shock. She was a very valuable asset. I hope her job didn't cause her demise.
Hey, Neil. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Neil. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out here. If I can type. So, Neil was playing a little bit of, oh my gosh. A mystery thing that I can't remember the name of now. And boy, was it getting interesting at the end there. Unfortunately, I had to duck out, but yeah, I was there in time for I'm a fucking investigator. Or no, wait, I'm a fucking prosecutor. Murders on the Yangtze River. Yes, thank you. Yeah, so I was there in time for I'm a fucking prosecutor, and that was great. That was a line. That was a line. It absolutely was. It certainly did not belong in a courtroom. But welcome in, everybody who has come in with Neil. If you don't know who I am Iagra the Orcish Fiddler. I fiddle around with lots of different things. Usually try not to break anything, but I do retro-related stuff. I do orc-related stuff. Kind of whatever floats my boat, as it were. And today we're playing a little bit of Brok the InvestiGator. We're doing a little bit of crime investigation, I guess, as well. But yeah, so it looks like you switched to the Forgotten City. I am not familiar with that particular game. Tell us a little bit about it if you'd like, and how it went. And everybody else, I hope you all enjoy your stay. And I appreciate that you've trusted me with your community. It was interesting. The Forgotten City was interesting, or the murders on the Yangtze River was. What we're doing right now in this game is there is a pill dispenser that like dispenses special pills that help you resist basically pervasive pollution, and they're on the fritz, so a lot of people are not getting the pills that they need, like everybody who does not live in the domed area. There's like a very clear divide between the haves and the have-nots, and the have-nots are losing one of the things that actually helps them survive. So we're trying to investigate that. Now, Brok is interesting here where he's actually immune to the effects of the haze, which is that pollution. So he doesn't need the pills. But, yeah, this scientist here that we're talking with, he wanted us to save him from a bunch of horrible bots, which actually was just a bunch of holes in the membrane that was making sounds. Which I didn't really get the clue for that. Like, maybe he would kind of a clue, like I can hear them out there or something like that, but really he was focused on I can see them, and that's kind of what I picked up, so I kind of misread that clue. Either way, I played their little mini-game, and I got it fixed, and now we're progressing. We're talking with him. We're trying to get a little bit more. So this guy apparently worked with Brok's late wife, who unfortunately passed away. I can't remember the details of how because some of it's a little bit obscured. But yeah, she died, and he blames himself for it. Fragnus has been busy fighting the cold. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better soon. Stay hydrated. Have some nice hot soup. Hopefully it's not too hot of weather for some hot soup. But yeah, I hope you feel better soon. You thought it was going to be a puzzle game along the lines of Talos Principle, but it seems to be a lot more talking to NPCs than expected. Ah, okay. Well, maybe you'll be collecting clues like I am. Whoops. I actually don't want to use the controller for this right now.
What do you mean?
I'm not supposed to say. My contract has a non-disclosure agreement which covers...
Tell me. Now!
Oh, I guess it's fine now. It's been almost 6 years, after all.
Yeah, that agreement has expired. And if it hasn't expired, then it's expired. My fists say so.
Not long before the accident, she made a discovery.
What discovery?
I don't know. That's all she said in her message. It could have been anything. A breakthrough or a minor observation. Who knows? After all, her job was to find stuff. Unfortunately, I think the secret died with her.
Why is this the first time I've heard about that?
After the city power shut down, all data was lost, including this message. I only remember this after the investigation. It didn't seem so important.
We'll talk more after we're done, Doctor.
But I don't know anymore.
I said we will.
All right.
What exactly is happening?
The pills shortage.
Yeah, that's a curious thing.
I don't know much. The bots run the factory and they started going crazy.
Of course, the bots.
In the meantime, the pipe pills all over the slums got damaged, so whatever's in stock wouldn't be transferred.
Then it's not just one problem to take care of.
I'm afraid so.
What does it take to fix those pipes?
It's technically complex. Only an expert like myself can fix them.
Obviously. I'll be around.
Stay close, please.
Will we take him with us to all the pipes and fix them? Okay, we can't go in there. Where are we going with him? Protect him through the slums. Okay, so maybe we do have to have him fix all the things. Let's do a quick save. I have a bad feeling, because I noticed I don't have a straight path anymore. So I think stuff's gonna happen.
More bots.
Oh no! What do we do?
let's go back for a moment.
Retreat!
All right, let me.
Oh, okay.
Oh no!
Okay.
Hey, Metal Brains! I've got the perfect tool to unscrew you. My fists!
Idiotic target acquired.
Hey, I resemble that remark. Ooh, that hurt. Hmm. Ooh, you don't mess around. Well, at least the health up restored our hit points.
Hey, Doc. I could watch you duck and cover all day, but we can't stay here that long.
Oh, good job. Now let me do my part.
A message.
Don't trust that guy. What? I don't want to call anybody yet.
Oh my. That pipe peel is in a disastrous state.
Well, I did kind of punch it a couple of times in the mess of battle.
Squealers, most likely. I bet they learned about the shortages and tried to steal as much as possible.
Fortunately, only external damage. So, Mr. Brok, why a detective?
I thought you read all my history.
Only what can be found in administrative, camera records, and other tracking methods.
Huh? Just figured there'd be some business. There ain't that many investigators in the slums. Why the question?
I just like to talk when I'm nervous.
Makes sense.
Ask me questions, please. I don't like the silence.
Apparently I can't interact with you, so you're just gonna get silence.
I'm done.
Great news! Let's move on then.
I'll be right behind you.
Nothing? Isn't it supposed to be fixed?
I never said it would work right after. Give it some time for the stocks to transfer.
That better work. Nothing?
Rare intense contacts between doctors lately. Need to settle things with Dr. Meek. No, wait. Dr. Meek was listening to music, but okay. Oh, those were those things I didn't. Yeah, okay. Police investigator had an air car accident 5 years ago. She seems stressed out and will be unavailable all day. Open this when truly desperate envelope. Is that in our inventory? It is not in our inventory. It is a implied item that we have. Graf doesn't want anyone to touch him. Okay. The fixed pipe pills still don't work. Warning messages about Dr. Gherkin from an unknown journalist. He's part of something. Let's see.
Scan complete. User allowed.
I'm gonna check Drummer Street real quick.
What are we doing here?
Well, you're following me.
Shouldn't we fix the pipe pills?
Oh, that's right.
I want to check this pipe pill. Code input.
That's new. Please input your citizen certificate. Do I even have one?
Well, I guess we're not getting in there until we figure that out.
This one doesn't deliver pills.
Well, still gonna use it.
Send money transfer, throw away, go back. Okay.
Can you access this area, Doc?
Of course. But
Yeah, I know. Not the right time. I'm just curious.
save this for later. The fate of the slums may depend on us.
Okay. Let's see if anything's changed.
What's wrong?
I refuse to go over there.
It's just a dark alley. We're still in the drums.
But it's scary.
Okay, you win.
Alright, so I can't access that area.
Can't enter without the proper fingers. Drummers work in offices, their rears on floating chairs. Others stay in bed all day.
Yeah, we've already kind of done this. Okay, so we are being funneled into various areas. Let's go ahead and save before we enter this one. Where would be the dispenser here? Is there not one? Maybe there isn't one. Okay. Unless it's in here. Okay, it's not in here. I guess this is if you need to use the bed or something. It gives you the opportunity to recover your health, which we leveled up, and we used health for our level up gain, so I guess we don't need to be here.
RJ!
You know this policeman?
Yeah, with him around, that place is safe.
All right. I'll be over there fixing the pipe pill then.
I assume you got your job back then?
Yeah, but no thanks to you.
Sorry. I intended to convince him today, but you beat me to it. Huh? Another message.
He's lying about himself. Do your
Enough.
job, should be careful.
I need to clear that up. Who's sending me these?
He's lying about himself. Do your job, but be careful.
You don't look well.
No pill.
Oh, should have guessed. Hold on a bit. The doctor here is fixing the pipe pills. You should be able to get one soon.
Don't want your help.
Come on. Don't be stupid. Oh, in the meantime, I'd like to have a word to your boss.
No. Get out of here.
Oh, so that's how it's gonna be, huh? Very well. If it's a fight you want... Seriously, man. You can barely stand on your feet. You'd never win.
Okay. Don't care. Enter.
Good decision.
Mr. Detective? I have to warn you, I'm pretty busy right now.
Yeah. Listen. Any info on what caused that pill situation?
I wish. This is a disaster. At this rate, I'll be out of dough before the end of the week. And clients, too. Oh, one more day and they'll drop like flies.
We gotta do something. With your competence and all your doodads, surely you can investigate.
Don't think I haven't tried. I've searched all over the tri-web. Zip. Nada.
I should have guessed. Nothing replaces an investigation in the field. What's going on with those darn bots?
The tri-bots? What's with them?
Don't tell me you're not aware. Since this morning, they've made countless attacks on people. I can't even count how many I've put into pieces.
You should know better than calling them tin cans.
Very funny.
I'm serious.
So you haven't heard anything?
Not the slightest. But I'll be on the lookout.
Someone's sending me messages from an unknown number. Find out who this is.
Straight to the point, eh? That's easy as pie. 1,000 unis should do it.
I don't have time for this. Do it now, or I might turn your pretty face into mashed potatoes.
Okay. No need to get upset over spare change.
Good, because I didn't have 1,000.
I'll put it on your tab.
Good.
Okay, found it.
So, who is it?
I can't tell you.
What?
Confidentiality, the key word in this profession. It's a matter of trust between me and a client. She specifically...
She? Come on, pour it out.
My professional ethics strictly forbid from revealing her name. But I guess it's okay to tell you a few things about her request.
Ethics, huh?
2 days ago, she asked for a few searches and to notify her of updates related to a few topics.
Which ones?
Here's the list. The government, various statistics over the past year, breaking into some journalist message inbox, finances from pharmaceutical companies, in particular tox out pills.
Well. If I believed in coincidences.
And the whereabouts of a man named Sin.
Sin?
Yeah, a Rue who lived in the drums.
No doubt. That's him.
I've learned over time to analyze emotional states helps a lot with affairs. And I can tell you this. She tried hard to cover it, but she seemed pretty worried about the man.
Sin. I wonder.
Hope you're satisfied. Now shoo!
Huh? Huh? He's barely breathing. The pollution must be affecting him. Oh, the situation's getting critical. Hey, doctor, come. What? Where the heck is he? Oh, great. I had a feeling this mission wouldn't go well. With RJ at death's door and the scientist out there alone, I have 2 emergencies on my plate. What should I do?
Well, I don't have an extra Toxap pill, unfortunately. Did he fix this?
Please. It's not working! Oh, he doesn't look good. What should I do?
I don't have anything for him. I don't know how to fix this. I don't know how much longer he has, either. Wait, this is down now? This was up before.
Oh, he doesn't look good. What should I do?
I guess we'll see whether or not he moved on.
This one's been vandalized.
Well, we got one from it before.
This one's been
with Graph. So, what?
I can't just go and enter buildings at random.
Why? They might have stuff.
The slums are falling apart.
I don't think there's anything in Sin's apartment that's gonna help.
Empty. Why did I bother going through the door?
Yeah, there's not really anything in this area. see if he went to the factory.
Look who's back. Hey, Doc. Me again.
Mr. Detective?
What happened? What are you doing back in there?
I panicked. You were gone. I thought I heard some bots around.
So, you ran to the only place you consider safe?
How did you know?
Just a hunch. Well, come out. We don't have much... oh, no.
Uh-oh.
What is it?
Your friends are here.
Yeah!
Fortunately, they're too dumb to have noticed us yet.
Oh, boy. Oh, this nightmare will never end. What do we do?
They're blocking the way to the left. What about that path on the right?
Is that one safe?
As far as I can tell.
Okay.
I believe this leads back to the border post, but that's a long detour. You choose. Just don't leave me here.
I don't think we have the time for a long detour. 'Cause I don't know how much time RJ has before he succumbs to the toxicity. So, I think we gotta fight. Damn it, I tried to block and I didn't. That's not what I wanted to hit. Try to get out of the way. I didn't quite get out of there in time.
Doctor, the coast is clear.
Oh, okay.
We gotta hurry.
Wait for me!
I'm gonna have to buy restorative.
Quick, check on your friend.
No, he's not breathing. Come on, Big Bear. This is hardly the time to hibernate. Oh, no good. You're a doctor. Do something.
Not that kind of doctor. But, let me see. No pulse. I'm afraid it's too late.
God damn it.
No. Did I waste too much time? I refuse. Wake up. Wake up!
Stop this!
I didn't know him well, but I can't stand losing anyone.
Of course. Nobody does.
We're all going to die.
Eventually, yes.
I mean, everyone in the slums. If not the pollution, the tribots, the squealers. All against us. What chance do we have? What's the point?
No. You're right. We will probably fail.
Way to cheer up someone.
But I'm here for this. We can't give up yet. At least, we must try.
You're right. Obviously. But I'm getting tired of fighting for nothing.
I didn't choose you randomly, Mr. Crocodile Detective. You're one of a kind. I'm putting my trust in you. Listen, while you were away, I was contacted by a journalist. They're willing to spread the word over the media about what's happening here. They're waiting for us in Sector 56X. That's on our way.
Right. Whatever.
Oh, and I'd call the body recycling service, but in our situation...
Yeah. Bringing more bots is a bad idea.
Sorry. We have to leave.
Goodbye, RJ.
Now I feel bad. That's 2 people that I wasn't able to save.
Wherever you are now, tell Leah I'll be staying a little longer. Oh. Should I buy some snacks?
Yeah, we'll carry that with us, and then we'll see if we can go to our bed now that we're no longer on a time constraint.
Maybe I should take a quick shut-eye. Much better.
Yeah, I don't know what I could have done different there. I'm trying to think, but I can't think of anything. Like, I need to have already had one, and I thought I did. I could have sworn it. Maybe I gave it to... Well, no, because I had the spare, and then I had the one that was implied from Shay, and I don't know where the spare went because it's no longer in my inventory. So, yeah. Maybe on a future playthrough I'll figure it out.
I'll fix this one.
The city is so quiet. I'm getting worried.
No, I believe most slummers are staying inside. That's the guideline when the haze is strong and the pollution levels peak.
Hope you're right. So, who's this journalist?
I'm not sure. They were disguising their voice.
Ain't that suspicious?
Well, now that you mention it...
Oh, great. Hope we're not walking into a trap.
Who would be mad enough to make a profit off such a terrible situation?
Oh, I don't know. I can think of some people.
You wouldn't believe how far some people will go around here.
Messenger Sender did a research on sin, did research on government, did research on pipe bills.
I'm done.
Fast enough. Does it work?
For paying your bills, yes.
Who cares? What about the pills?
Well, we'll have to wait until the route is reactivated.
How long until then?
A few minutes? Maybe a day?
A day?
That's a very rough estimate. We don't do this that often.
And let's hope it's just a matter of minutes. Your journalist isn't here yet.
Let's look around.
Hey!
What? Where are they?
Bots? No, just wanna chat.
Okay, no new topics.
Enough chit-chat. Back to work.
You're enjoying this? You must have suicidal tendencies. There are pills you can take to...
No, thank you. I got no business there.
Wait, let me check something real quick. Meet the journalist somewhere here. Oh. It's you.
You?
I wasn't expecting...
Dr. Gherkin, I explicitly told you we should meet privately.
This is just my bodyguard. Don't worry about them. What's your name?
D. Let's keep this short. We're both busy people. I need some crucial information.
Very well then. Ask away.
Well, time for more of this.
Uh-oh. Sorry to interrupt, but some friends are following us.
Oh gosh, not again!
What's going on? Why are they attacking us?
Beats me. Stay back. I'll deal with them.
Ha! Don't think I'll simply stand by and watch.
Glad to have some help, but she's only got 78 health.
Looks like we're good. For now, anyway.
Dr. Gherkin, please follow me.
All right.
Wait!
Huh?
I don't trust her.
No, thanks for the help, huh?
I didn't ask for your help.
Oh, Mr. Cowboy thinks he's so strong.
This ain't no cowboy hat, miss. I'm a detective.
I see. Bodyguard, detective, and cowboy. You can do everything, huh?
I also make a mean burger.
It's none of your concern. I'm only here to interview the doc.
Somehow, I doubt that.
What?
While I was fighting, I started to put two and two together. You're hiding something.
You were brainstorming in the middle of a fight? This is ridiculous.
Are you certain about this, Mr. Detective?
Trust me on this.
I don't have time to argue. Let's keep this moving.
No. My mission is to protect the doc so he fixes the pipe pills, not to wander around for an interview. We're not going anywhere until you've explained your true motive.
Aren't you persistent? Fine, you win. Ask away.
Doc, leave us alone for a minute.
But, Mr. Detective...
No worries. Put yourself in the corner. Scream if you spot one of those darn machines.
Oh, okay. Don't take too long.
Let's get started.
What's her connection to Brok? Well, I know that we saw her in a fight before. Let's see. Warning messages for an unknown. Let's see. This is a maybe. I can't remember who the girl was. Like, I can't remember the picture, unfortunately. But let's try these.
Earlier, you mentioned this was none of my concern. But your actions say otherwise.
My actions?
The messages you sent me. Don't trust that guy. Wondering about the sender, I asked a few questions to a particular individual named The Gloom. He confirmed a journalist woman sent them.
No way. That guy promised to keep it confidential.
Thanks for confirming that.
I know how to squeeze the facts out of crooks like him.
I squeezed him with my muscles.
Now, considering you're the journalist who contacted Dr. Gherkin while concealing your identity, it's not hard to believe there's only one person behind all this. You.
Good thinking. A bit far-fetched, but you certainly hit the spot. Yes, I have reasons to believe the doctor is not coming clean.
Right now, I'm not sure who has the most secrets. But why bother warning me?
I'm not sure. Trusting an investigator seemed right. To be honest, I'm already starting to regret it.
There's no trust without truth. That's the whole point of this interrogation. Now, I have some clues regarding your true identity.
D is journalist and warned me about Dr. Gherkin. Okay. I'm not sure if we're jumping straight into this, but we'll see. Let's see. We could try these two?
There must be a link. It's not clear enough yet.
Okay. What about these?
I can't see any link between those two clues.
Okay. Let's see. In the dark alley, I felt like coming back from the dead. I do remember that, because I got a plot death on that one. I got punched for 200 hit points, which was how many hit points I had. Let's see. Did I do? I think I did these. I think I did those already.
Sin. The name rings a bell, huh? Of course it does. He actually hired me for an investigation 2 days ago. I found a picture of him with a woman and a little girl in his apartment. That night, when I met you in the virtual arena and accidentally revealed your appearance...
And I still hate you for that.
Took me a while to make the connection, but I finally realized you were in that picture. The hacker also mentioned you did research on Sin. Obviously, you've been separated for a while and you wanted to know his whereabouts. All this makes sense. Sin was a drummer, so you'd have to be as well. Journalism is a job only drummers can do. And I guess it's a coincidence you've asked us to meet right next to where he's been living. But I don't believe in coincidences.
Huh. Impressive. I'd say you're the best detective ever, if not for the luck that you've had in all these situations.
Sometimes it's a lot of mashing one thing against the other until they fit.
Huh, not luck. Quite the opposite. Always implicated in the worst events.
In any case, you're right. Sin Silver is my husband. The love of my life.
Weird way to describe someone you ditched.
It's a long and personal story.
Okay, let's not deviate from the matter at hand. Although this brings a whole new question. What exactly are you looking for?
Okay, what's the real reason she contacted Dr. Gherkin?
Maybe, no, that's silly.
Maybe now these are linked?
There must be a link.
Okay. Let's see. What's the real reason she contacted him? Probably something, maybe government media
I
related.
can see the link, but that doesn't bring anything new.
I mean, she's probably worried about her husband, but...
Oh, my brain is melting.
This keeps showing up, and it's kind of like an annoying fill-in. What is the reason she contacted? Besides being worried about her husband, what other reason would she have to contact him? Maybe this.
I'm starting to wonder if I'm really fit to be a detective.
No, because I'm wondering, like, maybe because Sin is imprisoned, maybe she's worried about what the government might try to do to him. In fact, let me try that.
I can't.
Yeah, okay. Just for the heck of it. Yeah, okay. I didn't think so. This is probably just a red herring kind of thing. I feel like I'm missing information. Or I'm just not thinking this through. What is the real reason? Like, she's probably worried, but, like, what am I missing here that's, like, the connections? Like, okay, she's worried about her husband. It would make sense that with the shortage that she's worried that he's, you know, succumbing to the haze the way RJ did. Maybe this?
Oh, my...
Okay, no. We're just rubbing things against each other until they fit. Let me see here. Let's see. Resume the interrogation and choose to combine these clues. Okay. Really? Okay.
It's obvious you hold a grudge against Dr. Gherkin. First, you warned me about him with your messages. Then, you're worried about what may happen to your husband. I have a hard time imagining it, but is Dr. Gherkin a threat?
I'm still gathering evidence, but in an indirect way, yes. He doesn't know my identity yet, and I intend to use that as an opportunity.
He's just a scientist working in a factory. What could he possibly do?
That's where you're wrong. He's much more than that.
So, the scientist's job is a front?
More or less.
I think I'm starting to understand.
Okay, so he's a threat. He did say he's part of something.
There's... I'm starting to wonder...
Okay, did he have something to do with this?
Okay,
maybe not.
There must be a...
Alright, I just wanted to make sure that the things that have a clear connection, like, even if they're not connected, why does she suspect? So you suspect that he's a threat. Why? Because he said he's part of something. So it's like these two seems to be, you know, yeah. There's an idea there, but we're missing a step. So what are we missing? Maybe related to media. Maybe he's part of media.
There's an...
Yeah, he's not... Did he do something?
I'm starting to want...
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be responsible for taking the terminals out of order. Possibly, maybe? I don't know. Maybe because you suspect him because of the research you did.
I can see the link, but...
Okay. Why does she suspect him? What am I missing? Like, what is my brain missing? This is one of those things where, like, I'm rubbing things together and it makes me feel stupid. It's like, why does she suspect me? Well, he said he's a part of something, so that's, I would say, a valid reason to be suspicious of him. I don't know. This?
Oh, my brain is melting.
So's mine. Fine. Message sender did research on government. I did that! Hang on. Do I have to put him in a specific order?
No way!
I thought, didn't I do that? Or did I did it in the other order and it didn't like it? I'm confused.
You asked the hacker for searches on the government? And he accidentally slipped that he's part of something.
So you finally do understand.
That guy, as slim as an asparagusite, is a member of the government?
Yes, and I have proof of it.
Now I get it. Ever since meeting him, I thought he looked familiar.
Impossible. Citizens don't know the members of the government.
I did the pipe pills ones. Okay. Well, I thought I had also done that one, but okay. Welcome in, Fallen Jin. Welcome in, and thank you for kind of steering me straight. Only swole people can be politicians? Yeah. I guess. Citizens don't know members of the government. Yeah, so it's... Brok shouldn't know this, but he somehow does.
Well, true. Wait, but that doesn't make any sense. Why would he risk his life around here, all alone?
I have a theory on this.
Besides, the government's purpose is to serve the citizens, isn't it?
Don't be silly. You know things aren't that simple.
I bet this is the reason why you're directly concerned.
Okay. What's the problem with the government? I guess this?
That's why. You only bring trouble around here.
Hey!
Sorry, I meant...
Okay, that's not it. What is the problem with the government? They have control over media.
You're working for the media. And the government controls the media. I can see where this is going.
In a nutshell, yes. That guy is responsible for my situation and Sin's.
Your situation? You still didn't tell?
Listen, time is running out. I need you to trust me.
He's not in the corner. Has he been, like, standing
What's your
there
plan?
the whole time?
Luring him into a place where he can't escape.
He's standing right there. Hang on. Nope, die. Ha, got it. Hang on. I got ink all over my fingers. Right. I had to squish a bug. Very annoying bugs. Hate bugs.
What? That sounds pretty...
Okay.
Ah! What the heck? They can jump now?
What's going on here?
There's so many of them.
We're done for.
Come on, we gotta get out of here.
And go where?
Anywhere is better than here.
There's a bunker a few blocks from here. I have access to it.
Good.
Stay close to us, Doc. Let's go.
Okay, good. I don't have to do an
Go
action
into the
scene.
bunker. This was a perfect opportunity for a plan. I should have protested against it, but in the situation we were in, this was our only option.
Okay, that's the end of chapter 5. Final chapter.
Psst, Graf, you're nervous? You know, it's weird. I've imagined this moment many times. I thought I'd be super stressed, like the world on the verge of collapsing. I mean, if we don't pass, it's game over. We won't have a second chance.
Ott, please.
Oh.
Not me. I'm confident. If you're not, maybe you just don't deserve to become part of the best.
Shut up.
Sorry.
What? Clay just apologized?
He's apologized before.
Yeah, I know. I've been a little rough with you guys. I just needed it to get confidence in myself.
Maybe the world is collapsing after all.
Don't pay attention. He just wants to leave a good impression in case he failed.
No, I'm serious. Mom's coming. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now who's the one stressing?
Everyone, before announcing the results, I would like to congratulate all of you. You've been offered this opportunity because you were the hardest working students from this year. Keep this in mind, whether or not you'll be living under or outside the dome. You are the future. This world needs you. Yet, there are many things you are not aware of. Each one of you is special. You're all linked together in ways you can't even imagine. I'd like to correct myself, though. Despite your hard work, your skills, and your intelligence, they're not the main reason you've been chosen.
Oh?
During those past years, I've attempted to make you aware and prepared. But no longer. In a few moments, your destiny will be in your hands. Now, here's the moment you've been waiting for. The final results. Here's Stubot's score. As you know, this is the reference. Any score equaling or superior to this means you pass. Clay, my son, here is your score.
Yes!
I would like to point out that no favoritism whatsoever has been exercised. All criteria used for ratings are neutral. Next candidate, Ott.
Phew, that was close.
Congrats! I knew you could do it.
And now, Graph.
Get a better final score than Clay? I got a better score by 1 point.
I passed!
It's not that simple. You have received a 40 points penalty.
From what?
So, here is your final score.
What? Why?
The system has performed a check. Graph, your tutor is registered as a drummer.
Brok? A drummer?
As such, this breaches the institution rules that you signed when you got accepted here.
Uh-oh. That was something we did at the start of the game.
This center is strictly reserved for slums children.
But... Oh, I know. He's taken a job as a police officer. Temporarily.
No. He's registered as a permanent citizen. It's right there in the government mainframe data, which is inviolable.
No, we violated it.
I'm sorry, Graph. The rules are the rules.
He lied to me?
Furthermore, you should have been automatically excluded. However, I attempted to save your profile by reclassifying this as a first-class penalty. This is the best I could do. Unfortunately, with your total score, this still wasn't enough for you to pass.
So you have to get at least a 90, I guess, in order to get a passing score.
I'm truly sorry.
Sorry? If you truly are sorry, change this!
I wish I could. My abilities are limited. I didn't write the rules.
Then, who did? Wait. If he's really a drummer, doesn't this automatically make me one as well?
You should know this by now. Children need to prove they earn this right. This is too late.
This can't be happening.
I shouldn't say this, but don't worry about it too much. You have a great destiny lying ahead of you.
A great destiny? I'll get to live the rest of my life in the slums. How can this be of little importance?
The final results are currently inside the center data. They will be transmitted to the government data frame tonight. Due to current events, there won't be any ceremony. I shall inform you as soon as possible when you're able to move under the dome. That is all. May the intel watch over you.
Well, that sucks. You didn't deserve...
Go away!
I just wanted to say, fathers should never be trusted. My mom learned this the hard way. I'm sorry for you.
I don't want your pity! Scram!
Take care.
Did you hear what she said?
Boys, I have to close the building. Congratulations, Zot. Your arrival statistics showed a very low percentage of success, yet you passed. Your uncle is very proud of you.
Uncle Wes? How can you?
As for you, Graf, this is just a small setback. Do not let anyone else decide your future. Be strong. Prove yourself.
So, this is where our path ends. Goodbye, Ott.
What? No way! I won't let you go like this!
No choice. You'll be living under the dome soon. I'm glad for you. But you better stay away from me.
What?
My bad luck could be contagious.
Wait. That's not fair! You deserve to pass.
Life's unfair.
The Graf I know would never give up.
Well, you're wrong. I never showed my true self. I'm just a liar and selfish. After all, I take from my old man. Why did you hit me?
Get a hold of yourself. Haven't you noticed? The director said the results would be transmitted to the government's mainframe tonight, which implies...
They're not yet.
Yes, she's been giving us a hint.
If we can find a way to change the center's data before it gets transmitted...
You'll be accepted.
This is cheating.
Just this once. For a good cause.
And probably very risky. Are you sure you want to go along with this?
Is there any other choice?
I guess not.
The only question is, where do we start?
So we can break into the center, call Brok, call Shay, or check our inventory. I don't have the option to save. I'll be honest, I kind of feel like well, I don't know if we can contact Shay. We're probably gonna have to break into the center, though.
I know someone who can hack into computers. Darn, she's not replying. That's not normal.
Do we have another option?
Brok probably is not going to be reachable.
No choice. I'll call Brok.
How would he help?
I'm not sure yet, but it's worth a try.
Hello?
Hi, I might need your,
Bad timing, son. We're trying to reach some kind of bunker right now, and, oh gosh! More are coming!
That's not good.
What's going on? Looks like he's the one who needs help.
Oh, great. I have no idea what he's involved in, but my future is at stake. I know him. He'll be fine.
If you say so. Any other ideas?
My belongings. I know! This morning, in the mail. There. An invoice from Mr. Rekka.
Rekka? What a weird name.
Well, let's see what it could mean. Hacker.
It does sound suspicious. And I get it now.
Oh! Spelled backwards, it becomes...
Hacker! Yeah!
What kind of hacker sends an invoice?
Maybe one who wants additional work. There's even an address here. Only valid for a few days.
That's silly.
Maybe that's why he's not detected by the automated security system. Sometimes the best solutions are the easiest ones.
Okay, it's worth a shot.
Yeah. Besides, I'm curious to know what business my old man had with him.
Let's check this out.
I can't put my finger on it, but this invoice seems fishy.
Okay. So yeah, this is the gloom, I guess. He did say he would put things on our tab. Oh boy. Well, we should probably do a save. Let's check other areas before we hop in there. Okay. I don't think he'll be able to use it, but...
Closed. Darn.
Okay, so he's not gonna try to use the pad on it, but I guess that's just a weird hint-ish thing for Brok's side. What did I say? Time erases memory is what she had that as. Well, he did say he was going to the bunker, but I don't know. Is RJ still there? Probably not. Oh, this bunker. Never mind. Wrong kind of bunker. Excuse me, wrong kind of bunker. Oh, he was on the hacker backstreet.
It's here.
That door?
Aren't you scared?
Well, yeah, but we need to do this.
What?
Let's go. Look, the pipe pill.
Holy cow.
What's going to happen to everyone in the slums if this keeps going on?
One problem at a time.
Look, the pipe pill.
This should have been fixed. Graph, you obtained 25 points during the last trial.
Pipes.
No, Graph. Your future won't consist in gathering rubbish.
I wish.
Graph? I don't feel confident enough to go there.
You're right.
What the? Kids? Tisk, go play outside. I really need to find me some other goon.
Actually, we came to see you. You're a hacker, right?
I prefer the term skilled programmer bypassing securities. Wait, how do you know?
Doesn't matter. I need your help.
Ha! And you brought your pocket money, eh? I seriously doubt this will suffice, kiddos. Go away. You're wasting my precious time.
No.
No?
Listen, we're clients, right in front of you. What kind of businessman would ignore an easy sale?
Okay. Go ahead and tell me all about your lost cuddly toy.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Tell me more about the croc from yesterday.
Yeah, there are 6 secret words in our data world, boy. Confidentiality.
That's just one
This is a deal between my client and me. No one else.
You don't understand! He's my
tutor.
Yeah.
He can be the Pope for all I care. You won't get anything from me.
Stupid squealer.
What did you just say? I'm not one of those dirty rats. I'm a mouse. You should know that by your age.
Okay. Sorry. Jeez.
Kids nowadays. What a disrespectful bunch.
So?
You'll keep bothering me with this, huh? Don't stay around him. That guy is shady.
Says the even shadier hacker.
He claimed to be a policeman. This doesn't make any sense considering his record.
What do you mean?
I've already said too much.
Tell me more.
1,000 unis, or my mouth is shut.
What? Forget it. I need you to hack into the Consciousness Center's data frame.
I see. You posted some naughty pics and they caught you, huh?
No! I just need to pass my exam. I had great results. I should have passed if not for...
For what?
I thought you wouldn't ask questions.
You expect me to do a clean job, don't you?
My old man is a drummer, which is forbidden. Well, just make sure I pass.
Well, there are quite a few firewalls and other securities there, but that's feasible. For 100,000 unis.
What? 100,000?
I warned you. That's the price for a quality job.
He's a crook.
Hey, I'm doing a risky job.
Come on, Graf, let's find another way.
What other way? We've explored the possibilities. There's no other solution.
But how are you gonna get that kind of money before tonight?
Let me think.
Don't take all day. I hate flies buzzing around me while I'm working.
I have the money.
What?
Take a look at this. This account was opened by my mother. There's more than 100,000 unis on it. She's dead now, so this means I'll have access to this money in a few days when I turn 16.
How come?
I just found out about this myself.
Interesting.
I guarantee you, you will get the money in a few days.
Don't! This must be money your mom saved for you! You can't!
Then what's the purpose of it? Wouldn't she want me to use it to ensure a better future for myself?
I don't know, but...
It's decided.
Give me your hand, boy. So, you are Graf Filch, aged 15. Birthday in 3 days. Looks like you're telling the truth. Alright, deal. Come back in 3 days and we shall sort this out.
No, you don't understand. The data will be transmitted tonight. You need to hack the server now.
And do credit for you? Nah, no way.
This is a matter of life and death.
Exactly. For me as well.
Listen, do you really want to pass on the opportunity to win 100,000 unis?
Alright. With your prints, I should be able to plan a wire transfer right now. I'll reroute it to a few of my cryptocurrencies for safety reasons.
I'm sure that'll pan out.
But I warn you, this won't be cancelable.
Do it.
Graf.
And done. Just one thing. Keep in mind, I'll be watching over you, boy. If you dare double-cross me, I have the means to ruin your life.
That's okay. I know a croc that can destroy yours.
Oh, don't worry. It already is.
Now, give me some space. I need to focus.
Come on, Ott.
I can't believe it. What's wrong with you? 100,000 units? Even in the slums, you could have lived like a lord for years with that kind of money.
Sorry, Ott. I can't stay here.
Okay, it's your decision after all. I'm not saying it's bad. Just... maybe you should have thought a little more about it before rushing straight ahead.
Well, it's done.
Boys, what did I say? Leave the heck out of my place!
He better deliver.
Guys, about the dough I owe you. Yeah. Well, I got something for you that should make up for it. I just require your help with something first.
What now?
I was thinking about the tox-out pills shortage. Even if we get to live under the dome, we can't just leave all the slums people without any solution, can we?
I agree.
I've already asked Brok to investigate, but...
Good idea! He's a great detective! Uncle Wes is also on the case. Still, we should give it a go ourselves as well. It's too important.
Okay, let's try. I have a feeling those squealers are involved. We should go check that alley.
This might be dangerous.
Yeah. Listen, don't ask how, but I've got an app on my phone to track my old man.
You do?
If anything happens to me, go fetch Brok, okay?
I hope I won't have to, but you've got my word.
Oh good, that means something's going to happen to us. Oop, I didn't want to switch.
It's here.
Quick! Open it!
Sure.
What?
Let me think. Now, where did I put this key?
A key? Like an actual key?
This bunker was built a long time ago during...
Forget the history lesson.
They're coming. We don't have much time.
Ah, there it is.
Give me that.
Oh boy.
What's that? There seems to be another mechanism in there. Doc? You've gotta be kidding me!
I have to repair this one. It's my job.
But how do I open this portal?
I won't be of any help. It's my first time here.
Oh, great.
They'll be onto us in a minute.
One of us has got to hold them back, while the other figures this out.
Who should fight? I think Brok should fight. She does not have a lot of hit points. And, Brok does not have the knowledge necessary to do this, because I don't have the knowledge necessary to do this.
D, can you check this?
Sure, but
I'll keep them away as long as I can.
riddles aren't really my thing. We won't have a second chance.
Just do it, okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
You'll thank me if we get out of here alive.
Nah, they won't get past me. Bring them on.
Sorry about all the noise.
Yes!
Congrats. Just let me finish. There you go. Come on, Doc.
1 second.
Yeah, I know. That was kind of my thing, too. It's like, why can't the money just kind of, like, suck into me whenever that happens? Money. We need so much of it.
Done.
Which way?
Let's split. You take the left. I'll go with the doctor.
But Mr. Brok is...
Hurry! They're here!
The door locked itself. Why did she insist on going the other way? I hope Dr. Gherkin is safe with her. There you are. What the heck are you doing?
Interrogating.
Is that what you call it? I have some friends that would call that something else.
She hooked me there.
Are you nuts? You think it's the right time for this?
This guy is hiding something.
What about you?
I thought I had come clean.
No, you didn't. I wasn't finished when all those bots landed on us.
Fine. I'll tell you everything, as long as you don't get in my way to interrogate him.
Can't promise that.
Then we'll have to settle this once and for all.
A fight? No thanks. I've had enough brawling for the day. Should I remind you we're surrounded by bots who want us dead? Let's save our strength for them.
I guess you're right.
And talking about that, man, those things are everywhere. And relentless.
I'm scared. Can someone untie me?
Not yet.
But...
Are you suspecting the doctor to be the cause of the robot's havoc?
It's a possibility. He's involved in a lot of things.
That can't be right.
I've got nothing to do with this. I swear.
If he unleashed them, why risk his own life by getting through the slums? What would he gain from this?
I don't have all the info yet, but I have the means to find out.
Well, I'm not sure. Something's off.
What do you mean?
What is off? The Tribot's behavior, the pill shortage, Dr. Gurgen, all of it?
I'd like to test something. Can you open the door to these bots?
Probably. Why?
I'll stay hidden. Release one.
Are you mad? You realize they may all come at us when I open this door.
Trust me.
Very well. I'll try. Just one.
Hello. How may I serve you?
That one seems nice.
Bring it closer to Dr. Gherkin.
Don't!
Go ahead, bot. To that man in front of you.
Oh no!
Target acquired.
Uh-oh.
Huh?
It's gone crazy.
I'll handle this. You were right, Doc. They're after you.
Now do you believe me?
Someone must want you dead.
I'll figure out what's happening, but I need both of you to start pouring it out. First, Doctor, why did you call me?
This morning, I was alone at the factory.
Alone?
Yes, the production process is automated, and no human operators. Actually, the pill shortage is the only reason I went to the factory today. I was starting to understand what was wrong, when suddenly, a massive number of bots rushed out of the factory, hitting me in the process. I concluded they went crazy, got frightened, ran outside to the entry box, and you know the rest.
And you never thought leaving all the work to a bunch of metallic boxes would be a bad idea?
No! The production has been working well for years. This is all very strange. These bots were programmed for one specific task at the factory. They shouldn't attack people.
No offense, Doc, but I don't trust all those programs. By the way, how come you have access to this bunker? After all, you're a stranger to the slums.
Well, ouch!
He's fainted. What's your problem?
He wasn't going to tell you the truth.
But you will?
This time, yes.
Fine. I'm all ears.
As a member of the government, he has the keys to the city.
I guessed. I was merely trying to get him to admit it. Anyway, I need a break. Let me check this room.
Don't waste your time.
Oh, okay. Now we get a chance to save.
Doesn't seem very practical to watch the latest Skyball match. Tempting, but for once, I'm mighty afraid of the consequences if I did that. Hate those. If my eyes aren't deceiving me, there's some food inside. But I can't reach it.
control panel? Apparently I can't get to the control panel. So I might have to fight all these things at some point.
Isn't this a view of the bunker entrance?
Oh boy.
I've been in an awful lot of messed up situations in the past, but this is the cherry on the cake.
And we're the cherry.
Don't eat me.
Oh, he's out cold. That girl is crazy.
Hey!
Yeah, did I really say that out loud? Can't go there. The way is blocked.
But I was just over there.
You're done?
We're stuck here.
I told you, but we'll have to escape somehow.
One thing at a time. Tell me about yourself. From the start, please.
As you know, I'm a journalist. When I started this career, it was more than a job to me. This was a way to uncover the truth and make a difference in this apathetic world we live in. And that's why I got sick of writing articles like, how to prepare the best worm cake, or this year's best liveys. So, I spent months working on another investigation undercover.
Don't you have a family to take care of?
Yes, but a journalist always finds time for important matters.
Right. I forgot you drummers barely work 4 hours a day.
What a stereotype! Ever since I was a kid, I've noticed things changing. Drummers became less critical. They lived in their own bubble.
Literally.
Is that really new?
To this extent, yes. I investigated the evolution of every activity of our society. And I made some important discoveries. I was about to make them public through my media when the trouble began. You know, there's one thing even more important to me than my career.
Yourself?
No, my family. My colleagues found some videos of Sin cheating on me with another girl. This set off something inside me. He betrayed me. He betrayed our daughter. My colleagues acted nice and understanding in front of me, but behind my back, they laughed. I couldn't bear it. I got mad. I quit my job. Thus, I lost access to the best way to spread information.
I can see where this is leading.
Sin and I argued. He said it was all lies. I didn't listen, didn't believe him. Why would I? There was tangible proof. That video seemed so real.
So this was before the advent of generative AI and kind of like how it's currently affecting things. Not too long before that advent, though. So it would have been interesting to see how the story would have changed. You know, like, would she have realized that's very prevalent at this point in time? But I don't know.
But he insisted. And if he wouldn't admit to it and apologize...
You threatened to start an expel procedure.
Yes. But he ended up leaving by himself. Despite this, I had no intention to give up on my investigation, so I reached other media. They refused my story, each and every one of them. This didn't make sense. Why would other news corporations turn down exclusive breaking information? Without proof, this is only a suspicion. But logic meant they're all facades.
You said it earlier. All information in the drums is controlled by a single entity, right?
Yes. This theory got even more weight when I found out that all my findings vanished. The local data stored in my DNA, all my backups, even the original sources and everything linked to them. All gone. It was as if I had imagined it all. My friends started to think I was losing it. They were even ready to send me to a mental hospital.
Yeah, well...
Shut up, it's not a laughing matter. My friends took my daughter from me. They didn't believe me. I had lost everything. My job, my family, my friends, and my mind. But the tides of misfortune finally turned. I always carry a memory chip hidden in my clothes. During one of my investigations, it broke and stopped connecting. This made me think. What if all my backups were simply erased when I accessed the TriWeb? But I still couldn't check the data on that chip without risking it to be flagged as unsupported and erased. So, I came to the slums and brought the chip to that person called the Gloom.
Ha! What would we do without that darn mouse?
This was my last hope, my last chance to prove I wasn't just crazy. And I was right. The data is there, only part of my findings, but enough to validate all my theories. Now, I realize how much of a fool I've been. All this was a distraction. The videos were fake, very elaborate ones and undetectable to the human eye. They destroyed my life for one single reason: to prevent me from revealing the truth.
But who? What truth? Our friend is waking up.
Good timing.
Oh, I feel bad. Please, release me.
Not until you confess. Admit it, you're a member of the government.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Fine. Maybe another press of that button shall shake your memory.
No!
Stop that. I'll take it from here.
No, you won't.
Trust me. You won't gain anything with constant threats.
Fine. Have it your way, cowboy.
Let me gather the pieces of that puzzle. Doc, I can tell that something's bothering you. And this isn't a comfortable situation, but I need you to trust me.
Oh, okay.
First, let's talk about this morning.
What is Dr. Gherkin hiding? So we know that him being part of the government is one of the things he's hiding. The Triangle judges prisoners. Is he a prisoner, I wonder?
Okay,
can't... so I guess that's not it. I mean, the behavior changed and they are exclusively...
You've said the Tribots changed behavior this morning. And we've proven they're exclusively targeting you. Did you notice anything before they left the factory?
Before? Now that you mention it, they received a firmware update.
An update? Who manages those?
There are dedicated labs of engineers working on all the AI improvements.
Yeah, I believe I met 2 of these guys yesterday. But do they send the updates themselves?
No, the decision to send a firmware update to production lies in the hands of the government.
Is that so?
So, what is he hiding?
There must be a link. There must be a link.
I was thinking maybe he's a criminal, or he's considered a criminal, I should say. We'll do the...
Doctor.
Okay.
What did you do exactly with the pipe pills?
I tried fixing them.
You tried, but failed?
He's right. I've checked myself. After your visit, the pipe pills still weren't working.
True. Actually, I'm not entirely sure why.
Pray tell.
Back at the factory, I noticed the pills stopped being sent to the slums due to missing signatures.
Signature?
Each pipe pill has to validate its authenticity in order to work.
Why?
Otherwise, anyone could reroute the pipes to get unauthorized medicine. Somehow, all the signatures in the slums vanished. Probably due to external damage. So, I attempted to input the signature back into each one.
Stupid. Why not apply the change to all pipe pills at once?
No, it's said in the hardware. Direct contact is required.
Okay then. We should split the work. That'd be faster.
Impossible.
Simple ideas are always impossible for you tech guys. Why then? Don't tell me you're the only person in this country who can do it.
Precisely.
What?
The signature is kept secret. That's the whole point.
You've gotta be kidding me. What if something happens to you?
Why do you think I hired you?
Wait. If that's true, then it gives some credit to something we suspected.
Something we suspected. Let me see if this is it. No. We'll see if this connection is...
There must be a link.
No, okay. Only Dr. Gherkin knows the signature required for the pipe pills to work.
Oh, my brain is...
Okay.
There must be a link.
Do I have to, like, invert
There
it?
must be a...
Okay. I'm assuming that it doesn't matter the order that I put it in.
There must be a link. I can see the link, but that doesn't bring anything new.
We know that these two things tend to be just red herrings to help us reduce what we have to rub against each other. And the thing is, like, this question is not changing. What is he hiding? Okay. Well, we know this, but... I don't know, we'll just...
You're quite
there
an
we go.
important person, Dr. Gherkin. Aren't you?
Of course. I direct the factory.
No. Much more important than that. How exactly did you learn the pipe pill signature?
It's confidential.
I've had enough. Let me press that button.
Okay, do it.
No, please! Oh, you win!
Yeah, they are a little bit vague.
Yes, I am a member of the government. The signature is kept secret between our members.
Finally! Now, tell us everything.
I don't know where to start.
Start with the number. How many are you?
The answer is obvious.
Now that you mention it, I believe I've always known, thanks to this. No.
I just wanted to check.
No. No.
Okay, not the red herrings.
The triangle. There are 3 members.
Yes, but I do not know the others.
Liar!
I swear, this was part of the original deal. We're supposed to make the decisions separately. This was the only way to ensure we wouldn't be influenced one way or another.
Typical well-meaning behavior from the elite who don't know crap about how the world runs.
That I have to agree with.
There's no perfect governing system. It's a complex thing.
Let's focus on the matter at hand.
Okay, back to what are we hiding? So what are we linking together? Society?
I'm starting to wonder if
Okay, so we're not making that connection. Let's see. We know you're a member of government. And the media. Okay, there's a link, but it's just not the link that we're looking for at this particular moment. Let's see. Oh. How about this?
Earlier, you said the government controls the updates for the Tribots, and you're part of it.
Which means the government sent an update to eliminate him.
It's obvious. Someone from the government made the Tribots come after you.
This shouldn't be possible. You see, each decision we take follows the same process. When a new question arises, it comes with neutral elements to help us make our decision.
Neutral? Right.
We are 3 members. However, approval from all 3 is required for a decision to pass. On the other hand, 1 member's disapproval is enough to block a process. I'm an engineer. I can read the code. I would never have agreed to this. Why would I voluntarily put my life in danger?
He has a point.
Only one good aspect about this. Tribots won't harm Graf.
So, member of the Triangle sent Tribots after Dr. Gherkin. I kind of doubt it. I didn't think so. Maybe this.
Oh, my
Okay. I'm just thinking again, maybe he's like, you're a criminal, we're going to judge you or something. And maybe he's like signing the order to judge himself. We'll see if this connection matters.
Enough.
Okay.
I must find out what this guy knows about my situation.
I was getting to it. This, lady here suspects her investigations led her to become a black sheep for news publishing. Incidentally, she also believes all the medias are controlled by the government. Is she right?
Well, yes. To an extent. We only make decisions for important
What have you done? You dirty...
Wait, I did nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong? You ruined my life.
Kill the pickle bird. I mean, there's a button. We could do it. He's only got 30 hit points left.
Calm down.
I never made any decision about yourself. I'd remember you, and I'd have never accepted meeting you.
I agree. I too would have stayed far away.
Shut up. Then who?
It could be someone else. From the Triangle.
How convenient. Mr. I make big decisions is actually not responsible for anything.
Please! I've always wanted to help. To do my best.
I believe you.
Ha! I'll prove you wrong.
Let's continue. That's not much info, but we're on to something.
A member of the Triangle ruined Dee's life to silence her. I mean, it's interesting that that's in there. I kind of doubt it, but...
I'm starting to wonder...
Okay, I didn't think so. Kind of doubt this, but...
Yeah,
I didn't see a link on between those. Are we getting to the prisoner angle now? Did I do this one? No. Let's see. kind of wish that I could, like, review the conversation log, just to sort of help me try to string this together. I don't know that this is going to be particularly relevant.
I'm starting to wonder.
I'm gonna rub this against other things just to make sure. Because I seriously doubt it.
Oh, I'm starting to...
Okay. So I know he has stuff to do with AI. But this particular clue I don't think is going to be very helpful.
D, if you hadn't noticed, both of you have been targeted by a member of the Triangle. Maybe it's time to shed some light on your investigation. What exactly was it about? This could help us understand what's happening.
Fair enough. For years, I've witnessed many dysfunctional aspects of our society. And now that I've learned how exactly we're being governed, I'm not surprised. Anyway, the most worrying matter concerns the fate of prisoners in the slums. Over the last few months, every single prisoner accused has been sentenced to death.
All of them?
I double-checked my sources. No accused prisoner ever gave any sign of life after being put to jail. Doesn't matter if it's high-security prison or just custody. The result is the same. They just disappear from the surface of Earth. Moreover, this was accompanied by a dramatic increase of the number of bodies incinerated or recycled during the same time span. So, it's not very difficult to understand what happened to them.
That can't be.
Care to say anything, Doc?
I mean, we do know they judge prisoners and they're disappearing.
Once again, Doc.
I know what you're going to say, so I'll cut it short. Yes, the Triangle has a judiciary power over prisoners' outcome. After each investigation, we're being sent all the required information to take the final decision.
Of life and death?
Yes, but what she says cannot be true.
I've got proof.
Explain yourself.
I've pretty much always voted no. And one disapproval should be enough to prevent a death penalty. I've said it earlier.
But how can you be so sure? Have you ever left your desk to check the consequences of your decisions?
Not exactly.
Wait a minute. All prisoners are sentenced to death?
Yes. They're being put to death 2 days after being incarcerated.
Which means Sin's in trouble.
2 days? If this is true, this means...
What? What's going on? Spit it!
D. Remember that your husband hired me for an investigation? This, didn't turn out well.
Which means?
He's in jail. At the police department.
No. How long?
A couple of days ago.
I gotta leave. Now!
You can't. There are hundreds surrounding us. You've attacked some of them. They'll crush you regardless.
I have to take my chance.
And what will you do when you get there? The guards will never let you reach him, let alone escape. Besides, I'm also responsible for this. I could have got him out. I know the place. I'll help you.
I mean, he kind of refused to leave, so...
I hope I won't regret this. First, we need a way out of here.
I'm on it.
What about me?
Use your brain. Anything that can help.
Oh, I thought you'd get me out.
Well... There's a control panel back there along with some food. Let me talk to
You're okay?
I'd be much better if you would release me.
We'll untie you before leaving. Promise. Found anything?
Not much, I'm afraid.
Don't worry. I'm on it.
Thanks.
She's clearly troubled. Better handle it myself.
We're probably gonna have to fight these things and get to the control panel inside here.
Hey, aren't you forgetting something?
I gotta check this room.
Good idea. But not like this.
What to do? Disable the tribots or wreck the tribots? Let's see if we have an option to disable them.
Got it. I'll disable them one by one. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Ah, it's locked.
Oh, okay.
Whoops. It, accidentally broke.
An accident, huh?
Well, better take this food before it expires.
Steal food whenever possible outside of fights. I get an achievement for stealing food at every opportunity. Well, that'll be handy.
Looks like some wires. There might be something behind that piece of furniture.
Can I move it?
I'll move this. Aha! Doc, I need your help. Any idea what's over here?
I can't see very well from here. What does it look like?
A bunch of egg-shaped thingies.
This must be a control panel for the bunker equipment.
What kind of equipment?
The light, the fridge, the shield.
Shield?
Of course. This is a bunker. It's meant to protect from external threats.
We have an external threat.
Oh? Oh!
Let's use this to get rid of them.
I'm afraid that's not possible. As it is, the shield will only prevent the bots from coming in.
Not good enough. We need a way to immobilize or damage them.
This will require some more thought.
Kind of forgot that I got into this by accident when I switched between Graf and Brok. It's like, am I forgetting something? And yeah, I kind of am.
Wait, what are you doing?
Gonna cut some wires to try?
Whoa, no way. I forbid you to touch that.
Hey, you're not my mom. We gotta try something.
Go on. Try, and I'll make you eat my bludgeon.
Goodness.
You're no fun.
Let's see. Are these still...
The way is blocked.
Hey, wait! Do you know what you're doing?
Not really.
Hey, wait! Do you...
Okay, we're not the answer.
Hey, wait! Hey, wait!
Okay, that's not the answer. I'm just trying everything at this point, just to make sure that it's not an item.
Hey, wait! Hey, wait!
Okay.
Hey.
Okay, so it's none of these.
Doesn't seem very practical to watch the latest Skyball match.
Can't go this way.
Can't go there.
Let me take a look at the frame then.
Oh, how are we ever gonna pass through this? Found anything?
Not much, I'm afraid.
Don't worry. I'm on it.
Thanks.
She's clearly troubled. Better handle it myself.
Wait! I thought you didn't want to go out. Do we really stand a chance against all those bots?
Exit and fight all the bots? No.
Right. This is suicide.
I mean, if I really wanted to gain level ups, that would be one way to do it, but yeah, that's probably not the route that we should take. It's nice that they give us that option, but let's try and actually think this through. You probably don't have anything more to say, do you?
Hey, Doc. Think you can use that control panel?
I can't be sure. I would need to go over there to check.
Is that a trick to release you?
Please!
Come on. Let's untie him, Dee. He could be useful.
All right. But no escaping.
With all these bots waiting for us? I'm not crazy.
So...
Have you ever wondered why these panels have this particular shape?
No, but I'm afraid you're gonna tell me.
The egg is a scientific symbol for loops. The energy flows in and out of those receptacles, creating a loop.
Okay. And how does this help?
I've made some changes.
Already?
I've reverted the polarities of the non-zero component in order to transform the charge.
Which means...
The shield should now generate energy surrounding the portal. I'll try it. Can you check if it's having any effect?
Sure.
1, 2, 3.
I've seen a blue light surrounding the portal.
That's all? What about the bots?
Nothing.
Darn. I'm afraid this won't work.
Hey, it's a good start.
It's over. We'll be stuck here forever.
No way. I'll fight my way through if I need to. What's wrong with your idea?
I was convinced I could generate a small power field, enough to hit the power container next to the portal.
That pyramid-shaped thing?
Yes, it would create a closed circuit, which could then generate a big shockwave.
Man, that is a crazy good idea. Let's do this.
I've tried. You've seen it. The field is too short to reach the power container.
Surely there's a way to improve it.
With the right material, yes. But here?
What do you need exactly?
I don't know. Maybe a power generator?
I'll get you that.
Don't get your hopes up.
Actually, we do have something we can use for that.
It's over.
What? Surely.
I have to hand it to him manually.
Hey, wait! Do you know what you're doing?
Not really.
That's not what I was trying to do. I was trying to hand it to him.
Take this.
What for? Keep it.
Oh, really? Really? This thing is supposed to be a power generator and it's not working? Okay, well, let's try... Can I use the... Not on the furniture, on the bots. Okay, I guess I can't use it on the bots.
Doesn't seem very practical to watch the latest Skyball match.
Maybe I can take it out with a screwdriver?
Combining these together... Nope.
Okay. About the button.
No time to waste.
We need like a wire or something.
Why build a bunker with this kind of torture device?
I don't have any wires that would reach.
Found anything?
Not much, I'm afraid.
Don't worry. I'm on it. I don't think that would work.
What am I missing?
It's over. We'll be stuck here forever.
No way. I'll fight my way through if I need to. What's wrong with your idea?
I was convinced I could generate a small power field, enough to hit the power container next to the portal.
That pyramid-shaped thing?
Yes, it would create a closed circuit, which could then generate a big shockwave.
Man, that is a crazy good idea. Let's do this.
I've tried. You've seen it. The field is too short to reach the power container.
Surely there's a way to improve it.
With the right material, yes. But here?
What do you need exactly?
I don't know. Maybe a power generator?
I'll get you that.
Don't get your hopes up.
This belonged to Leah. I'm always wearing it, so I never forget.
Yeah, but... Okay, it's just a very powerful ally, but it's not giving any details. Never forget a power generator, right? I mean, I get it, because I kind of did an oops, and our car currently does not have a functional battery because I left the van door open for about a week, and we don't have a battery charger or a jump kit, so I had to order some things on Amazon. I don't think these guys have Amazon.
Empty.
I don't have to punch something, do I? Hang on. Let me save. Hang on a second. Okay, just making sure I didn't screw anything up just then. Alright, let's see if punching is the answer here.
You destroyed this? With your bare hands?
Gotta investigate, ma'am. What's this doodah? Seems interesting. I should take it.
A little box.
Hey, Doc. Would this doodah help?
Huh? Where did you find this?
The switch that, shocked you. I believe that's what powered it.
It's perfect.
Really? Cool. So this will work.
Very unlikely.
But you said...
We'll try. I'll connect the wires. This will take a while.
Okay. I'll leave you to it. You okay?
When I didn't see him at his apartment, I just figured he left. I could never imagine.
Relax. We'll save him.
How can you say that?
Yeah, especially with our track record so far.
It may already be too late.
We will. I'd never met someone like you before.
You're certainly right. I'm not the kind of person who would stay home all day to make and raise children. I don't care if we're the last of our kind. Society needs us. Society won't decide for me.
But you still have a daughter.
Yes. I miss her. I miss Sin. What about you?
I had a wife. For a brief moment. She passed away.
Oh. Sorry.
And a son, who isn't really my son. He doesn't like me.
That's a lie.
What?
He loves you. I'm certain of it.
How would you know? You've never met him.
I know you. Yeah, we've only just met, but I feel that I can trust you.
An hour ago you were ready to slay me.
Just fooling with you. You don't get girl humor, do you?
A joke. Right. Something on my face?
You know, if the situation was different...
Mr. Brok, it's done. Can you check the entrance view?
All right.
1, 2, 3.
Holy moly! It worked!
Quick, go outside and pick up all the money.
For real?
Yeah. All bots. Wiped out.
Finally, not a second to spare. Come on, Brok.
Hey, don't forget me!
D, don't tell me.
I'm stuck inside.
Don't worry, it's a bunker. There are plenty of supplies.
But I took them.
But...
Another crazy idea of yours?
I'm not finished with him. We'll come back for you right after.
Oh, this nightmare will never end.
There's a nice cozy bed. Just have a nap and wait it out.
Okay. At least he's safe there.
We hope so.
Let's go.
Wait. What's your plan?
Simple. I go in, kick those bots' asses, and come back with my man.
It's a police department. There are dozens of bots in there.
Yeah, and we're all out of zappy stuff.
There must be a better way.
Okay. Tell me.
How to take Sin out of jail. Call Wes, infiltrate, or fight them all, which we're trying to avoid that. I don't know if we can trust Wes.
We should infiltrate the place. It'd be much less risky. Fewer tin cans to wreck.
Are you certain there's a way to enter the jail discreetly?
Yes. The main entrance.
Is that a joke?
Those bots are stupid. We can enter from the main entrance and distract them. I'll go first. Follow me.
All right, just be careful, okay?
Hey, I can defend myself if anything goes wrong.
Right. Off we go.
Wait, I want to save. Damn it. Oh, good.
For now, they don't suspect anything.
Obviously, we haven't done anything suspicious.
Hello?
What are you doing?
Hello, mister.
We'd like to visit a prisoner. Can you open the door for us?
Sorry, no visitors. Not allowed.
But I'm a friend.
Sorry, no visitors. Not allowed.
Well, it was worth a try.
No, it wasn't.
You sure we can't visit the jail?
Continue to ask, and we'll incarcerate you.
Hey, that wouldn't be such a bad idea.
Forget it. We can't afford to play Prison Break.
You sure we can't visit the jail?
Continue to ask, and we'll incarcerate you.
Hey, that wouldn't be such a bad idea.
Forget it. We can't afford to play Prison Break.
Okay, so I guess if we say that to any of, or we try to talk to any of them. Button. Okay, you're covering the button. I can't push the button.
Too dark. I can't tell if anyone's inside.
Let's try calling Wes.
Come on, old man. It's urgent. Shay, what are you up to? Come on. Reply. I'm getting worried.
Okay, well, Grap is up to shenanigans, I wager. Whistling innocently when he's the one who broke the speaker.
Hey, where are you going? I thought you knew the place.
Yeah.
want to push the button. Why can I not push the button? Okay, what about this?
It works! Quick, let's go!
What is human doing here?
Not what I wanted to do. What are you doing? I'm very confused at what D is doing. Okay, there we go.
Smash it, big guy.
Okay, hold on. This was my mistake. We're just gonna reload.
It works! Quick, let's go!
Go?
Sin! Sin! Where is he?
Are we too late?
No! This can't be happening. I couldn't even tell him.
Maybe there's still a call?
Hey, man. Sorry to call you, but I couldn't think of anyone else.
Huh?
Sin! I thought you were...
D, is that you?
I believe you now. I'm so sorry.
I am too. Wait, where are you? This looks like...
How did you get out of jail?
The chief of police. He said I was free to go. D, I...
Don't say anything. Our daughter is waiting for you at home. My friends are taking care of her. Please get her back.
But are you sure?
Where are you? I'll help you come back safely.
I'm hiding in my apartment. What's left of it.
You're okay?
I couldn't get a pill today. And I got some other trouble myself.
Bots?
Yeah. I managed to outrun them, but this was close.
I don't understand what's going on. I mean, I guess... Do we trust Wes?
Oh, my...
What's going on?
I'll explain on the road. Stay where you are, dear.
All right. Love you.
Gotta go.
Wait, aren't you forgetting someone? We promised Dr. Gherkin we would come back.
Will do. As soon as my man is safe back at home.
Oh, hi. I hope we can trust you.
Can you explain your presence here? And who is your charming friend?
Let me guess. The chief of police?
We've come to free Sin. She's a journalist and Sin is...
I see.
We didn't have a choice. He was in danger.
Thus, I'm not the only one suspecting something fishy. Am I right?
You knew?
Complications seem to accumulate these days. No need to worry. I will handle this. This country has seen many stressful periods over the years.
No! This is different. Our judicial system has gone very wrong. Criminals are systematically murdered.
And why should I believe you?
I'm a journalist. I have proof. I've spent the last few months gathering information.
Proof? We should share our information. But not here. Let's meet at the ancient garbage disposal center. In 1 hour.
You sure? No one ever goes there.
Oh, the more reason. It's an open area. We wouldn't be spied on without knowing it.
Fine, let's meet there. And Brok, thank you. I owe you one.
See ya.
Pork?
That's insulting, you know. I wish you'd stop calling me that.
It's not your name.
What?
Whatever. We've had our differences in the past, but today, we need to cooperate. There's a much bigger threat going on in this country.
Yeah. No problem, old man. Later.
I'm counting on you.
Okay, I guess we're investigating that now.
No point insisting. We can handle this by ourselves.
I wonder what happens.
No. Nah, Odd is with me. That's all the help I need.
Hello?
Miss Shay?
Yes and no. The real Shay is busy right now. I'm just a reply bot.
What?
How can I help you?
I doubt you can.
You underestimate me, but that's fine. Bye.
Well, I mean, does that mean we could have gotten help?
Hello?
Miss...
Yes and no.
Okay, we're in the same conversation. Okay. Check around Hacker Street for clues. I'm a little worried we're about to get jumped. Wait a minute. I thought there were boxes and other blockades there last time.
What a nice surprise.
Oh boy, here we go.
We didn't even have to look. You just came straight at us.
Graf, what do we do?
We can run, talk, fight, or do nothing. Why don't we talk?
What do you want?
You.
Why?
The boss will tell you. Come.
No way!
Not giving you a choice.
Oof!
Oh, great. Well...
Graf! Let me go! Or else...
Else what?
I'll call my uncle. He's a cop.
Can I, Kins? Can I?
Help yourself.
Ah!
My head. Oh no! I'm tied up! I don't like this. My rope is a bit loose. With some efforts, I can move.
I don't have any items, but at least I get to keep my food. Apparently we have shared inventory on the food. Wait, what is the bag?
Food, cereals, insects, and other things I can't even put a name on. At least I won't go hungry.
That's the brightest thing you can think of right now?
I didn't expect to see this in such a place. They've stored tons of food here. I can't open these drawers. Looks like they eat here, sitting on the floor. No way! I think... Psst! What? Is that you? Hey, can you hear me? He's not responding. No, and I can't risk screaming. I hope he's okay. A chunk of pipe is protruding. I'm afraid I can't do much with my hands tied. Could I cut my rope with this? Ah! It's gonna take ages! finally free. Should I keep pretending?
Well, we have a save to go back to if we screw this up.
Let's see. Ugh, that drawer is filled with underpants. And this one, socks. Great. They haven't got a single knife or even a fork in this kitchen? Oh, what a fool I am. They must eat with their fingers. Food, cereals. At least I won't go hungry. I didn't expect to see this in such a place. Yeah.
I don't know, like, how much line of vision that we've got here. Can I use this on this?
I'm worried about the result if I did that.
Okay. I don't have the option to use it on him, I guess. What else have we got? Not much.
What? Hey, butthead! Why is no one guarding the entrance?
Sorry, boss. Didn't know.
Dart! The entrance, now! No one comes in or out! Okay.
Did we have to wait?
The boy! He's here!
Okay, well, that didn't work.
Crap!
Okay, so is this a fight, or do I have to... Do I just get clobbered? Fight or surrender? We'll see what happens.
Please, go easy on me.
Ugh, wimp.
Okay, well, we get to keep the pipe.
Oh, that's cute. You thought you might cut your ropes with that hook, huh? Let me put you back.
Okay, so there is a line of sight thing.
I bet you're the boss here.
Ain't you the clever one? The name's Grav, huh? I figured you'd be smart like your friend.
Ott, you better not touch him!
Hey, everything will be fine, as long as you cooperate.
What do you want from us?
Oh, come on. A clever boy like you should be able to figure that out.
You kidnapped us for money.
That's one way to summarize it. But actually, not that simple.
Then what?
Enough. I'm the one who asks questions. Are you comfortable?
What do you think? I'm held against my will in these sewers that stink like death!
Sorry. We doing our best efforts to make this place pleasant enough to live. You hungry? Thirsty?
Stop the funny act! Tell me what exactly you want from me, or let me go!
I believe we started on the wrong foot. We're no bad guys. We're civilized. We'll take good care of you for the next 3 days.
3 days? That's it! The hacker! You're working with him. He asked you to make me a prisoner.
Yep. That guy has some debt to pay us, and you're the bargaining chip.
Oh.
No worries. Once done, we'll release you.
No way! I'm not staying here! My old man is a detective. He'll get me out. You'll see.
A detective, huh?
That's probably not something to disclose to these guys.
How delusional. You really expect him to get in here and pass our guards?
I mean, he's got 220 hit points and a pretty decent amount of strength, and he's like level 15, so...
Yeah, he's super strong. He'll beat you all up. He already did.
Is that true? That croc? You're his...
Hey, where are you going?
Have a rest. I I need to think.
But...
Well, at least the rope has less hit points now.
Finally free. Should I keep pretending?
Now the question is, what do we do?
The boy! He's here!
Crap! Please, go easy on me.
Ugh, wimp.
Okay, so at least there's no penalty for failure on that endeavor.
Hey! Looks like you traveled around, huh? You better stop, or I'll strengthen your ties. And, that might hurt.
Why do you care?
You're our guest. Let me put you back.
So, did you miss me already? Good! I'm not finished with you!
Ooh, now you pretend to be brave, huh? That attitude does not fool anyone. You're just a scared little kitty.
I'm actually more interested in getting information from you, but I don't know how this dialogue's gonna go.
I'm not!
Kins? Kins!
Oh? I'm here.
Go ahead.
Yes, Chief.
Hey, what are you?
It's Ott! What are you doing?
Relax. We won't hurt him. At least not yet.
What do you want? Money? Take whatever you want. All of it. I don't care.
Sure, we'll get your money, but I'm looking forward to something else.
Goodness.
We're gonna play a little game.
Is it checkers? I bet it's checkers.
I ordered my guys to place bombs in 2 locations.
Bombs?
The first one is currently sitting right below your friend's chair in the other room. A bigger one is located in a hospital in Sector 55X. You know, where all the drunkards and other human waste are sent to suck whatever's money they have left.
A hospital? You're lying!
Oh, I wouldn't bet on that. We've learned a lot about manipulating smoke. If set off, that bomb would probably kill a dozen of those nobodies, at least. Now, here's the fun part. The choice is yours.
Choice? Why would I choose to blow up someone?
No, no, no! I'd never ask you something as cruel as that. Good lord! I just need you to choose who should be saved. But here's the thing. The ones you don't choose might have their life, how should I say, suddenly shortened.
You're a monster!
I don't get where you're going with that. You're like, oh goodness, no, we couldn't possibly blow somebody up, but we would be more than happy to kill them.
No worries. We've been extra careful. If you choose to save those hospital losers, the impact will only blow up one room. The one your friend's in, that is. See? You're safe.
I could never!
Oh, but you will. Because if you don't choose, I shall make both bombs explode!
I thought you weren't gonna blow anybody up.
No! I refuse!
I made myself clear. The rules are the rules. And my hand is itching. If we don't hurry, I might push a button by accident. So, I'll give you exactly 10 seconds before I trigger a bomb.
Oh, for crying out loud. It's like that question from the damn quiz. It's like, you know, the only thing is that I got that one wrong because of the whole bot thing. And it's like, okay, well, he's not a bot, and this is not that situation, so... I don't know. And this is shitty, and I hate it.
Or both. Your decision. Who will you save? Your friend? Or a dozen of losers you've never met?
Yeah, this is... You can't... This is not a fair choice, unfortunately. Well... What does chat think? Oh, my ears. My room is very warm right now. Oh my god, it's 82 in here. What does chat think? Does chat have a decision on this? Before I click it and probably have only 10 seconds to decide. Because I know what I'm going to default to, but I'm just wondering what other people's thoughts are. What y'all thinking? Do we have thoughts? You think he's bluffing? I wonder if there's a way to call his bluff. I mean, I'll be honest, like, if this goes to shit, I'm just gonna reload the save. I have no problem with save scumming. This particular consequence, because I think it's kind of a bullshit decision. But, okay. We're gonna call his bluff, and we're gonna say both. Or we'll just do nothing, probably.
Tick-tock.
Who will you save? The hospital patients, which for some reason has a bunch of other people are ought. And we're gonna let time run out.
There's gotta be another solution.
Nope.
Why are you doing this?
Because I can. No reply then? Oh well, that was your choice.
No, wait! No!
Too bad. You killed everyone.
That can't be.
It can. It is.
But I will.
Kill me? Escape? Oh, please. You'd have to go past that room, and the sight won't be pretty. Not so clever after all, boy. Looks like our reputation precedes us. In truth, we're no killers.
What?
We only slay people when we have to. I said it. This was just a game. Everyone's safe. There never was any bomb.
Okay.
But the sound, the shake.
Just some old speakers we found. Mighty powerful.
You asshole.
Kids, remove his gag.
Yes, Chief.
Graf? What's going on?
Man, that was fun.
You have a weird idea of fun.
Huh?
That's a joke.
Yep.
No, I mean, you claim you're not killers, and yet you're condemning everyone in the slums to death.
The heck are you talking about?
The pipe pills! You sabotaged them!
Let's make things clear. Us squealers will do whatever we can to survive. It's our way of living. We only took whatever was left inside those pipes.
Then, you mean...
We didn't start this. My guys noticed bots messing with distributors in the middle of the night.
Interesting.
Why? No idea.
Bots?
This shortage was organized from outside. You should ask those rich folks who forced us to this miserable existence.
How can I believe you?
You do, you don't. I don't care.
Wait! I still don't get it. What was the point of this mind game? What exactly do you want from me?
My revenge.
Against me?
What? No! The one who's responsible for our situation. Your father!
My dad? Rem? I barely know him.
Wait, what? Did we miss a line?
Don't be silly. I'm talking about
Oh.
that brute playing detective.
Right. We didn't get much of that. Rem is his biological father's name.
Everything's his fault!
What did he do?
I figure you wouldn't know. Actually, you don't seem to be aware of anything. He's been playing with you. A bit like I did, but in a more insidious way.
You're wrong! He's a good person. You're the scums.
How funny! He attacked me and my guys countless times.
I mean, to be fair, you guys kind of started it, at least in terms of the game context. There's missing history.
And not just us. We've been watching. Those bots in the streets are pretty much punching bags for him.
Yeah, but that's okay, they deserve it.
Even police ones. Well, these bots are disposable, but you know what they say. Whoever harms a bot harms a human.
I don't know anybody that says that. I don't say that. Do you say that, chat? Does anybody in chat say that? Whoever harms a bot harms a human? Because I don't think that... Yeah, there's a missing flow to the logic there.
In what kind of twisted world would good guys do this? But anyway, enough about the croc. Let me tell our own story.
Oh boy, I love story time.
The Squealers arrived in this land thousands of years ago. We were called in after Rebirth Day to help rebuild without the help of technology. For centuries, we were assigned the most basic tasks.
Of course. Studies demonstrate.
Yeah. Supposedly, we're not as clever as all the other folks in this land. And it's getting worse.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna deny that. Rats are not necessarily my preferred anthropomorphic species. But hey, they did this one pretty good.
Nature denies us to have children with other species. We can only reproduce between ourselves. Whatever. Our only mistake was to not anticipate anything. We had become slaves of this society. Progressively, the system pushed those darn bots everywhere. They took our jobs, replaced us, condemned us to live in poverty.
I could make the took your gerbs meme here, but yeah, let's not.
You should have made your opinion heard.
How credulous. What point is there to scream when you've got a deaf audience? Of course we protested. But do you think those higher-ups cared? So, when the time came, just a decade ago, our system was collapsing. This was our opportunity.
I know the story. You attempted a coup, but you lost and got banished from this land.
Yeah, but the media hid some facts. I was the lead commander. We almost won that battle. If it wasn't for him...
Wait, you're saying... Brok was there? And he defeated you? That's ridiculous!
Take a gander.
No way! I've seen this picture at the museum, but it wasn't as clear. You've modified it!
I remember every minute of that day. He was there.
Is he stepping on his crotch, or what's going on in this picture?
After our banishment, a lot of us perished. Living in the shadows, we had to make choices on who gets to live and who should die. Do you even know the pain of starving to death, princess? To be on the verge of eating the weakest so that the strongest survive?
Ew!
And you think you had such a horrible life? Huh, Don't make me laugh. That said, we've got something in common. The same person to blame.
I still can't believe you.
Take a look.
That bank statement.
Where do you think this money came from?
I believe this is money from my mother.
The croc hid this from you, huh? Of course he would. So, you're supposed to get the money when you turn 16, right?
I think so. I remember this question in my exam.
Now, let's say you have an unfortunate accident right after your birthday. What would happen with the money?
I guess it would go to the closest person alive. You mean...
Finally! That took a while.
No, he would never do such a thing.
Oh, come on! How more naive can you be? No wonder you were a drummer. Can you honestly say you truly know him? It didn't take me long to figure this out. Ever since he got you, he's been waiting. Just doing the bare minimum to make you live. 3 more days. Just 3 more. And then...
No! He saved me! Several times!
Sure, but you know why? You know the explanation for his contradicting behavior. Do you understand? You're a puppet. Keep the picture. Don't want to see it anymore.
Is this the truth?
I think there are fragments of truth in terms of, like, potentially what Brok had done, unless the pictures were just a fabrication to get Graf to go against him for some reason. Maybe there's something for him being Leah's child that is important. I don't know. But in terms of Brok's character, I don't think it is.
It really does look like Brok. What could this mean?
The thing is, I don't think he's going to remember.
Chief, the ugly boy, he escaped.
What? After him!
Odd? Did he manage to...
You've got 2 seconds to tell me what he's up to.
How should I know? I'm not... Ouch!
Time for games is over. Tell me, or I might start to live up to my reputation.
I know, Odd. He won't leave me here. He must have gone to fetch some help.
Who?
I told him, if anything happens, go find Brok.
Is that so? Change of plans, guys. Let's wait for the little brat to return with the croc. We shall prepare him a nice welcome committee.
Great. I got everyone into this mess. I don't know if there's such a thing as a god, the Untail, or whatever, but please, let this end well. For everyone.
When leaving the police department, I suddenly felt weirdly apprehensive. This whole investigation was coming to an end. I could feel it. Prepare yourself. These 2 words reverberated in my head, but I couldn't really grasp the reason. Were there any signs my mind caught? In the meantime, I figured I should go home and check on Graf. I had no news since morning. Hopefully, his day had been less eventful.
We can go everywhere. Search for Graf. Well, we already know where he is, but we'll follow the story.
Graf? He didn't come back? That's not normal. Maybe I should call. Come on, my boy. Reply.
Hey, I'm not available. Call back later or reach my old man for anything urgent.
When will I learn? I was so engrossed with this whole affair that I totally forgot to check on him. Again.
No, I did call him when I was controlling Brok before.
If something happened... No. Let's stop seeing the glass as half empty.
Let's break the glass.
He's probably just celebrating with friends. Okay then. The school director.
Hello, this is a recording. I'm busy making preparations for the candidates who validated their diploma. Please be patient.
Busy? She's a machine. She should be able to multitask. I know. His school friend must know. There it is. Ought. No reply. There. My stress levels just went up a notch. Will this day never end? I've left them a message, but I better look around the city. Someone must know something.
No new mail since the last opening this morning.
What? That's unusual. Did someone steal my bills?
No new dialogue there.
There's still time before my appointment with Wes. With everything happening, Graf might not be the only one needing help. Better keep my eyes open and keep training. Got the feeling this will come in handy very soon.
Keep training, you say, huh? How much training do they think I should do? Because I do not want to grind on stream. If I do like a personal playthrough, I'll probably grind both of them up to pretty high levels, but I'm not doing that right now. Okay, there's nobody here I want to talk to. Where to go?
Still here?
Stop scaring me like that.
I'm looking for my boy.
So...
Cat, gray fur, blue eyes, red sweatshirt. Huh. You've seen him.
Well...
Tell me, where is he?
He went out not long ago with a friend of his.
That can't be. What was he doing here?
Something about tox-out pills? They must be around. Take a look.
Graf, what are you up to?
Oh, I can go back in. Okay.
He's useless.
Okay. Let's see if we get jumped.
Hello?
Where are you, cowboy? It's time.
I can't. My son is missing.
What? I'll come to help.
Don't. Just convince Wes to come right after.
To be honest, I don't feel like dealing with this guy alone.
Don't tell me you're scared of the old man.
Of course not. Well, it's too important. We don't have much time left. The fate of the slums might depend on this meeting. Make your choice.
Well, we already know that Graf is not strictly in any danger. So... I think we'll be okay to go to the meeting. And really, like, what are those? Save Graf or save the slums? We know that Graf is captured, and we know the whole point is to get him, to get Brok down there. But, yeah. I think we need to wait for Ott to come and find us. So we'll do
Okay,
this first.
on my way. Graf, be brave.
I thought you wouldn't come.
As you said, it's too important. By the way, Dr. Gherkin?
I dealt with him.
What does that even mean?
It seems like he was telling the truth. I've obtained his signature and the procedure to fix the pipe pills. But as you know, this isn't enough. Something is blocking the process.
How did you convince him?
Well...
We know she didn't get to use the zappy thing on him.
Wait. Actually, I'd prefer not to know. Where is he now?
Gone.
Gone. Where?
The doc was afraid of going back to his job at the pharmaceutical company. He wished to hide while the situation cools down. I escorted him to the closest country border. He's an important person. No trouble for him to get across.
He left the country? Wait. What? But he was supposed to give me 10 grand.
Sorry. He didn't mention that.
Oh, I'm doomed to live in poverty forever.
If it makes you feel any better. Soon, all slummers won't be living at all unless we get to the bottom of this.
That's right. I have no desire to be the last person alive around here.
Last?
You're both here.
She doesn't know.
Good.
Go ahead. What have you found?
Yeah. These last few days, I've been investigating the pills shortage. All the pipe pills in the slums stopped working.
We know that.
Yet the drums are totally unaffected. I have reasons to believe the source behind the shortage is being run from the drums.
By whom?
Someone from the government, obviously.
Let's not jump to conclusions. Although it's a possibility. But another important matter could be linked. I've been with the police for 50 years now. I had never experienced such a low recidivism rate.
A what rate?
And that's a bad thing?
Definitely. When it's not natural. Criminals don't stop doing crime after their first arrest.
Oh, okay.
In fact, they never stop. They'll do it again and again. It's human nature. But lately, not anymore.
Of course. They disappear into thin air right after their release.
I suspect my own agents are responsible.
Agents? Oh, you mean...
The Tribots. They handle the release of prisoners automatically.
And actually terminate them, guilty or not.
I don't have any tangible proof yet. But if they do, they're ignoring the judgments.
Or the judgments themselves are falsified. And who better than a Triangle member to undertake it?
Possibly. In any case, this is hypothetical. That's why I need your...
Proof. Here, on this memory chip, hundreds of documents linking the government to various shady activities, judgments included.
I hope that's not the only copy you have.
Good. I can reach some trustful, high-ranking individuals in various sectors. Undercover, they shall organize a revolt, spread the word, make and distribute pills.
How? With Tribots? We can't rely on those.
There's more people than you think who don't enjoy this regime we're living in, Mr. Pork.
Brok!
Whatever. I can organize this. But I need to gather all the evidence.
This contains everything I have. The only copy that exists.
Don't tell him that.
You'll have to be extremely careful. Never connected to the Triweb.
Wait! Don't give it to him.
What? Why? You said we could trust him.
Come on! There's no time to waste!
Okay, see, now I'm worried.
Something's wrong.
Care to explain?
Call it a hunch. My instinct.
And your instinct got you so far.
I need more than a hunch to make a decision.
Just give me a sec. I'll explain.
All right, go ahead.
Let's hear some of your famous nonsensical thoughts.
Huh. Yeah. Hear me well, old man.
What is Wes hiding? He does have a folder named D Silver. Okay.
Wes, yesterday while you were away, I inadvertently checked the contents of your computer.
How dare you! This is a second-class crime punishable by...
Save it for later. I found 2 protected folders. One of them was named D. Silver.
Hey, that's my name.
That's what I assumed. Any explanation, old weasel?
Easy. Can you remember who was in jail that day?
I guess Sin was.
Correct. I simply did some research in order to inform his wife.
But you never did.
I'm a busy person.
Hmm.
We're understaffed, and that's why I hired you temporarily.
You worked with him?
Well, that didn't go so well.
And you're holding a grudge. That's why you're accusing me.
Not at all. All right, this folder is suspicious. Yet, this isn't what bothers me the most regarding Wes. Though I can't quite put my finger on it. Can you draw something for me, Chief?
What?
Go ahead. Draw me a sheep.
Are you going crazy?
This is ridiculous.
So, can you?
Yeah. I won't submit myself to those petty tests of yours.
What are you trying to prove?
He cannot draw.
Anyone can draw.
Yeah, normal human beings. It's obvious he can't. But why? Fine. You won't cooperate. That makes you even more suspicious. So, Wes is not telling the truth about that.
I don't see where you're going.
I agree. This doesn't make any sense.
Oops, I meant...
I'm glad there's not a health meter on this.
It's possible Wes had this accident, but I'll need to prove it first.
Here. Convinced?
Nope.
Let me explain.
We don't have time for your far-fetched theories. Do you realize people are suffering as we speak?
More will die if we don't make the right decision.
Oh, it does. Well, shoot. Well, I have a save I can always fall back on if I really fuck it up. Yeah, the interface is not always very obvious for me. Wes was the investigator on Lee's case. Maybe this.
Isn't it clear?
What?
I don't know.
Give us one.
Sorry.
I don't like this. Because I already have to do a lot of rubbing things together in order to figure things out, so... I mean, there are links to things,
Don't
but
think I haven't
there.
noticed.
Noticed what?
My name?
What about it?
Go ahead. Say my name.
It's Pork, of course.
No, it isn't.
Brok, Chief. I thought you knew each other well.
Yes.
What?
Just what I thought. You can't pronounce it. You never could. All these years, I've thought you've just been making fun of me. And that's not all. At several occasions, you've said some weird things. Confusing words with other totally unrelated ones. Pardon me for saying this, but do you happen to have any mental issues?
Yeah, I'm not so young anymore.
This is a personal attack, cowboy. Does this make him too incompetent for our case?
It's possible Wes had this accident, but I'll need to prove it first.
It's nice that it doesn't reduce the tries left.
We've known each other for a long time, old weasel. Why didn't you tell me about your accident?
accident?
5 years ago, a police investigator suffered from a very serious air car accident. As far as I can remember, you were the only investigator at the police department. It was you, wasn't it?
Yes. And this is my personal story. Nothing to do with the affair at hand.
Somehow, I doubt it.
Really? Any proof of what you're saying?
Let me think a minute. I'll find one.
Pathetic.
Hey, cowboy. I'm starting to doubt you've got anything tangible.
Trust me, okay?
Seriously? That's the best you could come up with. Do you have any concrete proof or what?
Hey, I need time to think.
Let him make a fool of himself a bit more. I'm enjoying this.
See? He's a bad guy.
And you're an idiot.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to reload, aren't I? What are we looking for right now? I'm not even sure what we're looking for at the moment. And this is not helping, like, it's just like, what is he hiding? I don't know. Either I'm thinking too many steps ahead, or I'm missing information and I'm falling behind. I mean, this, I guess?
The first time we met, RJ said you've changed. And now we know you're having some mental issues. Yeah, you're kinda old, or dare I say, an antique. But my little finger is telling me this all started after your accident, wasn't it?
You know where you can put your little finger? On the true culprit behind this affair.
Oh? So you're saying the accident didn't affect your intellectual and judgment capacities?
My intellect, possibly. My judgment? Never.
All right, if you say so.
Stop being disrespectful. An old man will always stand behind his convictions.
You must be right. I just wonder what his true convictions are.
Maybe?
Did you know AIs cannot draw?
And again, how is this related to our case?
Well, Wes cannot draw either.
You're trying my patience. We have a problem to solve.
Uh-oh. I think I'm starting to see what direction this is starting to go.
Even if it was true, what would be the conclusion?
Indeed. I'm not really sure myself where this is headed. This opens a whole range of possibilities. So let's stick with the facts. Wes shares behavior similar to artificial intelligence, but only sometimes.
Lost your tongue, pork?
Not yet. This is what I think.
No,
Don't
come
you
on.
agree?
This is your last warning. If you don't give me anything concrete, I will proceed as planned.
No worries. I've got exactly what's needed to make him drop the mask.
I don't know, this?
Enough.
No, wait. I have still got...
I told you. Now, give me this. Good.
No!
How disappointing. I thought they'd show some resistance. You always ruin the fun, Pork. But, I have to admit, I'll miss you.
Brok. It's been a week since the accident. That day, after we escaped, Odd and I found... I still can't believe it. I'm not sure what happened, but we were too late. I wanted to stay there. I didn't have the heart to go on without you. But Ott insisted. The pills shortage went on. We tried to reach for the drums, but all access was shut off. As for moving to the closest country, nobody could. The Tribots were at every corner. We were trapped. Then, Ott's uncle found us. He made us enter the drums. But only us. At the border post. There were families, children, right behind us. Wes prevented them from entering. So Ott refused to go as well. His own parents were still out there. Wes said it was too late. He knocked out Ott. I had no choice. I couldn't leave him. After this, I tried to bring pills from the dome to the outside, but it was already over. The slums became so silent. Everyone in the slums perished, except us. Why? Why saving us and no one else? Are we more important than all these people? This isn't fair. Now, Ott and I have to live with this burden. If only you had been there. You would have found a solution. For everyone. I'm sure of it. I've decided to dedicate my life to help others. As you taught me, to repair this mistake and make you proud. I miss you. May we see each other again, someday, on the other side.
Bad ending, no. Next time, try to get the canonical ending. Well, I'm gonna try. Solve the West interrogation. I was trying. Okay, we're gonna skip the credits here. Congratulations, but a detective never rests. Here's a summary of this playthrough. Your actions are listed here. Play again to make different choices. I'm gonna reload my fucking save, provided it doesn't delete it. Please note that only major choices are listed. However, insignificant choices can affect your relationships and brain/brawl stats, which themselves may influence the ending you get. Okay. Get rid of the cleaning bot. Apparently, 96% of the players did that. Tramp attacked. We fought. We spared him. Saved him. Oh, great. It shows us who's dead, who's disappeared, unknown, alive. Wow, that's... Wait, we kill that bot? What the heck? Violence 52, Brain 106. Let's see, Chapter 1. Oh, this is our relationships. We had a 66% relationship with between Brok and Graf. RJ really didn't like us. We kind of fucked things up between him. Let's see. Tribot killed. Yeah, that was an oops on my part because I was like, do I have to punch him? And yeah, that turned out to be a thing. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I'm gonna end up having to try to do different. Fight, forgive. I did good on that. Normal, non-violent. Escaped by fighting. Did an alarm, which I probably could have used my thingamajig to do that. Let's see, clay bickering. Oh, fight. That did result in relationship being lost. Actually, hold on. Lost brains. There's like little icons here for relationship. Okay, well, let's see. Chapter 2. Okay, there we go. Brok arrived on time. Okay, so maybe there is a way for Brok to arrive on time. We're gonna have to think about how to do that. I did an excellent dinner. So that's good. The selfie was with at least 55% relationship, so that's good. We won against D. Glivin. Okay, so apparently that's one of the things we need to do. That's the answer for that. We didn't give him glucosite, so we'll have to remember that, I guess. Because that's probably why he died. Meet the director, enter the hacker's place, convince the hacker. Let's see. Arrive on time for the fair. Let's see. Reinstated. Yeah, there's a lot of different things here. Solved all puzzles. Sold to Shay. I guess there's other options for what we do with that thing. Who we charged, Dr. Hush. I'm pretty sure that there's wrong answers to that one. Decide who gets changed. Who really gets chained. Clay session. I guess did not go well. Pill quest. Yeah, that was Graf's quest. And he had to buy. Let's see. Confrontation with Graf. All materials given. Which I guess led to the fight against RJ. Last trial. We won. Did not leave. No. Score last trial was excellent. Last bill paid. Yes. Make Dr. Gherkin come out. Escape with Dr. Gherkin. Given prescription. Saving RJ or Dr. Gherkin. We chose Dr. Gherkin. Does RJ survive? No. Graph results. Does Clay apologize? Yes. Did we get a diploma? No. We didn't quite have enough. He was captured in the ambush. We probably could have fought. Who unlocks the bunker? D. Who's chased by tribots? Gherkin. Escape the bunker. Puzzles. Infiltrate. He's still alive. Bomb choice versus exam. Lie? I'm not sure what's going on there. Graf beats the chief. No. Escaping only Ott. Who goes to rescue Graf? No one does. Because I kind of fucked up the thing. Hacker stays alive. Okay, apparently he can die. Find the truth. Nope. And then now we got a whole bunch of other stuff. Okay. New icon has been added to your progress tab. Use it to access the summary at any time during your next playthrough. That way you can check impact of your choices in real time. There are 11 endings to unlock, and an after credits scene by collecting all the ads. If that's too much for you, make sure you get at least the canonical ending. Keep in mind you don't always need to replay the whole game to access them. Get hints by hovering over endings on the summary screen. Start a new game or access the chapter tab. Saves your menu to replay from a specific point. You can also restart chapters directly from the summary screen. Close the summary, yes. Alright, can I reload my save, or did it just nuke it? Oh, don't move my window around. Load. Okay, good. We're gonna try that again. Where did we need to go? Oh, right, we had to run around until we got called. Did I miss something? I think I went to the hacker and then I...
Still here?
Okay, we'll skip this. We're just trying to get to... Yeah, we'll do slot 3 now. There we go. Okay, now
Hello?
we got the scene.
Where are you, cowboy? It's time.
I can't. My son is missing.
What? I'll come to help.
Don't. Just convince Wes to come right after.
To be honest, I don't feel like dealing with this guy alone.
Don't tell me you're scared of the old man.
Of course not. I just... Well, it's too important. We don't have much time left. The fate of the slums might depend on this meeting. Make your choice.
Okay. This may be a terrible idea.
Okay,
now
on
that
my
I'm
way.
looking at it, but... Oh no, it's actually showing us the things now. We lost 10 relationship with him.
Graf, be brave.
Okay, well, that information is handy to know. And now I can feel bad sooner when things happen. Thanks,
I thought you
game.
wouldn't come.
As you said, it's too important. By the way, Dr. Gherkin?
I dealt with him.
What does that even mean?
It seems like he was telling the truth. I've obtained his signature and the procedure to fix the pipe pills. But as you know, this isn't enough. Something is blocking the process.
How did you convince him?
Well...
Wait. Actually, I'd prefer not to know. Where is he now?
Gone.
Gone.
Okay, we're gonna skip past this dialogue. We've kind of done all this. Oh, we can't skip it. Okay.
The doc was afraid of going back to his job at the pharmaceutical company. He wished to hide while the situation cools down. I escorted him to the closest country border. He's an important person. No trouble for him to get across.
He left the country? Wait. What? But he was supposed to give me 10 grand.
Sorry. He didn't mention that.
Oh, I'm doomed to live in poverty forever.
If it makes you feel any better, soon, all slummers won't be living at all unless we get to the bottom of this.
That's right. I have no desire to be the last person alive around here.
Last?
You're both here. Good.
Go ahead. What have you found?
Yeah. These last few days, I've been investigating the pill shortage. All the pipe pills in the slums stopped working.
We know that.
You bet she killed him and lied about it? That she
Yet
killed
the drums
who?
are... I have reasons to believe the source behind the shortage is being run from the drums.
By whom?
Someone from the government, obviously.
Let's not jump to conclusions. Although it's a possibility.
The bird guy? I mean, there's no evidence to prove what happened, so we're just kind of having to take her at her word until evidence is provided otherwise.
But another important matter could be linked.
It is a little suspicious, but yeah.
I've been with the police for 50 years now. I had never experienced such a low recidivism rate.
And that's a bad thing?
Definitely. When it's not natural. Criminals don't stop doing crime after their first arrest. In fact, they never stop. They'll do it again and again. It's human nature. But lately, not anymore.
Of course. They disappear into thin air right after their release.
I suspect my own agents are responsible.
Agents? Oh, you mean...
The Tribots. They handle the release of prisoners automatically.
And actually terminate them, guilty or not.
I don't have any tangible proof yet. But if they do, they're ignoring the judgments.
Or the judgments themselves are falsified. And who better than a Triangle member to undertake it?
Possibly. In any case, this is hypothetical. That's why I need your...
Proof. Here, on this memory chip. Hundreds of documents linking the government to various shady activities, judgments included.
Good. I can reach some trustful, high-ranking individuals in various sectors. Undercover, they shall organize a revolt, spread the word, make and distribute pills.
How? With Tribots? We can't rely on those.
There's more people than you think who don't enjoy this regime we're living in, Mr. Pork.
Brok!
Whatever. I can organize this. But I need to gather all the evidence.
This contains everything I have. The only copy that exists. You'll have to be extremely careful. Never connected to the Triweb.
Wait! Don't give it to him.
What? Why? You said we could trust him.
Come on! There's no time to waste!
Something's wrong.
Care to explain?
Call it a hunch. My instinct.
And your instinct got you so far.
I need more than a hunch to make a decision.
Just give me a sec. I'll explain.
All right, go ahead.
Let's hear some of your famous nonsensical thoughts.
Huh. Yeah. Hear me well, old man.
Alright, let's try and remember how we did things here. What is he hiding? What was the first one? Let's see. The D one.
Wes, yesterday while you were away, I inadvertently checked the contents of your computer.
How dare you! This is a second-class crime punishable by...
Save it for later. I found 2 protected folders. One of them was named D. Silver.
Hey, that's my name.
That's what I assumed. Any explanation, old weasel?
Easy. Can you remember who was in jail that day?
I guess Sin was.
Correct. I simply did some research in order to inform his wife.
But you never did.
I'm a busy person. We're understaffed, and that's why I hired you temporarily.
You worked with him?
Well, that didn't go so well.
And you're holding a grudge. That's why you're accusing me.
Not at all. All right, this folder is suspicious. Yet, this isn't what bothers me the most regarding Wes. Though I can't quite put my finger on it.
Okay, what was the second one? Let's see. I think it was the D thing. Shoot. I should have written things down. I didn't know I had tries left. So, just in case I biff it again. So, D Silver and folder.
Okay, Wes is not telling the truth.
I don't see where you're...
I agree.
Oops.
What did I freaking do?
Can you draw something for me, Chief?
That's what it was. Identikits. Drawings.
What?
Go ahead. Draw me a sheep.
Are you going crazy?
This is ridiculous.
So, can you?
Yeah. I won't submit myself to those petty tests of yours.
What are you trying to prove?
He cannot draw.
Anyone can draw.
Yeah, normal human beings.
It's obvious he can't. But why? Fine. You won't cooperate. That makes you even more suspicious.
Okay. He can't draw anymore. Was added? Did we use that one? Or did we go into the accident one? I think it was investigator and then E.
Here.
No.
Let me.
Damn it.
We don't have. Do you realize?
More will die.
Was it the draw and then? Well, hold on. Shoot. Because of so much faffing around with all the other questions, I don't remember the path I took to get here. I kind of get the idea. We're basically trying to convince her that he's not human. He's an AI. Was it this one?
Don't think I haven't noticed.
Blanks and Brok's name, just in case I'm probably not going to end up using hints, to be honest.
Noticed what?
My name?
What about it?
Go ahead. Say my name.
It's Pork, of course.
No, it isn't.
Brok, Chief. I thought you knew each other well.
Yes.
What?
Just what I thought. You can't pronounce it. You never could. All these years, I've thought you've just been making fun of me. And that's not all. At several occasions, you've said some weird things, confusing words with other totally unrelated ones. Pardon me for saying this, but do you happen to have any mental issues?
Yeah, I'm not so young anymore.
This is a personal attack, Cowboy. Does this make him too incompetent for our case?
I think it was the air car and then Leah's case.
We've known each other for a long time, old weasel.
Leah's case.
Why didn't you tell me about your accident?
Accident?
5 years ago, a police investigator suffered from a very serious air car accident. As far as I can remember, you were the only investigator at the police department. It was you, wasn't it?
Yes. And this is my personal story. Nothing to do with the affair at hand.
Somehow, I doubt it.
Really? Any proof of what you're saying?
Let me think a minute. I'll find one.
Pathetic.
Hey, Cowboy. I'm starting to doubt you've got anything tangible.
Trust me, okay?
Okay. Was this where I got stuck? I think this was where I got stuck. Okay. Oh, it wasn't? Okay, well, I'm using a hint anyway. So, air car accident and mental problems.
The first time we met, RJ said you've changed.
Oh, that's right.
And now we know you're having some mental issues. Yeah, you're kinda old, or dare I say, an antique. But my little finger is telling me this all started after your accident, wasn't it?
You know where you can put your little finger? On the true culprit behind this affair.
Oh? So you're saying the accident didn't affect your intellectual and judgment capacities?
My intellect, possibly. My judgment? Never.
All right, if you say so.
Stop being disrespectful. An old man will always stand behind his convictions.
You must be right. I just wonder what his true convictions are.
Okay. It's like, I want to link this and this. Did I have this one? Or did I get stuck on this one? Like, I'm really not remembering. I did do this one? Okay. Do you remember what I did? Like, I am more than happy accepting this without having to use one of my limited hints. But I didn't know, like, what situation it is, and I really should have kept better notes as I went. Like, I know the answer. It's just I have to convince her of the answer with the 9 little things that I've got, and I'm having trouble assembling that, which is really annoying. It was the drawing one. Okay, so AIs have no artistic abilities and Wes cannot draw. Alright.
Did you know AIs cannot draw?
AI can't draw, and Wes can't draw.
And again, how is this related to our case?
Well, Wes cannot draw either.
You're trying my patience. We have a problem to solve.
Even if it was true, what would be the conclusion?
Indeed. I'm not really sure myself where this is headed.
I am!
This opens a whole range of possibilities. So let's stick with the facts. Wes shares behavior similar to artificial intelligence, but only sometimes.
Lost your tongue, Pork?
Not yet.
Okay. Did I get this one, or is this one where I ended up failing? This is where I got stuck? Okay, then I am taking the hint. Wes developed... Okay, I was wondering if maybe that one, but okay. Accidents. AI. Behaviors.
Hey, old weasel. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you collided into a robot the day of your accident.
Pray tell.
Well, how else would you explain your inability to draw and to pronounce my name? Are you somehow controlled by an AI?
Good. You keep sinking further.
Gotta uncover the truth.
Or dig your own grave.
I admit what I suggested sounds absurd. This is a huge accusation. I need proof.
Okay. Only old model bots can cause a socket overload. And an office in a socket was burned down. Does an AI exert control over Wes? Is the new one. I mean... Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. Oh god. Okay, I need to think anyway. Give me a moment to stand. Oh god. Oh. My breastbone snapped when I did that stretch. So there is a link here. I'm not sure if that links to him. I don't know if this is the answer at once. Does an AI exert some control over Wes? I've already met another bot even more advanced than the director. Which I feel like that's maybe gonna play something, I don't know. All the water I'm drinking, I'm gonna have to answer nature soon. There's a Link, is there a Zelda? You know, maybe we need Zelda to save us with her wisdom. There. But welcome in, Ironhead. I hope that you're doing well. We are trying to convince D, who is the fox next to us, can't see at the moment, that Wes is not to be trusted. And with the evidence, it's very clearly pointing toward he's AI, he's a robot, or he is being controlled by one. So now the question is, how do we convince her with what evidence we have? So I have 4 tries left. I've got so many of these things, I think I might just... We're almost there. And it's like, it could be this. I don't see what I can link this to. Does an AI exert some control over Wes? You know, it's a tenuous link, but the game has done junk before. I will try it. I'll consume a try. If I don't get it, then I'll consume a hint.
I found a proof of utmost importance in your office.
Socket. Burnt.
I'm all ears.
A burnt down power socket.
You should be ashamed of your moronic allegations, Pork.
I'm not basing them on nothing. Only very old bots can cause an overload.
So what? Should I remind you the vast majority of our staff is composed of bots?
Yeah, new ones.
Aren't they all tri-bots? They should be fairly recent. And this happened in your office. What would an old bot do there?
I don't know. Probably some client. I can't remember.
Really? Something's fishy. If this had happened a long time ago, the power socket would have been fixed and clean. What's he hiding?
An old model bot recently connected to Wes's office. And I've already met one. So I'm thinking maybe this?
Let's summarize what I know so far. Wes has mental problems, is sometimes behaving like an AI, an ancient robot connected recently in his office, much more advanced than the school director. Controlling him, and I've already met it? His accident. What if he...
No. This is absurd.
I agree.
Fine. I shall.
Stop. I finally understand. Wes, you're not human.
What is he then? An extraterrestrial?
A bot. A very sophisticated one.
Are you crazy? Did you take a good look at him? Have you ever heard a bot speak fluently like us?
I do. The director of my son's school. She talks exactly like a human. She said she's an experimental model from years ago. And there's another like her in this city. An improved model. She was referring to you, wasn't she?
And I guess you suggest we open him then?
There's an easy way to check. If he's a bot, he must have a charging slot in the rear.
Drop your pants, friend.
Go ahead. Search for it.
Are you serious? You're asking me to check the rear of Mr. Head of the police department?
Exactly. And if you won't, I will.
I'll tell you where to put my little finger.
I'm warning you, Pork. This is a first-class criminal offense.
Ask Wes to show his rear. um,
I insist. Come on. Show us your butt, old butt.
How dare you?
If you truly think so, then I'll trust you. Maybe you can just show him so we can move on?
To think. That idiot, with his moronic logic.
Are you done? There's nothing funny.
Oh, yes, there is. I can't wait to see your face when you see mine.
oh boy, that's a crunchy sound.
That's impossible.
I was hoping I'd be wrong.
You, of all the people I've met all these years, how could you be the one to discover my true identity?
Then, this means...
Give me that!
Oh boy.
No!
The chip! Darn you, Croc! Spit it out!
No way in hell! Where you probably come from!
That doesn't make any sense. How? Why? You're involved in all this? What do you need it for?
That's the only copy. By erasing it, poof, all proof, gone.
I love this. His kind of angry flying off the handle image is basically his head flying on a spring.
Pesky meddlers. You fail to realize that all our efforts are to ensure this world won't turn upside down. For your safety, we made sure every single device is connected to the Tri-Web. We've set sophisticated algorithms to recognize and eradicate all inappropriate content. It was perfect. But this stupid, non-connected thing, it contains information that will incriminate me.
Too bad for you. They're in my stomach now.
That's not the best place for it.
And your stomach better not destroy it.
Good thing I didn't eat anything spicy.
Enough!
No! You okay?
We've got to get rid of him. It.
No, you're in luck. This old gun takes time to reload, but I'm prepared for all eventualities. Even this very improbable situation, you would show resistance.
Oh!
He's making this trash mountain collapse.
Oh, I thought we were going to get into a fight.
Good news! I've proceeded as planned. You won't leave this place alive.
How is that good news?
It is, for me.
Obviously.
It's bad. They keep coming.
Ah!
No choice. I'll take care of the minions. Get him.
Got it.
Hey! Guess what the penalty is for attacking a police officer?
Let me guess. Death?
You got that right.
Hey, old bot. If you intended to destroy us, why the speech?
I could take a risk without you fleeing against those documents. You were my useful idiot, Pork. Thanks to your abysmal detective skills, I was finally able to locate the third member. Done.
So it was you! You pushed that firmware update. This means...
You finally got it. Kneel in front of one of your masters!
He's a member of the Triangle. vermin. The shortage.
Was my final plan. My servants wrecked the pipelines one by one. What better way to clean the streets? It's like all the conditions for this thing were met ages ago.
You fucking...
All that was missing was the match to light the flame.
You! I should have listened to my instinct. Never trust old leaders. Never trust bots. And you're the rotten combination of both.
Shut your mouth and please die.
I'd say stop dreaming. If only you could.
How can you resist like this? I should have destroyed you when I had the opportunity.
There's a lot of Chaos Hunters making it very hard
As
to
they
stay.
say, friends close, enemies even closer.
Come on. Spill it. Who's your creator? Who did I kill?
Impossible. My faithful bots. They're not returning my calls anymore.
That's it. The game is over, bag of screws.
Not till I...
D!
My leg. I can't move.
That devil. Come on. I'll carry you.
Don't. Don't mind me. You've got to finish him.
I will. After you're safe. Someone's waiting for you at home.
Brok. Now, go.
Where is he?
I told you. That old snake.
Now is not the good time for an argument.
I'm guessing those bots are not supposed to be there,
Boy, what again? Huh?
but... Oh, God.
This is a nightmare.
How do you like my new shell, Orc?
Do you even stand a chance against that?
There must be a way. There's gotta be.
Let me estimate. The probability you'll survive more than 2 minutes is non-existent.
I'll take my chances.
Good. I was worried you'd try something foolish like escaping. That would be no fun.
You should know me by now, old demon bot. As long as I'm standing, I'll keep fighting.
Right. Keep talking like you're in a living. But this is reality!
Okay, these guys need to go. Okay, they're non-functional. Wait, hold on. I think I can cheese the fight, maybe. I'm very sorry that it's very loud. Oh, his legs come back. That kind of sucks. It might take a while. Grab a snack. Oh, you fucking game. Found a spot. Considering the left arm valid entity, unfortunately. my best. Thank you for the confidence. The arms regenerated. Oh, I've only got one heal left. That's fun. I gotta be careful. last one's really hard. Jeez. Health, please. Strength, please. Holy shit! Oh my god, that was difficult.
Yes.
Please tell me there's an autosave in there.
Hope you like this giant tin can. Whoa! Phew.
Oof. I can't believe you've almost had me twice. That final mistake will cost you your life.
But I just got all my hit points restored. I need those.
Oh, that hurts, you know.
Don't worry. You won't die immediately. I'll break you bit by bit. Slowly.
But I need those bits.
Let me savor this moment.
No!
D, stay there. Ah!
What to do? Play dead, keep talking, wait and see? This is a weird choice.
Well, running out of ideas here. D.
Before you kill us, I need to know why. Why insist on wiping out slummers?
Isn't it obvious? Pork. The first time we met, many years ago, I wasn't a bot.
To me, you've always been an old wreck. Ah!
After I was turned into this, I resumed my job at the police department. Slowly, year after year, I encountered the worst in humanity. Murders, thefts, aggressions, frauds,
jaywalkers.
Every new case worse than the last. All concentrated in the slums.
This is hogwash. The result of a buggy stack of algorithms inside your head.
No. It's a very reasonable way of thinking. A reasoning only possible thanks to my human side.
Human side? Yeah, right.
You see, I may look like a machine.
But you've got his memories. Just like the director, or that, is it the director? Yeah, the director of the CC.
I still cannot do high-speed calculations. On the contrary, I was conceived in order to replicate the human brain. I have all my memories from my past. I've never felt any different from the person I was before. No, I've simply been in the police long enough to understand. Humans never learn. Criminals always recidivate. Bad seeds need to be eliminated. This is the only way to ensure the safety of everyone who deserves it.
Let me guess. The drum citizens?
Evidently. This part of humanity deserves to be saved. Sooner or later, this plague infesting every living being outside the dome will be spread inside. Why do you refuse to understand?
Because you're a filthy piece of metal junk. Humans have a heart. You don't.
Oh, he has borrowed something from humans indeed. The ability to lie. The prisoners that were terminated. You're behind that too, aren't you?
Of course. My first plan. Back when I still thought a selective approach could work.
How? Dr. Gherkin said 3 votes are needed.
That's right. I'm not almighty. My power to take action has limits. 3 votes needed to approve a proposal. 1 to block. So, I exploited a loophole in the system. The ability to reformulate questions.
Reformulate?
Instead of, should this person be condemned to death, I simply rewrote it as, should this person be freed? And reversed the replies. Same thing, wouldn't you say? Except this way, only one vote against becomes needed. Amongst the crowd of questions we receive, no one even noticed.
What a joke. Whoever designed that system was a stupid moron.
Not stupid. The creator is imperfect, like all humans are. The plan I concocted was safe, subtle, and simple, yet far from enough. I shortly realized I had to act on a larger scale, taking more risks.
And condemn all the slum's inhabitants?
Be realistic. Cheating, stealing, and fighting constitute the way of living for slummers. Who amongst you never did such a thing?
Well, yeah, we aren't perfect, but everyone deserves a second chance. We can better ourselves.
You cannot.
Yes, we can.
Silence!
Wait, Leah's case. You lied about this too?
I did not. As far as I know, it truly was an accident. A fire caused by the global power shutdown. The whole city was a mess.
I don't believe you.
Granted, for all my career, this is the only case I couldn't solve with absolute certainty due to the data loss. It has always haunted me.
You and me both, then.
Shut up! We're nothing alike, scum.
Frackin' hell. Wait and see or play dead? I mean, wait and see is pretty much, I'm going to get all of my bones crushed. Nothing is worse than jaywalking. Oh gosh. I don't know what to do here. Like, I don't think that playing dead is going to be effective, but obviously neither is wait and see. And I really don't want to do that boss fight again. I really don't. What do you all think, chat? I'm torn on this one. I legitimately don't have a default for this one. Do we play dead or do we wait and see? My reasoning is, if I try to play dead, surely he's got sensors or something to detect my life signs. But if I wait and see, clearly he's got sensors to detect my life signs, and that they're still active, and he hasn't squished me hard enough. Or is this a situation where there is no correct answer, I'm just exhausting all three, and then something happens? What do I do? What do I do? You don't know either? Okay. We're gonna leave it to chance, I guess. Well... I feel like both of these are terrible decisions. I don't know that he's a very good actor either, if I'm being honest. Well, he's ancient, so maybe he doesn't have sensors? Maybe. I don't know, do I just roll for it? Do I roll the dice and just pick one based on the roll I get? Yeah. We'll grab the green one. Grab the green one. I rolled an 8. We are playing dead.
Brok? Brok!
Playing possum, huh?
Okay, well, I guess we kind of figured that would happen.
Don't think you can fool me. I have sensors.
Yeah.
Even a dead cat can bounce when it falls from high up.
Oh, what you say doesn't make any sense.
Ha! Enough played. While you're still able to talk, let me know. What shall be your last words before I terminate you?
Well...
Darn, please spare Graf. I hate you, piece of junk. I understand. I love you, Wes. I'm either please spare Graf or I understand. I love you, Wes would be so funny, though. Yeah, but it wouldn't be sincere. I think he would detect that. I think we know that it's not sincere. I don't think we're gonna melt his heart by professing our love. No, I think empathy, if there is any scrap of humanity left in that robotic brain, then empathy is the only thing I could think of.
I understand. I guess you may be right after all. The slums are condemned. Please, end our suffering.
Whoa, no. That's not the direction I wanted to go with that.
Finally, some reasonable thoughts. Who did this?
Prototype 26. You've derailed from the track that was assigned to you. It's my duty to step in.
How dare you mess with my business, P-19? I'm right, and you know it.
You okay?
I should be the one asking you this.
Well, not dead, but I almost wish I was. Man, my body hurts everywhere.
We'll get better. If we manage to get out of here alive. Who, or rather, what's this?
My son's school director. Or so I thought.
Also, why did I lose 10 points of relationship with Graf? He's not even here.
Hey, piles of scrap pretending to be humans. How many of you are there?
Only the 2 of us. I'm afraid there's no time to explain. Mr. Brok, let me handle this.
Okay.
I've been watching you, P-26.
Of course you have. I've attempted so many times to get rid of our positioning connection.
And always failed. What you want to do? This isn't the will of our creator.
Who cares? He's no longer there.
This isn't true. He's still living inside.
No, cut the crap. You know what I mean. Now get out of my way before... What? I can't break free. How can you do this? Release me, or you'll regret it.
Not until you promise. Let go. Let go of your plans.
You seriously think I've went this far? To give up at the last second?
It's never too late to do the right thing.
Nonsense. I could say anything. Whatever you want to hear. How would you know it's true?
You're probably right. I would trust the human inside you. But he no longer exists. We shouldn't have been allowed to live this long.
You can't hold me like this forever. Your battery will drain faster than mine. As soon as I'm free, I'll dispose of you and all those cockroaches around us.
Hey, we're not. Actually, he's making me hungry.
You're hopeless.
I'll rip open that crock to get that memory device back. Then I'll deal with Dr. Gherkin. I never suspected he was a human in the flesh. What was our creator thinking?
How could you forget? We were all humans when the triangle was planned.
Wait, does this imply the director is?
Soon I'll be the only one to decide for this country.
That's dictatorship!
What other choice? You're all blind. Who else is fair enough to make the hard decisions to keep Atlasia on track?
Making hard decisions.
You can't get rid of me. The same way I can't annihilate you. Otherwise, you'd be a pile of screws right now. This failsafe is implemented into our hardware. There's no working around it.
Yet, there's always a way.
No. You're lying. You cannot beat me. You're a weaker, older model.
I was, but Mr. Brok kindly remedied this.
You did what?
Actually, what did I do?
Stand back!
Yeah, we did that.
What are you going to... Huh?
No! It cannot be! You overclocked yourself? Stop! Immediately!
Mr. Brok? Mr. Brok! Director? What's going on here?
Odd. Where's Graf?
We've been kidnapped by the Squealers. He's still out there.
What? I'm coming!
Wait. Now you understand, don't you? Those squealers. They're one of those threats from the slums that deserves nothing but elimination.
I don't care. My boy's in danger.
P-26, do it.
Very well. I've sent some of our tribots after him.
How could I trust you?
Not him. Trust me. They will bring him back. See what you've done, P-26? By involving them. Can you think of the consequences if...
None of my concerns. One cannot govern without the grand scheme in mind. A single individual means nothing over the fate of thousands.
That voice.
Aunt, you weren't supposed to see me like this.
Huh? How? How can this robot speak like my uncle?
I am.
Huh?
Whatever you hear from the others, don't believe them. I've tried to make things right for the future of this country, but people refuse change.
Your change involves a genocide.
Director, what are you doing? He's my uncle. Release him.
Ott! Look at him. He's not... He never was.
That's a lie!
It will be hard for you to accept. Your real uncle died some years ago. What you see is a failed experiment.
Don't listen to her, kiddo! She's the failure! Free me!
But even if it's true, I love him anyway.
Good boy!
And if he's a fake, what about you?
Right! Go ahead, break her!
I guess we're both shadows of the past, and that's why we must disappear.
I think I understand.
No! No, no, no!
Ott, please, forgive me, and tell my son, tell Clay, I'll always be with him, no matter the form I take. Promise me.
I will.
Goodbye.
No!
Is everyone okay?
Graf, I was so worried.
The bots! They freed you!
What just happened here?
Well, remember when I told you I always get involved in the worst possible situations? I didn't lie.
No.
You gotta be kidding! That thing just won't die!
He won't go very far like this.
Who would have thought? Defeated by another machine. All these years. All the arrests. The paperwork. My whole life has been a gigantic waste of time.
A bit too late to have regrets. You chose this fate.
No. That's not it. When I'm gone, it's all over. The country will fade into obscurity. It will extend to the drums. Humans never play by the rules. That's why this society cannot work.
We do what we have to survive.
Funny you'd say that, Pork. As far as I'm concerned, you're the worst criminal of all. What you did is unacceptable.
Explain yourself.
You don't deserve Graf.
What? Hey, what do you mean?
System failure. Rebooting. Operating system not found.
I guess we won.
Reverting to default OS. Triangle NMER 0.9 beta. Press any key to release any hold.
Any hold? Huh. There's a button here.
Hey, look!
The pipe pill? It works?
You did it!
Huh.
Brok, don't let what he said go to you. He was a wrecked human inside a defective machine.
Was he? Everything he said made sense. In a twisted way. He knew something. Ott, I'm sorry it had to come to this. Despite his plans to eradicate the slums, he was still family to you.
No, he lied to us. To me. To my parents. To everyone. Can someone really be family when they spend their life lying to everyone close to you?
Graf. Graf!
Oh, what's going on? Oh, this. Okay.
I'm gonna... You'll never harm anyone else!
That's it. Go ahead. Show your true nature.
We are punching him in the nuts, and I think he's enjoying it.
You see, Croc?
Shut up!
We're both vicious, but there's only a minor difference between us. I never hide anything.
I'm nothing like you!
Oh no. Graf, say something.
What? I'm okay. Brok! Stop it!
No! He deserves it. He tried to kill you. This time, he won't get away with this.
Mr. Brok, you can't do this. You're not a murderer.
Brok, you said it yourself. Everyone deserves a second chance.
Wimp, someday I'll get you and your boy.
Huh. He passed out.
What he did, I couldn't bear the thought.
I know. But I'm not the one you should apologize to.
You're right. Huh? Graf, where did he go?
He left.
Oh.
Mr. Brok, I don't know what the rat told him, but ever since we've escaped, he's been acting strange. Talk to him.
I will. But first, Dee, let me help you.
No, don't worry about me. I can walk now. You deserve some time with your son. You just saved our world, cowboy.
Did I? What's gonna happen? Now that no one's in charge of our country.
The world can run itself for now.
Let us worry about this later, Mr. Brok.
Come on, go.
Okay.
Don't I need to regurgitate a very important chip first, or...?
Thanks, everyone. Goodbye.
I really want to know if I could redo that conversation without redoing the boss fight, because that was not what I intended to say.
I was so scared to lose you.
Stop this charade. I know everything. I've seen it. The violence. That rage in your eyes. What's it gonna be? Drowned? Choked to death?
What are you talking about?
The reason you got with my mother. The reason she died. The only reason you've been pretending to take care of me. So far.
I don't understand. Honest.
Obviously.
Listen, this has been a hard day for everyone. Tell me from the start. Starting with your diploma.
Ott passed. Not me.
You didn't? Oh, no.
Does it even matter at this point?
What happened?
As always, the same thing. You're a drummer.
What?
Because of this lie, they inflicted a 40-point penalty.
That's a mistake. I told you, I was only a temporary cop. I'll tell your director. She will...
Good luck with that. She just exploded, didn't she? Why, by the way? I'd like to know.
She saved us all. I'll find another way.
You know what's worse? You're starting to rub off on me. I couldn't admit defeat, so I tried to cheat.
You what?
That hacker. He said he could change the results. I accepted a deal.
How? What deal? At least... Did it work?
I guess not. He sent squealers after us. We got kidnapped. I thought we were going to die in those filthy sewers. You weren't there.
I know. I'm sorry. I looked for you, but things got complex on my side as well, to say the least. But I don't care what it takes. You deserve to be a drummer. I'll walk through fire for you. I'll do anything. You gotta believe me.
Yeah. How far would you go, huh? To get what you want.
That rat. It was him, wasn't it? Can't you see? He's turned you against me. He has a grudge.
For what reason? Say it!
I'm not sure.
A lie! Another lie!
I swear! Ever since the accident, I've lost some memories. And I know it's the same for you. Why won't you understand?
Because I've got proof!
A picture?
This happened at a Tarkism Day. You were there. You're responsible for the banishment of their clan.
I could not. It's a fake. Obviously.
Really? Prove it.
Well, look. I couldn't have this hat. You offered it to me when we moved into this apartment, remember? So, I got this hat 4 years after this picture supposedly took place. It's a fake.
I don't believe it. Those squealers, they have no access to technology like this. They couldn't fake it.
Yet they did.
Ott said something earlier. Can someone really be family when they spend their life lying to the people close to them? You said you had no more secrets, but you lied to me. Again. How many times has it been already?
I don't get it.
Take a look.
That bank account.
That's my mother's name! Explain! Why didn't you ever tell me? It's my inheritance!
No, she did open that account years ago. But this money, it's not hers.
You mean it's yours?
Yes.
Oh, that's a big thing to hide from him.
No way! He was right.
Wait, listen to me. Maybe you won't believe me, but here in the slums, there's no way to open a savings account. When I was put in charge of you, I knew you'd want to become a drummer someday. But your mother, she was the spender type. There was nothing left. I couldn't bear the thought of you starting a life under the dome with 0 credit, so I saved up money on this account. For you.
You're right. I don't believe it.
It's the truth. 50 unis each day by automatic wire transfer. It's been almost 6 years. Do the math. I wanted to make this a surprise for the day you'd move to the drums.
Newsflash! This will never happen! Wait. You're telling me we've been living this horrible existence despite having access to all this money? All these times I've been starved, miserable, for nothing?
Not for nothing. 50 units alone ain't much, but accumulated over 6 years, it would give you a better life, outside of this junk area.
A better life? You know how you could achieve this? By getting out of it.
Please, don't. I'm really sorry.
Sorry won't cut it. That squealer was right. You only bring problems to all the people around you.
Listen.
Get out of here! I'm almost an adult. I don't need you anymore.
You're being unfair. Can't you see? I did all of this for you. I just saved our world, and that's how you repay me?
Saved? From my point of view, you just destroyed that robot. No, countless bots. You've destroyed our rulers. My teacher, Ott's uncle. And if we hadn't been here, you would have beaten that squealer to death. And who knows how many others? Destroy. That's the only thing you do. You destroy everything around you. Everything's your fault.
Hey.
Ah! Don't touch me! Stay away! I can defend myself.
Are you afraid of me? You know I'd never hurt you.
I don't know what to think. All I know is I don't want you around anymore. I'm sick of your lies. You've been using me. All you care about is the money. Well, guess what? The money is gone!
What?
I paid the hacker with it. 100,000 unis. And now, I guess they've evaporated. Vanished.
Are you insane? What have you done? For years, I killed myself to save this money through blood, sweat, and tears.
Work? Is that a new word for stealing? Like you did with those squealers yesterday?
How could you do this?
I had no choice! I had to try and fix the mess you've caused!
The mess I have caused? You think everything's easy for me? I never asked for any of this. I had never raised a child, and I shouldn't.
No kidding! My mother. I barely remember her. And yet, I hate her. All she ever did was make me and die.
Ooh, geez, harsh words, dude.
How dare you? I forbid you to talk about your mother like this.
Who cares? She's dead.
Stop. Now you've gone too far.
What are you gonna do? Kill me? Like you killed her?
I'd never.
Oh, I don't blame you for this. She deserved it anyway.
Where is this coming from?
She was trash! A bag of decaying worms! Like you!
Enough!
Oops.
Huh? No! Raph! You're okay?
Leave me alone. You heard me. Go away!
Son.
No! I'll never be your son! You're not my father! You'll never be! It's over. I'm stuck in this dump forever. I don't deserve this. No. Maybe I do. My back hurts. Must be my punishment for saying all these things. He saved us. Saved me. And once again, all I did was... You're wrong. I don't deserve a good future. It's my fault. A notification?
Hi, how are you? Wow, what timing? Let us respond. I feel like shit right now.
It's that guy.
Yeah, that's an understatement. Your old man is making things... I should be reading this. Your old man is making things rough for you, am I right? How did you know? Obvious. I'm incorrigible. I just blamed him for everything that goes wrong in my life. At least he's recognizing it, but he definitely kind of went a little bit far. There's something wrong with me. No. You're very capable. You just need to prove it to yourself. What's wrong is the influence he has on you. We don't know each other well, but I feel you can't truly be yourself by living with him. Trust me. So what are you suggesting? You know what you have to do. No, we don't. It's up to you. What do you mean?
I'm sorry, but I need to ask.
You're not a stranger, are you? Right. Who are you exactly? Someone you knew a long time ago.
What?
Please tell me your name. I need a break. You know what you have to do.
No!
I don't understand. I hope that that is not like the robot brain version of Leah, because wow, let's just if that's the case, let's just pile trauma on top of trauma for him, on top of drama.
What I have to do. I think I understand.
I'm glad one of us does.
Today, Dee said I saved our world. But it feels more like an ending to me. Like I wasted the biggest part of my life. Lost the remaining person I truly cared about. Who kept me living, surviving thus far. Graf, you're right. The more I try to make things right, the more I ruin your life. Was this really my plan from the start? I can't even remember. Only one thing is for certain. Because of me, you'll never live your dreams. You'll never become a drummer. Graf, Leah, everyone. I hurt everyone who gets close to me. Maybe I'm truly cursed. Maybe it's time to end this.
Aww. Take care of yourselves, everyone.
Once and for all. No. I can't stop fighting yet.
Good.
I just don't know how to quit. I better go home. Tomorrow's another day. Letter?
Hi, Brok. Forgive me, blaming you for everything that went wrong in my life. This wasn't fair. I know, you didn't take me for the money. Yet, the truth is, I can't go on like this. I guess this will come as a shock to you, but let's face it, things never really worked between us. I'll be 16 in a few days, an adult. I can take care of myself. There's no reason for me to rely on you anymore. I've been a burden for too long. I've decided to live my own life. Soon, I will pay you back all that money. I'm determined. I'm leaving, and I won't be coming back. Please, don't follow me. Don't call me. Just go on with your life. You have the right to make a fresh start for yourself as well. Thank you for the few moments of joy we've shared. I will never forget you. Graf.
Oh, he's gone. I definitely lost him. What am I supposed to do now? You say I should make a fresh start. How could I ever do that? Grandpa, Leah, and now you? If only I had another chance. I'd do things differently. But it's too late now. This envelope. Oh, yeah. Shay.
I've hidden something from you. Be a detective.
That's all? Yeah, nothing else. What does she mean? And how could she know? Shay, you've always been very good at giving me food for thought. Got nothing better to do right now anyway. You win, girl. I will solve your riddle. Yesterday, when crossing the dark alley, I had an awful feeling. It seemed like I just woke up after dying. I've had many fights in my life. Several times I've been on the brink of death. And yet, I have never felt this before. What was that? It's curious, but Shay doesn't think anything could happen to me. I've noticed it many times. Of course, this could simply mean she has great trust in me, and I thought as much. But now that I put these facts together, there must be another meaning behind this. Did Shay save me through some unusual means?
Are we about to get meta with save scumming?
I can't see any link between those two clues.
Did she trace the amulet? Okay, no.
That picture is intriguing, to say the least. Graf is right. It can't be fake. Those squealers do not possess the appropriate technology. It's also pretty clear their leader's hatred against me was genuine. He expressed it as soon as he recalled me. That darn squealer was ready to take revenge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone as far as kidnapping Graf and trying to kill him. But I hadn't met him until 2 days ago. And though my memory's a mess, I didn't even get that hat until 4 years later. So, what's the explanation? Either I've got a doppelganger, or this really happened. Oh, my brain is melting!
Okay. This?
I'm starting to wonder if I'm...
No, okay.
Ever since Shay announced she was closing the garage for the day, I had a feeling she was hiding something from me. We've known each other for years. This has never happened before. So it must be very important. What's the only thing she wouldn't let me take a look at? That new invention! What could it be? There's an idea there, but I feel like I'm missing a step.
Was this, like, do I have to put it in the correct order? Just making sure here. Okay, just want to make sure.
I can't see any link between those two clues.
What has she been hiding? I mean, there's hints. I'm pretty sure I know what the answer is. It's just, how do we get from point A to point B again?
Oh, my... I'm starting to wonder...
Okay, well, we're at the end anyway, I assume. Desperate Alley, alright.
This letter, she knew. It's obvious. She knew I would have one of the worst days of my life.
Did I have the letter back then? Okay.
Spiraling into this bottomless pit I'm currently in. But how? Yeah, I'm often depressed, but never that much. And if she did save me in that alley the other day, how could she anticipate it either? This sounds crazy, but can she somehow predict the future?
Oh, the two impossible things? Okay.
For sure. There are weird things happening. I'm all about doppelganger theories, but the probability of that happening is very slim. And it's clearly me, that picture. Which means I was there 4 years ago? And that feeling in the dark alley, it felt like a memory. As for Shay predicting the future, I don't think such a thing is possible. Shay is a scientist, and she often says this: when there's too much coincidence, it's no longer a coincidence. So that leaves only one possibility. Could the events currently happening have already happened? Even if I'm not aware of it? Maybe they've been changed. I'm becoming afraid of what I'm about to find out. Oh, my brain is melting! I'm starting to wonder. Oh, my...
Did I not freaking do that?
It's pretty obvious. All the items she asked me to retrieve are parts for this new invention. But I'm left wondering, what could she need this ultra-precise timer for? Maybe this chit-chat about space-time theories wasn't so random after all. Alright, so memories and proof of things that didn't happen. You and your obsession with space-time theories, and I seem to be the only one experiencing this. Again, I don't believe in coincidences, so... Shay, it's your invention, isn't it? This is totally a crazy thought, but can it alter events? I'm starting to wonder.
Wait a minute.
Although I don't have a lot of clues about what Shay has been working on, I clearly remember its shadow. An egg shape is quite unusual. What Dr. Gherkin said earlier stuck with me. Eggs are used to symbolize loops. I know Shay. She never does anything without a purpose. If she chose that specific form, it must be crucial. So, this new machine can, loop? If only I knew what this means. Shay, why do you have to be so secretive? Shay would have used that machine to save me. I had that encounter with the Squealer leader. Their defeat never happened, which is why I can't remember it? Wait, that doesn't make any sense. How could an invention change an event that already definitely happened? Unless, time loop. No way. She's building a... Am I losing it? Wes, a robot determined to destroy our world that was already totally nuts. But this... Nah, I must be wrong. It's been a long day. My brain is a mess. I've simply made way too many assumptions. For all I know, she's probably building a giant coffee machine that can wash itself. Or even a brainwashing robot that cuts hair.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
Huh? That's right! What a fool I am. There's another possible and much more logical explanation.
Save scumming.
Could that machine suppress memories? Did I already use it? That would certainly explain a lot.
Yeah, like how everything blew up when I went there too early.
I'm getting confused. Ugh. My head. It's more than I can handle. Stop! I have to go out and see for myself. But before that, just in case you come back. Shay, are you offering me a chance? Or did you take parts of my life away from me? Maybe both? I'm dizzy and anxious, but I need to know.
Oh, good. There was no save between the end of the boss battle and the current point in time. So we are stuck with all of that. I'm really kind of irritated about the I understand decision being absolutely nothing how I thought it would be, and that one of the things that I really hate about games that do this is it gives you a very short, here's an answer type, but then it doesn't tell you what you're actually going to say. And I lost 10 points with a relationship with Graf, and that may have changed the ending. And the only way to fix that is to just replay everything and do that whole boss fight again, and that is not going to happen. So, yeah, this is definitely one of those things where I'll have to make different decisions on future playthroughs.
Closed. Shay warned me, but this lock, that's new. A keyboard, 3 slots, noun plus verb plus noun is written down. Looks like I need to enter 3 words.
Oh, these, that did not have things on them before. So, now it gives you the answer.
Master Brok, I was expecting you.
Huh?
You are right on time. Everything is ready.
Great, but what is ready exactly?
Take a look.
I'm glad to see you, Bolt. A robot who doesn't try to murder me for a change.
Glad to see you too, Master Brok.
Don't call me Master. You don't belong to anyone.
I understand, Master Brok.
What's that invention for?
Sorry, I cannot explain. Mistress Shay said if you entered here, you would know.
Typical Shay. Okay, I don't have much to lose at this point, so start it up.
I cannot.
Why?
Mistress Shea said you would figure it out yourself.
Where is she, by the way?
Mistress Shea said...
Oh, don't bother. You sure you can't tell me anything about the machine?
It is a necessary means. Mistress Shea needs you. You need her. Your fates are intertwined.
What does that gibberish even mean?
I am a mere pile of screws. I cannot interpret these words.
Oh, I think you do. You just don't want to tell me. And that's when you'd use a surprised expression if you could. What will happen when I start this up?
Master Brok, you're at the verge of a new beginning. I will never forget you.
Oh, you're not very reassuring.
Do not be scared. Nature hates void. No matter what happens, all problems get solved, one way or another.
Still not reassured. Please tell me I'm doing the right thing.
You probably are.
Oh, probably?
If you don't do this, who knows? The world might disappear into the void.
Are you serious?
It's possible. Anything is possible. Maybe all this is a dream. Nothing is real.
Got it. You're pulling my leg. I'll figure this out. No way! Could she really build a machine like this? With some junk collected here and there?
That's the shell. The junk is inside.
A chronology.
Huh. I won't think twice about this. I'll set it to 5 years ago. A week before the fire. This way, either I'll be able to change the events, or I'll lose all memories of the past 5 years. It's fine either way.
There's no handle or anything. Shay? You in there?
She's not inside, Master Brok.
Just checking. It's obvious. I'm supposed to place something here. But what? When taking a closer look, it's exactly the same.
Well, I kind of wish that it would have zoomed in, but...
It's glowing? No doubt about it. It's glowing. Brighter than ever. Made of heptamide. The most powerful machine must need the most powerful energy source. Whoa! It's working! My pendant. It's not glowing anymore. Did the machine absorb its energy? So, how do I...
Stand back.
The egg... talked?
Everything's ready. Come.
Well, this is it. After I enter this, there's no turning back. My fate will be changed. Forever. I have to do this. Oh boy. Good thing I'm not claustrophobic.
Could have made it a little bit bigger, Shay.
Shay, I'm trusting you on this. Let's go.
Starting in 3, 2, 1.
Goodbye, Master Brok. When you come back, please remember me.
Good luck, bro. Save me. Save us all.
What's this place?
I was wondering the exact same thing.
This can't be the inside of the machine, can it?
Ooh, I cannot save either. Ah!
What the?
Do not pay attention to my appearance.
Who are you?
A remnant from your last passage here.
Last passage?
This is the place where all memories are shared.
My memories?
Not just yours. This whole universe.
Wait, have I been here already?
I thought you would have realized by now. Everything has already happened. Everything will happen again.
Does this mean I have no free will? Like, I'm responsible for banning the squealers? But I do not want that. If I go back, can I change anything?
You can. Ask yourself the real question. Do you want to?
Yes. I want to change destiny. Not for me. For the ones close to me.
Then go. Enter the void. Don't be afraid. This is a long journey. But at the end of it, everything will be fine.
How can I trust you?
Trust yourself. It all depends on you.
Thanks, past me or whatever you are. All right, it's time. At that instant, my consciousness seemed to fade away. I was slowly slipping into the unknown, into the void. My last investigation was completed. Over the last 3 days, I had unchained the slums from a perilous threat. But I failed to extricate from my own fate. So many thoughts came to mind. I tried my best to hold on to a single one. I could care less if my whole existence would get erased from time and space. I could care less if I would lose all my memories. Only one thing mattered. You. All these years, you were there. I wouldn't have had the strength to go on without you. This is why I'm gonna fix my mistakes. I'll make things right for you. I won't give up, no matter what. As long as I live, I'll find a way. I will rewrite history for you. Because I love you, Brav.
Aww. Oh, that's the canonical ending. Okay. Okay.
Thank goodness. The pills are back in stock. You know what happened?
What happened? An act of God. He has shown mercy upon us. Our prayers have been answered.
Maybe someone just worked out that mess with the pipe pills.
Of course, a messenger from the Almighty. After all, we are all His flock, even those who doubt as you do.
I suppose so.
Let us pray to the Untail. Big sale, folks. Lovely little statue, only 10 unis.
Those drones just won't work. I should... Oh. Oh no.
Hey, Mousy! I know you're in there. Come quietly, or we drag you out by your round little ears. You know what happens when you don't pay up.
I did. You had the boy. You're the one who screwed up.
Shut up, guys.
Yes, boss.
This nightmare will never end. Maybe it's time for a new career.
Mom!
Hey, sweetie. Mom is so happy to see you.
Look, Dad has been giving me aunties.
What did I say about candies?
They're yummy?
That's okay. Daddy has been eating some too.
Is that so?
Guilty. Will I need to go to jail again to get some oblivion?
It'll be okay. I'm the judge here, and I find you innocent.
Hurrah!
I love you, honey.
Never thought I'd hear that. Never again. I'll always be there for you both.
Hello, number X1506. Hello, Dr. Hush. Haha. Silly bot. Pathetic joke. Back to work. Of course. Productivity wins. Humans always lose.
What?
What am I going to... Hey, who are you? Wait, don't go! I bet you were looting the place. It's okay. Listen, I'm the new leader of this department.
Leader? What are you, 10 years old?
Look around you. There's no one else left. I need staff. People willing to help.
You want a squealer to be a cop? Man, you're desperate.
Yeah, I'm a fool. A fool who thinks we shouldn't judge. There's gotta be a first to everything. Wouldn't you say yes to a paid job? A clean job.
Paid? Deal! I gotta tell all the others.
Well, I can't hire everyone.
Yeah, just one or two guys.
Oh no, the power's flickering. Don't get here.
Thanks, little fella.
How unexpected. A team. Let's just hope I can lead them.
I don't even know why I'm here. It's not like you left any belongings here, Mom. On the screen.
Clay, this is goodbye. I only have a few seconds left to send this message before my body fails me. I am about to give my life to save the slums you despise so much. To be fair, I should have died years ago. I was living on borrowed time to be with you just for a little longer. To see this exceptional man you've become. I've loved every second, but that time's passing. Please understand, living isn't easy. Thinking for yourself, doing what you really have to. It's time to make your own choices. I hope I taught you what's right. Be strong, son. And please be nice to everyone. Wherever I am, I will watch over you. And I will always love you.
Mom?
Awaiting orders.
Stubot? Shoo, I'm not your master.
Yes, you are.
Really? Cool! Then, I know. You're the new director. That's it. Now do your job.
Okay.
Great. I can leave this place in good hands.
Preparing next lesson. Titled, Humans Never Learn.
Time heals everything. Time heals everything. Yet it's hard for me to leave. I struggle to forgive.
I wonder if there's an additional scene, because it did a noise this time. I wonder if there's an additional scene if you get all of the ads. So that might be something I have to do, and apparently you can do it through multiple playthroughs. So that's gonna be fun. So 33% brawn and 67% brains. Oh look, Brok is unknown, but he's alive at least. He didn't make it. We don't know what's going on with her. Oh yeah, everybody in that building died. The bots kind of killed them all. So that was a, whoopsie moment. Well, what was our relationship? Well, it was 65%. Let us see. Because the only thing we really changed was the last chapter. Oh my god, zipping through this stuff makes my... Feels like, look away if you're sensitive to motion, jeez. Okay. Last words were silly? Hold on. First ending for 18% of players. Hint, unlock all endings. Hint, find all the ads. I gotta go through this twice? Oh my god. Didn't sound silly to me. Yeah, it didn't sound silly to me either. What were my last words again? Oh yeah, the thing I didn't agree with. The I understand. That wasn't silly, that was an error. I'll say that much. Okay, game. Okay. Yeah, and that resulted in a relationship loss, so... Okay. Alright. Well... Chief Squealer Fate was alive. 100% of players did this. Nobody... So your brawl has to be above 80% to just keep going and kill him, I guess. I might do a like a brawl playthrough. Defeat Wes. Most players fought him and then defeated him. I guess there's an ending if you lose. I gotta figure out like well, I'm gonna have to grind, basically. So yeah, this is gonna be something I'm gonna have to do a lot of this off stream, because I think unless there is an interest in me starting over from the beginning, this is probably just gonna be it, and then I'll figure out something else to do next week. I don't know what I'm gonna do next week. But let's see. So, relationship has to be above 80% to get. You have to give it your best to stay close to graph. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that. I feel like I'm gonna have to start playing with guides. But yeah, I have to find all the ads. I have to unlock all the endings, and then I can get those additional scenes. Natal Tale: A New Christmas? Hang on a second. What is this? That is a free-to-play game. So, I guess that's a kind of like a side chapter sort of thing. Which is neat. Oh, hold on. a second. And let's do that. There was a bot earlier, and I didn't get a chance to report it because it was in the middle of a great big scene. Where is the problem? Chat messages. Bots. And it was a cheap viewers bot around 1 a.m. Eastern. There we go. So that's taken care of. Yay, submitted. This game looks cool, to be honest. I have been enjoying it. I've really been enjoying it. I'll be honest, I am tempted to do another playthrough. Like, if I can't think of anything else to play next week, and people aren't fed up of it, I am tempted to do another playthrough from the beginning. And this time, like, aim for something a little bit better, a little bit specific. I mean, we got the canonical ending, which is great. It's an interesting ending. It sort of takes save scumming and says, here's the reason why you can do that, I guess. At least that's how I'm interpreting it. The main problem that I've had with this game is that there's enough hints for me to get from point A to point B. In terms of, like, I know where you want me to go, but I have to take, like, 7 different steps to get there during the interrogation phase. And that's the part that's tripping me up, because, like, I'm linking together things that make sense, but they don't necessarily, like, there's not necessarily a logical order in terms of, like, where one segment goes into the next segment. Maybe part of it is, like, I didn't start reading the question at the top until rather late. The UI is not exactly great for how I look at things. So I just missed that stuff, and that's on me. But even so, we kind of got to, like, sections that were like it was the same question, like, what is Shay hiding, or what is Wes hiding? And that's all of the questions. You know, there was no lead in for these questions. I had to basically rub everything together until the pieces fit for what the game wanted rather than what I thought would work. And that's less fun. Like, it didn't make me feel smart. It didn't make me feel like I was figuring it out by putting the puzzle pieces together. It wasn't very gratifying. It's like I sort of figured the what the puzzle's going to look like, but now I've got to figure out, like, okay, well, what are the shapes of the actual puzzle, you know? So less than ideal. Use it to access the summary. Yeah. There are 11 endings and an after credit scene by collecting all ads. You don't always need to replay the whole game. Get hints by hovering over endings in the summary screen. So now we can do just a specific chapter. You can also restart chapter directly from the summary screen. Okay. Let me take a look at that. Post your review. Follow us. Submit your fan art. Let's go to the menu. You're going to move the screen, aren't you? Yep, you're going to move the screen. Dang it. Okay, so if we do a new game, this will overwrite your automatic save. Did I? Yeah, I've already got a hard save there. Oh, I don't know. How do I go back? Skip fights button. I'm here for puzzles and story. Yeah, so we were doing this on standard difficulty. There doesn't appear to be a difference in terms of the endings. based on like which one you do. I feel like if I do like I'm gonna be the brawler type, I should do hardcore, and then if I'm gonna try to do like everything else, I should just do relaxed. Give me 1 second. I want to go back to the menu. Yeah, I want to go back to the title screen. We're gonna hang on. Oh, come on. Let me into the menu.
I'd better.
Yeah, okay. Options, not exit game. Back to the main menu. Okay. So was the chapter thing in the load section, or how'd that work? Yeah, it does support co-op. Yeah, local co-op. I don't know how, but apparently it does. I don't have anybody else here to play it with me, so... So let's see. Oh, here we go. Chapter. This part cannot be accessed directly. To use the previous part and use the player switch button. Okay. I wonder... Yeah, I'm not quite sure how the chapter loads work. So load, let me try load chapter. Burn investigation, bunker with clay. Restarting a chapter deletes your progression of this chapter and beyond. This works differently according to your position in the current playthrough. So, if you're going backwards, only your choices up to this point will be kept. If you're going forwards, the parts you didn't play yet will be set to default choices. No. I don't know that I like this chapter thing, like, because I don't know what the decisions are. So I feel like I just have to do just a fresh playthrough. How many slots do we get? How far does this go? Okay, there's 99 slots. I'm going to save this. We're going to stick this in 99. You never checked how many slots... Whoops, hang on, this thing is... I got stuff covering this. Dang it. I never checked how many slots you had. No, I never checked that before. Like, I knew I had more than the 4. Excuse me. I knew I had more than just, like, these 3 slots in an autosave. But, yeah, I never... oh, page down, go fast. Yeah, we're gonna stick this in 99. That's our canonical save. So if worst comes to worst, I can always load that. But I think I will restart just from the beginning and just make different decisions, go through the tree differently. Let's see, where was the... Yeah, and this is something I'm going to have to do as well. I'm going to have to grind up levels because that boss fight was freaking hard. And that was with, like, 26 attack. Like, I feel like just this is like a natural progression in terms of combat. I didn't do any grinding. So this is like the level you're expected to be at by the end of the game. And it was a struggle. The game did kind of telegraph, like, if you want to train, now's the time. But like I didn't want to because I'm streaming it, and watching somebody just fight over and over in arenas, that doesn't seem very exciting. Let's see. Oh, you can unlock stuff with extra points. Your art here, soundtrack. Oh, I'm gonna unlock all the music. I don't even know where I got these points. But I prefer music over art. Music inspires me. Art can too. But I am a writer, and while I do rely on art to get some ideas, music is something that I use for inspiration. So it gets all the points. Okay, so now we've got all that unlocked. Brok reference sheet. Let's see. Fedora. Oh, that's a metal plate? I thought that was like a bandage or something. Brok is a detective and former heavyweight boxer. As such, he's able to use either brain or brawl to overcome situations. Despite constant doubts about himself and partial memory loss, he never hesitates to put his life at stake to save others, but he struggles to control his anger, very agile for his body type. 35-year-old, loves cooking, fighting friends, and burgers, and dislikes complex technology, injustice, and loneliness. Let's see, sleeves do not cover elbow, pockets, yeah, they look like external pockets. Broad neck and shoulders, thick forearms, chest line, pendant, spiky tail, fat cartoon hands, 4 fingers without claws. Fan art creators' instructions or suggestions, feel free to draw in your own art style, I think that's supposed to say. Oh, high description, there we go. Draw with roundish style, no hard edges, keep lines clear, do not draw muscle lines and details. Slight fat, okay, yeah. Why is the metal plate moved back? Because we see the metal plate is here, and then, like, that seems to be moved back a bit, so, yeah, I don't know what that is. Anyway. Reference sheet 2. That's, more of a lot of art. I guess this is, like, if you want to make art. Let's see. Fluffy, blue eyes, whiskers, ample sweat. What? Chest circle, fluffy, pants line, pants not too ample, thick eyebrows, huge nose, sweat strings. Oh, maybe it means, like, ample, sweatshirt. Sweat strings would be like, you know, sweatshirt strings. Fat cartoon hands, 4 fingers without claws. I'm not a big fan of the 4-finger appearance. I kind of prefer, like, actual, you know, 5-finger thing. Let's see. Tall upper body, very short legs. Graf is a student living with Brok following the death of his mother. His main interest relies in science. Despite this, he knows he's living in a dangerous place, so he takes his self-defense lessons seriously. Rather lonely and always stressed, his only friend is Ott, a mixed breed rejected by everyone. 16-year-old teenager. Almost. Loves modernity, games, quietude. Hates arguing with Brok. Excuse me, bad marks. Draw with rounded style, no hard edges. Keep lines clear, do not draw muscle lines and details, colored tip. Oh, we got a little bit of how his body works. It's just like a basic underbelly fur kind of thing going on there. Sin reference sheet. Oop. Wrong thing. First client of Brok. Sin is a policeman, kind of new to the force. He lost his gun while patrolling and it is up to Brok to find it back. Living alone in a poor area of the slums, he collects glasses for some reason. Rather stressed and seemingly not very experienced, he conceals his true feelings. We don't really have a whole lot more on him. Oh, the Squealer's chief. Tall upper body, very short legs. Let's see. Always appears furious as he blames the society for excluding them. Will not hesitate. I gotta turn on my air conditioning. Will not hesitate to kill anyone messing with his plans and his several henchmen. Although cunning, he relaxes and becomes friendly whenever he's with his henchmen. Former soldier and expert at street fighting, he is a hard boss enemy to beat in the game. 45-year-old. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he's not too bad looking. I can see it. I can see it. So Brok and the Squealers Chief, is that something that we ship now? Bolt. Which is not really a whole lot going on there. Who was Dart? Oh yeah, Dart was this guy. One of the Squealers' chief henchmen, always found around the skinny one, Kins. He follows orders to a T. Very powerful, but rather slow and not very bright. His grab move is dangerous, but easily avoidable. Species Goose. You have a type and it shows. No, it's fine. We've all got a type. That's perfectly fine. I like the big beefy ones. So, merchant selling goods in Sector 56X. All of her products are related to the Untail, an ancient religion which expands in the slums. She put her stand next to a pipe hill in order to attract customers. Yeah, the voice actress really nailed that. The soft, I am very much a believer in this religion, and I'd like to share it with you kind of voice. Just kind of nailed that. So I do appreciate the voice acting in this whole game. They did a really good job. There were maybe some instances where maybe it was slightly flat or slightly shifted in tone a little bit too much from one line to the next, like from one read to the next. But overall, they did a really good job on the voice acting. I really, really, really enjoyed just kind of letting them all talk. Kins. One of the Squealers' chief henchmen, always found around the big one Dart, follows orders to a T. Rather skinny, not very dangerous. He can be surprisingly clever at times, like stealing food in the room if you leave it for too long. Yeah, I've encountered that. Shay. Brock's best friend since childhood, despite both losing sight of each other for a long time until more recently. Weird at times, but she'll always help Brok and Graf, provided they can pay. She owns a garage next to a polluted lake, which serves as energy source for her eccentric inventions. To make money, she has equipment for illegal virtual arena fights, which she convinced Brok to participate in. And unfortunately, we didn't save him. A mysterious stranger, former soldier, sitting in the street next to Brok's apartment. He got expelled from the drums after finding out he suffers from an incurable disease and cannot pay for his treatments. He bought drugs from Squealers in order to relieve the pain, which in turn got him in trouble. Yeah, we're gonna have to save him. A Tribot species, duh. Multi-purpose robot. Used since a decade in Atlasia. They come in multiple variety and colors, but this is the generic, most affordable model. They can cook, clean your house, carry packages, and make your life easier. The perfect slave. Their AI is limited, and they totally lack emotions, yet they can fool you into having a real conversation. Better not annoy them too much. They can defend themselves if the situation requires it. No worries, they can never attack their masters, hopefully. Warranty valid until the new model comes out. Wes, the chief of police in the slums, age more than 70 years. He's worked for the police for more than 50 years, also an old acquaintance of Brok, whom he's reluctant to help. Private detectives and police never really get along well. But to be perfectly honest, he doesn't seem to like anyone, except maybe his nephew Ott. He is Otter/Warthog. Okay. Graf's best and only friend in the Consciousness Center, a mixed breed, which is uncommon in this universe. A nice guy, and definitely not as naive as he looks. He lives in the slums and got his share of trouble in life. He's the nephew of Wes, the chief of police. The school director, a female robot, also the mother of Clay, one of the students. She owns the Consciousness Center. A rather stern person who decides to follow rules to a T. yet has strong bonds, I think you meant, with her son and her students. How can a robot be a mother? Clay, Graf's rival at school, son of the director. He's an exemplary student, always succeeding in everything and getting the best scores. Always bragging towards Graf and Ott, who despise him. Could this mischievous attitude hide something? I kind of wonder if, like, Clay and Graf could have been a thing. Like, I kind of feel almost like these two should have been shipped. You know? Like an alternate ship. RJ! Oh, well, hello there. A police officer. He was hired by Wes and is one of the only, quote, humans left in the police department, progressively replaced by bots. Can either be very friendly or very dangerous, depending on your relationship. You'll prefer to have him on your side rather than the opposite, allergic to cat fur. Yeah, we gotta figure out a way to save him next time, too. Generic rat. The many squealers' henchmen. They can take various color schemes and weapons, but one common point, they're ready to fight you. They may seem like your basic enemy, but you shouldn't underestimate them. And it looks like they had a shirt alternate. The knife is an alternate, the bat is an alternate, and the knuckles, I guess tattoo, that's what this is? Oh, that is, what is that? Feel like this should be a hint towards something. Hacker! Mouse who does shady hacking stuff. Never stays too long in the same place. Don't ever call him a rat. Age is unknown. Oh, she's a dingo. Okay. Who is D? Question mark. Okay, well... okay, well, there we go. We don't get any information. I mean, we know who D is. But it doesn't want to say anything else. Mink. He's a scientist. Specialized in nanotechnology, he's a nervous guy in love with science stuff. The guard is one of the only rats allowed to stay in the drums. He had to fight for this right, and this is why he hates being called a squealer. A bit rough around the edges and gets angry easily because he would like to finish his job as fast as possible. Dr. Gherkin, a stork. Scientist working at the Toxout Pills factory. He is a fragile and easily scared guy. Very shy, he often stutters when talking. I really appreciate that we've got like full, he's crouching, you know, not just his dead thing, his dead image. Dr. Hush works in the same laboratory as Dr. Mink. He is specialized in AI tech and robotics, and his robot companion Tidy also serves as a test subject for his experiments. But that was some weird conversation, I will say that. Despite working on different fields, the two doctors consider themselves rivals, obsessed with order and tidiness. Tidy, cute and small robot from a drums laboratory, whose main job is to clean and tidy the rooms. He's used as a vessel for AI experiments by Dr. Hush. Capable of many emotions, his head color changes according to the current wand. Tidy's arms can extend horizontally or vertically. They cannot bend. But they're bending right there. Brok original drawing. Oh, interesting. Okay, I kind of see a little bit more of the metal going on there. Graph original drawing. Interesting. Shay original drawing. They decided to give her boots instead of talons. That served as a basis for the character artists, okay. Oh wait, so you, okay. This served as a basis for character artists, but then you hired the artists on. Okay, I gotcha. His first fight, I believe this was the very first sketch from the artist that did most of the character designs. Okay, that's interesting. This is the sketch that convinced me to use this style for Brok and my game in general. Okay. Brok's expressions. Brok fighting. Yeah, this is a little bit closer to the art style that you get in the game. These are, I guess, the hurt. This is very close to the game, and that this seems a little bit off. I mean, I get where they're going with it, but I feel like it was maybe not the best angle to communicate that. A big page of various poses. Some are used, some aren't. Yeah, I don't recall this pose ever being used. Don't recall this one? I know I've seen this when he falls down. I don't recall seeing this one. I have seen him do a jump kick. I just don't do it because the controls are sort of weird for me. Something from 2016, I wasn't yet sure how Brok would fight, and this design was early. I took models from old school beat-em-ups. Okay. It looked like they were originally... I don't know if he's just like kind of on the front of his feet, or if the original plan was to go with digitigrade. I do kind of prefer the plantigrade look, and it kind of makes sense because if they were once human, humans have plantigrade feet, and I don't see that evolving spectacularly after whatever happened. But that's just my personal opinion. Brok walking, rough sketches. Brok attacking with weapon, rough sketches and more detailed ones. Yeah, I didn't really use the stick very much. Brok HUD expressions. Oop. According to health remaining. Yeah. I've seen these. Yeah, so 100, 50, 25, and hit. First Tribot design. I designed the Tribot myself. The final design remained pretty close. More Tribots. Rat Thug concept art. This inspired the final design of the Rat Chief, but was a little too realistic. Yeah, and you can kind of see here, like, we're going with the, like, they're kind of resting on the forefoot, and which kind of gives more of a digitigrade appearance, but then they went with plantigrade in the final. I don't believe that there were throwing knives, and they definitely changed this. So yeah, they made a number of changes, and I can kind of see why they changed things up a bit. Another unused design for rats. Yeah, this one really doesn't fit the vibe too well. And we definitely are at the digitigrade thing. Oh, we got 5 fingers on this one. So yeah, this one, that was definitely just a very rough, I guess still experimenting with sort of things. First idea for the cover art, similar to the final one, but might have misled players into thinking Brok is action-packed when the game is mainly on an adventure. Oh, because of all the bots in the back. Like, they're kind of surrounded. There's a guy up here. There's a dome. The moon. Yeah, I can see how maybe that would confuse some people. Another cover art idea. This is kind of the opposite. It clearly showed the detective side, but not enough beat-em-up action. Oops. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Insert something here. He's investigating. But yeah, this is a little bit more mystery and threats rather than like active brawl kind of thing. So yeah, I can kind of see why that was ultimately rejected. Ah, dang it. And we're almost done. I attempted something different, taking elements from other drawings. In the end, the final cover was a mix of all these covers. Yeah, I don't recall. I'll have to look at the cover, I guess. Tramp expressions. Various expressions for the tramp. This was the first character he hadn't designed himself or themselves. Okay. Various expressions for Shay. She was slightly redesigned. Yeah, I would call that a redesign. Research on Rat's design. The last one became Kin's. Wow, that is... Ooh, okay. There's definitely some sketching going on there. Kin's turnaround. So yeah, I kind of like figure out the animation using lines to kind of keep everything where they're supposed to be. Dart, first sketch. This first sketch became Dart. Brok's apartment placeholder. The first room I drew for the game, notice the two small rooms on the left, which were dropped out later. I guess something is over here? Oh, yeah, this is like a curve, and I guess you can go in there or something. I don't know. I'm having trouble parsing it. Oh, thank you. Oh, gosh. It is like 4 in the morning. I don't have a snack ready. You'll have to give me a moment here. Okay, and this almost placeholder. Alright, give me 1 second here. I'll do the stretch first. Oh god, my breastbone snapped again. Oh gosh. Alright, I gotta grab a snack before I can eat it. I don't know if I can get out of the chair. 1 moment, please. I have to extricate myself from my desk. What are we gonna have as a snack? Everything's calorie dense. You need a snack too? It is, let us all have a snack. Let's go down to the lobby. Let's go down to the lobby. Let's go down to the lobby and have ourselves a treat. If you don't know what that's from, you're not old, like I am. Ah, crap, I can't open it. I gotta mark it. Where is... I will put this under breakfast. It's 170 calories. So thank you, Iron, for the treat and the hydration, which I did not have yet. I'm going to save the hydration, actually, because this is going to be kind of dry. And I do apologize for the eating sounds. I hope you like ASMR nom nom sounds. If that does bother you, let me know, and I can mute my mic. And today's snack is a chocolate brownie flavored with other natural flavors Quest protein bar. And I'm gonna just eat the whole thing. Bit by bit. Anyway, I'm gonna be talking with my mouth full. I do apologize, it's not exactly the most polite thing to do. But it's 4 in the morning. This is so much fan art. Holy crap. Okay. We have unlocked everything here. What moves could we have done? We mostly did attack combo. I didn't do much jump kicking because that was kind of hard. I did not do palm drops at all. Hang on, let me see something here. If I do this... Hang on. There we go. Okay. Here's what we want. Okay. Buttons. And the problem with this, these buttons do not match my gamepad. And I did put a comment on this on the Steam page, like the communities forum. This is a problem I have with a lot of games. They do not allow you to customize the glyphs, and this game in particular also does not allow you to remap the buttons. So throughout the entire game, I use Y. So I have an 8-bit do controller. It is Super Nintendo style, so rather than the Xbox XYAB, it is a Nintendo style or Super Nintendo style YXBA, going from left to right. That's a problem when the gamepad itself is more of like X input, and the game, like, it lets you change the glyphs, but for some reason, they weren't matching. B was always swapped regardless of whether or not... I did not mean to do that. There we go. No. B was always swapped regardless of whether I was in Nintendo Switch mode, like Switch gamepad or Pro controller, I think it said, or Xbox 360. I think Xbox One was another option. I'm having another bite of snack. And that makes it very difficult when there's anything involving glyphs. These moves, the buttons are all wrong. Jump for me is B. Attack is Y. It mostly didn't matter. The only time it matters is when food or something else dropped on the ground, because it wants you to press B. It shows B on the screen, which I have to press A. If you like guard is hold B, I have to hold A. Wrong one. So yeah, I didn't really do any palm drops. Jump, then down and attack. Flying uppercut is A plus attack. I didn't use guard that much because of my problems using the buttons. Attack behind guard, then A. Which I wasn't very good at. Dodge guard, then alternative R? What? Oh, an alternative is guard, then either the right stick or the D-pad, which I use the D-pad. Oh, I forgot you could hold right trigger. I've been double tapping. No wonder I had such a hard time with that one thing with all the enemies. The West boss, before he turned into the big bot. No wonder I had such a hard time getting into a state where I could do power punches. I forgot that I could hold right trigger and then just bash like crazy. Because you can cheese that and just do really powerful attacks. It's slow, but it floors them. Did you get a snack, Jen? I'm wondering what your snack is if you decided to get a snack. Fast recovery. I'm terrible at recoveries. Pick up item. Wrong glyph. For me, it's A. Food, eat immediately. Oh, you can pick that up? You can hold it in your inventory? Oh, I wish I'd known that. There's been a few times where I wish I could have done that. I wonder if... Well, I don't think virtual food transfers over. Quick weapon LB, quick food RB? You have snack now? What you got to snack on? I wonder if you could lose the stick. Like, if I get into a fight, is that stick something I could have lost? I don't think I needed it for any puzzles, did I? Fruit gummies. Oh, I miss gummies. I kind of have to limit my sugar. Although I did get some Twizzlers pull and peel, but I'm rationing them very much so. But yeah, there were days where I could eat gummies. I just ate them all the time because delicious high fructose corn syrup, and damn the consequences. But yeah, not no more. This human chill has hit the age where that just leads to diabetes. Because that's what I got. Type 2 diabetes. Although it is very much under control. I do diet tracking and I am on metformin. Not much. About 1,000 milligrams per day. That's all I need with the diet that I'm doing. I do need to get back into exercising. Unfortunately, my frozen shoulder is preventing me from doing any lifting. So all I can really do is walk. And with the summer as hot as it is, I haven't been doing that, so... I've lost strength, unfortunately, which I'm not happy about. Special quick. Charge special. I don't think I tried a charge special. Combo finisher. During the combo, press the guard button? I don't know if I tried that. We definitely did the special attack, though. Parry just before impact. I'm gonna call that more of a block than a parry, but okay. Alright. So now the question is, what should I do next week? Do I try for more endings? Do we call it done? We did get the canonical ending, but there is still a lot more to unlock. I don't want this to be a forever game, at least on stream, but my alternatives are things like the Breath of Fire series, the Dragon Warrior series. What else do I have in mind? I got the last bite of the snack. I don't know. I know that people come in at different times. And I'm trying to think of what I want to do, you know? What am I in the mood for? I wouldn't mind doing something work-related. And I'm having your refreshment now, Ironhead. Finishing the water because protein bars are inevitably dry. Sorry, I probably should have muted for that. Oh. Sorry if I woke you if you were falling asleep to me. I'm gonna have to think about this. I'm gonna have to think. Being up this late, I know a lot of people that normally appear during the early part of the stream have probably dropped off by now. And that's fine. So it is a question, what do I want to do? And I'm gonna have to think of that throughout the week. Or think on that. Other alternatives are things like... What are the other things I'm considering? There's Pathfinder Kingmaker, but I'm really not too sure about that one. You know what? I just don't know. I'll have to think on it. Let's find somebody to raid. It's 4 in the morning and I got work in the morning. Definitely up way past my bedtime. Who should we raid? A lot of the people that I am following are in bed. Let me see if there are any recommended. Let's see, Dr. Mr. Holmes is doing Dragon Warrior 4. GDQ is live? Really? Are they? Oh, they are live. Replay. Oh, they're doing a replay. Okay. 24/7 stream of classics from Rift Tracks. Wolf, MST3K. Yeah, people sleep sometimes. That's fine. Let's go say hi to Volo. Make sure I'm typing it in correctly. We'll go say hi to Volo. He's playing a little bit of TFT, I think. Teamfight Tactics. We'll give him a bit of a hello. I do want to thank all of you for coming in, visiting, keeping me company throughout the last part of this investigatoring. Thank you, Orc Bard Neil. If you're not already following him, be sure to check him out. Give him a follow. He is a fellow orc and pretty chill individual. So I do thank him for his raid earlier. And I want to thank all of you again for keeping me company. As we wrap up for the night, I do want to remind all of you that you matter, you are important, you are cherished, and you are missed when you're not around. You deserve to be you. You can conquer the challenges that come your way. Have courage, be strong, and until next time, take care. Bye for now.